Chapter 1496. After a few days, Yang Kai also had some gains such as artifacts, pills, secret techniques, and so on. However, compared to his trip to the Emperor Garden, this harvest was like the difference between heaven and earth, not enough to make Yang Kai's eyes light up. It was better than nothing. On this day, Yang Kai entered one of the palaces and did not emerge for several days. The people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements were also confused, not understanding what had happened to Yang Kai. Inside one of the palaces, in a secret underground room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, circulating his chi and greedily absorbing the nearby world energy. Inside this secret room, the world energy was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, transforming into white threads that lingered around Yang Kai. As he breathed, these white threads seemed to be attracted to him and disappeared into his body. As time passed, the white threads in the secret room became fewer and fewer. Pure spirit chi. Yang Kai had not expected that he would obtain such a harvest. It was rumored that there was a special kind of world energy in this world that could be directly absorbed by a cultivator without the need to circulate one's secret art, enhancing the cultivator's cultivation and strength. This was pure spirit chi, and it had an indescribable effect on any cultivator, countless times better than even the best quality earth veins. However, it was extremely rare and rarely appeared. Even if it did appear, it would quickly melt into the surrounding world energy and become a part of the surrounding world energy. Only by using special methods could it be preserved for a long time. The ruins of this ancient sect were located on an excellent earth vein and occasionally produced 1 or 2 wisps of pure spirit chi. This secret underground room had many complex spirit arrays arranged around it. Although Yang Kai could not understand them, he understood that they existed to contain this pure spirit chi. A year or 2 of accumulation might not be obvious, and 100 or even 1,000 years of accumulation would still be thin. However, tens of thousands of years of accumulation were quite eye-catching. When Yang Kai opened the door to the secret room, he almost thought that he was seeing things. The rich pure spiritual chi in the secret room had already turned into a solid substance, and could be easily captured. This unexpected discovery made him overjoyed. After figuring out that this was the rumored pure spirit chi, how could he hesitate? Immediately, he closed the secret chamber and began to meditate and absorb. Generally speaking, this kind of chamber where the pure spiritual chi was confined would only be opened once every few hundred years. It was not used to enhance the strength of the cultivator. After all, although the pure spiritual chi was rare, it was extremely rare. It was too wasteful to use it purely to enhance one's strength. Its existence was to allow a cultivator who had reached a bottleneck to break through. Good steel should be used on the blade. When a cultivator broke through, the richer the surrounding world energy was, the fewer obstacles they would encounter during the breakthrough. Pure spiritual chi was the best catalyst for a cultivator's breakthrough, allowing them to reduce the risks involved. Right now, this precious existence was being absorbed into Yang Kai's body without restraint, gradually increasing his strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a reckless waste of heaven's resources. With so much pure spiritual chi, even if hundreds of cultivators were to break through, it would not be a small amount. However, it only took Yang Kai 3 days to absorb more than 70% of the pure spiritual chi. His saint chi became more and more vigorous, and his realm also rose little by little, soon reaching the peak of the first order. By this time, Yang Kai had vaguely felt a layer of constraint, like a thin membrane hindering the improvement of his strength. This was a bottleneck. If it were any other cultivator, they would have to first sharpen their state of mind and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, spending a lot of time to break through this bottleneck. But Yang Kai was different. He had absorbed a lot of soul essences from cultivators who had surpassed his own realm, so his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao had far surpassed his own level. The only thing he lacked was tempering his state of mind. However, as long as he was willing, there was still a chance for him to break through and reach the second-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai was not so eager for quick success and instant benefits. He had only broken through to the first-order origin returning realm not long ago, and although he had successfully condensed his Shur with the help of the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, if he continued to break through so quickly, it was very likely that it would cause some hidden dangers. So, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not absorb the remaining pure spiritual chi, but it would be too wasteful to just leave. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, wanting to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. He would let the two of them absorb the remaining pure spiritual qi. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, Qian Tong did not respond. This was strange. Although this ancient sect ruin was not small, it was definitely not beyond the range of this communication artifact. Could Qian Tong have encountered something? Could it be that Qian Tong could not respond? There was a possibility though. Since this was a sect ruin, there must be some isolated places. Perhaps Qian Tong had broken into some kind of barrier. Unable to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and not wanting to give up on the remaining pure spiritual qi, Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, at a loss for what to do. But a moment later, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. With a single thought, a fiery red light flew out from his body and spread out its wings, transforming into the shape of a strange bird. Firebird artifact spirit. Although it did not have a physical body, it was still a sentient creature, so it should have no problem absorbing the pure spiritual qi. After all, it could even refine Sun's true fire. Sure enough, after the firebird flew out, it immediately chirped happily, then opened its big mouth, and its abdomen expanded and contracted. Accompanied by a suction force, the pure spirit qi in the secret room was sucked into its body like a whale sucking water. The pure white thread-like pure spiritual qi began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh! Outside the palace, more than 20 origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had surrounded it. This place was secluded and extremely remote, making it a good place to act without fear of being seen by outsiders. Although using such a luxurious lineup to deal with the mere first-order origin returning realm was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Since the other party knew some Space Force, Chu Zheng and Fang Peng did not dare to act carelessly. Now there was only one problem in front of everyone, one that left them at a loss. Yang Kai was not coming out. Probing with their divine senses, they were unable to detect his aura, but according to the report of a master from Heaven Battling Union, he saw Yang Kai enter with his own eyes. Brother Chu, that boy shouldn't have left already, right? Fang Peng asked impatiently. Brother Fang, are you doubting this Chu's subordinate's ability? Chu Zheng was also annoyed and wanted to immediately rush in and drag Yang Kai out, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. That's not what this Fang meant, but you know that boy knows some Space Force. Perhaps he discovered that someone was monitoring him and quietly left. Fang Peng frowned. Brother Fang worries too much. Although Deacon Jia is only a second-order origin returning realm master, he has a unique method of concealing his aura. If he wants to hide his whereabouts and monitor someone, let alone that boy, even this union master may not be able to detect him. Since Deacon Jia said he was inside, he must be inside. Subordinate can guarantee with his head that that boy definitely did not discover me, and he must still be inside the palace. 15 meters away, an old man with a goatee said in a deep voice with a confident look on his face. Good, since that's the case, let's wait a little longer. But with so many of us here, if that boy notices something, he may not have the courage to come out. Fang Peng spat disdainfully. That's not up to him, Chu Zheng sneered. Just as they were talking though, a life aura suddenly appeared inside the palace. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly used their divine senses to investigate, quickly discovering that this life aura belonged to Yang Kai. Soon Yang Kai's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little surprised, but he did not show any intention of stopping and instead walked forward step by step. He came out. Fang Peng shouted. It's good that he came out. Chu Zheng sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. At least this union master won't have to go in and capture him personally. Yang Kai strode forward with his hands behind his back. The surprise on his face had disappeared, replaced by indifference. Not only did he not show any signs of panic, he didn't even try to avoid them. Step by step he arrived in front of the crowd. Sweeping his eyes around, he grinned, so many people. Yang Kai. Chu Chongfeng patted his folding fan and called out with a smile, you made this young master wait. Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his face full of smiles. Very good, very good. So many people have been waiting here to kill me, huh? Do we need so many people to kill you? Yang Kai, don't flatter yourself, you're not qualified. Chu Changfeng laughed. Is that so? Then why are there so many people gathered here? Just to prevent you from escaping. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. I was wondering why Elder Liang was so easy to talk to before. It turns out he was waiting for me here. This is indeed a good place to kill and silence people. May I ask why? Although I have some grievances with your two great forces, it's far from that, right? Do you think this young master will tell you? Chu Changfeng smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I can guess. Starship, right? Yang Kai coldly snorted. What could make Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect dispatch so many people to deal with him was nothing more than a matter of interest, and the only thing that could affect the interests of these two forces was the Origin King grade starship. This was not just a starship, but also the hope of all masters on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai frowned slightly, secretly blaming himself for underestimating the power of this starship. He had not considered how much of a turmoil the appearance of this Origin King grade starship would bring to Shadowed Star, but after seeing this scene, he finally understood. It's good, you know. Chu Changfeng did not deny it. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces at the behest of Star Emperor Mountain, in the end it was all because of this starship. Chapter 1497. Outside the palace, nearly 30 Origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect stared covetously at Yang Kai, tightly surrounding him. With the sect masters of these two great forces personally leading their forces, there was no shortage of masters. Even though they hadn't made a move yet, various forces had already covered an area of a few hundred meters, and the defense was extremely tight. It wasn't going too far to say that it was difficult to move an inch within this area of a few hundred meters. Yang Kai, since you are the sect master of a great sect, if you are willing to surrender without a fight and waste your cultivation, this young master may be able to plead on your behalf and ask my father and sect master Fong to spare your life. Chu Changfeng shouted coldly as he waved his folding fan. Spare my life. Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest sign of panic. What? Does young Master Chu think I can't escape this time? Do you think I'm doomed? Are you so confident you can keep me here? It's not confidence. Chu Changfeng slowly shook his head. It's the truth. Do you still want to leave this place safely? Open your eyes and see how many people are here. Is there any use in having more people? Yang Kai curled his lips. Haha, you're just relying on your understanding of Space Force, but so what? You're not the only one here who understands this kind of power. Chu Changfeng sneered. Chu Changfeng sneered sarcastically. If you want to escape with your Space Force, this young master will advise you to give up on that idea so you don't end up asking for trouble. Yang Kai's face sank slightly as he glanced around the crowd, his eyes eventually settling on Mo Xiaosheng. He had heard many times that this great elder of Heaven Battling Union was proficient in Space Force, and although he had never seen him use it with his own eyes, there was no smoke without wind, so it was likely the rumors weren't baseless. On top of that, this old man was currently staring at him vigilantly, his Saint Chi not circulating at all, apparently on guard against him using his Space Force to escape. What's wrong? Did this young master hit the nail on the head? Seeing Yang Kai's expression change, Chu Changfeng laughed, thinking he had poked at Yang Kai's weak spot. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and instead turned his gaze to Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, taking a deep breath before narrowing his eyes and asking, do you two really want to do this? What else do you want to say? Cripple your own cultivation and we won't take your life. Chu Zheng said lightly, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. The order from Star Emperor Mountain was to capture Yang Kai alive in order to force High Heaven Sect to hand over the Origin King grade starship. So from the very beginning, Chu Zheng and the others had no intention of killing Yang Kai. They had dispatched so many people just to capture him alive. Alright. Yang Kai grinned. I don't think I've reached the point where I'm willing to go to war with the forces you belong to. Since you two insist on forcing me, I hope you can withstand this Yang's wrath. Shameless boasting. Chu Changfeng shouted. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, this young master will personally capture you. There's no need to consider it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Chu, don't be too afraid of yourself because you are nothing. Impudence. Chu Chongfeng had never suffered such an insult before, and his elegant demeanor was replaced by a ferocious one. Like a poisonous snake whose tail had been stepped on, he grit his teeth and spat out his venomous tongue. I'll start with you. The first time I saw you, I didn't find you pleasing to the eye. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you, but since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he glared at Chu Chongfeng aggressively. Everyone was stunned. They had seen bold people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so bold. Nearly 30 origin returning realm masters were gathered here. Yet this young man named Yang Kai not only did not show the slightest fear, he even threatened Chu Chongfeng in front of everyone, saying he would take his life. Was this guy's head damaged? Did he not see what kind of situation he was in? Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, who were the calmest among them, wore confused looks on their faces, secretly wondering if Yang Kai had become so frightened that he had lost his mind. But in the next moment, the expressions of the two men became stupefied because in Yang Kai's left eye, a golden light bloomed, and from this golden light, a budding lotus flower appeared and flickered slightly before disappearing. Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, under the influence of this golden light, couldn't help feeling a little dazed. By the time they recovered, cold sweat was dripping down their backs. At that moment, a scream reached their ears. Turning towards the source of this sound, they saw Chu Chongfeng, who had been acting arrogant just now, holding his head and screaming, as if he was suffering from some kind of unbearable torture, red blood seeping out of his ears, nose and mouth. Chongfeng! Chu Zheng's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, his figure flickering as he rushed over to his son. But before he could do anything, a loud thud came from the other side. A brilliant blood-red flower bloomed and Chu Chongfeng's entire head burst open. From where his head was severed, blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. The other origin returning realm masters were also dumbfounded and horrified. Yang Kai hadn't shown any signs of taking action at all. Yet Chu Chongfeng had died inexplicably, and in such a miserable manner. Spiritual energy. Being able to kill others without even making a move was something that could only be explained by spiritual energy. In that instant just now, as long as one was looking at Yang Kai, they would feel a brief moment of absent-mindedness, as if they had lost themselves in the golden light. They vaguely saw the bud of a lotus flower. Just how strong was his spiritual energy? It was actually able to kill a cultivator in the same realm in an instant. This kind of spiritual energy cultivation and secret technique was something that neither Chu Zheng nor Fang Peng possessed. If that secret technique had been used on them just now, many people couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines when they thought of this possibility. Father! Fang Tianzhong also went pale as he grit his teeth and shouted to Fang Peng. Both he and Chu Chongfeng were famous figures, and were known as the leaders of Shadowed Star's younger generation. Although Chu Chongfeng's style was somewhat vile, he had real skill. Fang Tianzhong had fought with him for many years and the two of them were evenly matched. The reason Fang Tianzhong had come here this time was, as Chu Chongfeng had said before, to see who was stronger between him and Yang Kai. How could he have known that he would see such a scene just now? Since he could kill Chu Chongfeng in an instant, it was likely he wouldn't need to waste any effort to deal with him. There was no need to verify who was stronger between the two of them. Such strength was something that even the two of them together couldn't match. Fang Tianzhong was shocked and filled with unwillingness. His background was extraordinary and his aptitude was even better. He had enjoyed the best resources and environment since he was a child, and had already made a name for himself at such a young age. Among the younger generation, with the exception of a few, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. He had the capital to be proud of. He couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to possess such terrifying combat power. The scene of Chu Chongfeng's tragic death had torn his pride to shreds, and left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. Tianzhong, stand back. This isn't something you can intervene in. Fang Peng frowned deeply and quickly ordered. Chu Chongfeng's death was already a warning, so he didn't want his son to die inexplicably. Yes. Fang Tianzhong grit his teeth and responded before his figure flickered. and he retreated 1,000 meters away. "Brother Chu!" Feng Peng shouted to Chu Zheng again. Chu Zheng was completely dumbfounded. He still hadn't recovered from the tragic death of his son and stood there in a daze, a look of disbelief on his face. Not bad, none of you escaped." Yang Kai smiled lightly, the golden light in his left eye converging as he wore a casual expression on his face, as if killing Chu Changfeng just now was nothing more than a casual effort for him. "Worthy of masters from the two giants, your mental fortitude and cultivation are truly extraordinary. Don't worry, one by one, none of you will be able to escape." Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to someone to his left and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. "You're next." "Me?" The person Yang Kai pointed to was a middle-aged woman with mediocre looks and an impressive figure. Wearing a long blue dress, she gave off the charm of a middle-aged woman. Her strength wasn't low either. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Being pointed at by Yang Kai, this middle-aged woman's tender body couldn't help trembling, as if she had been sentenced to death. Her pretty face became extremely ugly as she glanced over at Chu Zheng in horror, seemingly wanting to seek protection. However, Chu Zheng still stood in place, not paying any attention to her. Unable to count on this middle-aged woman, she grit her teeth and shouted, "You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng was suspected of a sneak attack, and this middle-aged woman was confident that her strength was higher than Chu Changfeng's, so even if she knew how tyrannical Yang Kai was, she wasn't willing to resign herself to death. Saying so, Saint Qi poured out of her body and a rich water attribute aura filled the air. Immediately, this Saint Qi transformed into a thin film visible to the naked eye that formed a protective barrier around her body. From a distance, it was as if this middle-aged woman was surrounded by a bubble. However, this wasn't the end of it as she quickly summoned a gauze-like artifact. After pouring her Saint Qi into this gauze-like artifact, it immediately transformed into a blue light that blocked her front. Useless effort. Yang Kai sneered as a small, delicate arrow the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his palm. Feather Spirit Arrow. This was the strange artifact Yang Kai had just obtained. Yang Kai didn't know how much power it could display, but it shouldn't be low, so this was a good time to test it out. Facing the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai gently swung the Feather Spirit Arrow forward, his movements casual. However, a shocking energy fluctuation pulsed from this Feather Spirit Arrow, as a series of rice-sized runes began to appear on the jade inlaid on its head. As these runes surged, a small arrow phantom suddenly shot out from the Feather Spirit Arrow and flew straight towards the middle-aged woman. This small arrow phantom was jet black and seemed to be burning with a faint flame. This Feather Spirit Arrow was charged with Yang Kai's own Saint Qi, so now that it was displaying its full power, it naturally displayed the characteristics of its demonic flame. This flame was so hot that even space itself seemed to distort. Chapter 1498. As soon as Yang Kai took action, the middle-aged woman felt that something was wrong. The black arrow that shot out from the opposite side was comparable to the full-powered blow of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Are you kidding me? Even with the help of an artifact, it was impossible for a cultivator to produce an attack far beyond their own realm. This short black arrow was beyond the scope of the middle-aged woman's understanding. Is it an Origin King-grade artifact? Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face changed and she could not help calling out, "Be careful! Junior Sister Zhou dodge!" Shouts came from all directions. As a member of Heaven Battling Union and a woman, this woman surnamed Zhou was obviously quite popular. At this moment, seeing her in danger, someone immediately shouted a warning. Some people had already rushed over wanting to give her a hand. How could this woman not want to dodge? After noticing the huge lethality contained in the black arrow, she realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, but the speed of this short black arrow was so incredible that she had no time to dodge. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the black arrow had arrived in front of her, and was the first to collide with the blue gauze barrier. Silently, this defensive artifact she had always relied on was instantly pierced through, unable to play any role at all. The black arrow, on the other hand, was like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable, and after piercing through the blue gauze barrier, it easily pierced through the Saint Qi protecting her body. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk the black arrow shot out from behind the middle-aged woman and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The master who rushed to rescue this woman surnamed Zhou came to a halt and stared at her chest and abdomen in shock, his face filled with horror. The woman surnamed Zhou also seemed to realize that something was wrong and followed the master's gaze downwards, her face going ashen for a moment. She saw that there was a bowl-sized hole in her chest and abdomen. From one end, she could clearly see the other and even vaguely see her beating heart. What was strange though was that there was no blood flowing out of the wound. "Union Master, save me." The woman surnamed Zhou's face suddenly collapsed as she stretched out a hand towards Chu Zhang, seemingly trying to grab hold of her life. It was futile. Just as she finished speaking, a black devil flame burned her wound. Miserable screams echoed and soon stopped. The woman named Zhou was surrounded by the devil flame and burned to ashes. A series of gasps came from all around. If Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng in an instant just now could be considered a sneak attack, then killing this woman surnamed Zhou in one fell swoop was a direct attack. What's more, before taking action, Yang Kai had given his opponent enough time to defend herself. Even so, he was still killed in an instant. No one dared to look down on Yang Kai anymore. The way they looked at him had changed. They were filled with fear and panic. With his first-order origin returning realm cultivation, being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master was simply unbelievable. Perhaps the Union Master could accomplish this if he went all out. Could it be that this boy's strength was comparable to the Union Master's? What the hell was that arrow-like artifact? How could it be so powerful? Outside the palace, there was complete silence as almost everyone was immersed in shock. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Although he had long known that the feather spirit arrow was extremely powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Unfortunately, there were many restrictions on its use. It had to be charged first, and even then it could only be used twice. What are you all still standing around for? Don't let him defeat you one by one. He's only one person. What are you afraid of? He's only relying on the power of that artifact. Feng Peng suddenly shouted as he sneered. If this old master's guess is correct, all of his methods have great restrictions and he can only use them a limited number of times. Do you think that's enough to scare you? Surround him. This old master wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As the sect master of Thunder Typhoon sect, Feng Peng's vision was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Although he only knew a little about the Blossoming Lotus secret technique and the Feather Spirit arrow, he had finally gotten to the point. Needless to say, the Feather Spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Using the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, even with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, was a huge burden. At his peak, after using it 3 or 5 times, his knowledge sea would dry up. The reason why Yang Kai had killed 2 enemies in one move was to deter them. There were too many enemies, and although he wasn't afraid, if he really didn't do anything, it would be very troublesome. However, the deaths of Chu Changfeng and the middle-aged woman put great psychological pressure on them. In a battle between masters, cultivation, secret techniques, artifacts, and even more so mental fortitude were crucial. If one's mental fortitude wasn't stable, they wouldn't be able to exert their full strength. Yang Kai's plan had succeeded halfway, but it had fallen short at the last moment because Feng Peng had pointed it out. These words had woken everyone from their dreams. Hearing Feng Peng's shout, everyone quickly recovered and thought about it carefully. No matter how strong a person was, they had their limits, not to mention that Yang Kai was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. If he was really so strong, why would he choose to kill Chu Changfeng and the woman surnamed Zhou? One of them was a first-order and the other a second-order. If he really had heaven-defying means, why didn't he just kill Chu Zhang and Feng Peng? Picking the soft persimmons to pinch, it was obvious he was just trying to be mysterious. Realizing this, everyone's morale soared and they no longer acted as timidly as before, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed and the place where Yang Kai stood instantly became a chaotic place where energy fluctuations converged. Facing the attacks of more than 20 origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he hurriedly summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out with a cry, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a series of extremely hot fireballs the size of wash basins, which shot out in all directions. This was not the end though, as several dozen golden blood threads also flew out. Under the control of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, each of these golden blood threads met an artifact or attack. The battle instantly began. Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage as the several dozen golden blood threads shuttled back and forth, flickering in and out of existence. Although the Firebird artifact spirit was powerful, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and it let out a series of strange cries as its body shattered and reformed. The sandstorm that had been protecting Yang Kai's body was also scattered, almost unable to maintain its original form and exposing his figure. Yang Kai grit his teeth and struggled to hold on, the situation becoming extremely unfavorable. Fang Peng stood to the side, not in a hurry to take action. Looking at Yang Kai's awkward posture, he laughed loudly. "Boy, it's not too late to regret now. This old master can spare your life, but some physical pain is inevitable. Who told you to kill young Master Chu?" These words were filled with schadenfreude. Chu Chongfeng's tragic death at the hands of Yang Kai was something Fang Peng was naturally happy to see. Although he had temporarily joined forces with Heaven Battling Union, there was still a great gap between the two forces. With Chu Chongfeng's death, Heaven Battling Union would lose one of its most powerful members, which would be detrimental to its future development. In the long run, when the next generation fully matured, no one would be able to compete with Fang Tianzhong. Hong Hong Hong. The place where Yang Kai stood was bombarded by several artifacts and attacks, and the sandstorm surrounding his purple shield was no longer able to protect him, immediately bursting open a gap, exposing his figure. At that moment, the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaoshang strangely appeared, his timing extremely clever. Like Yang Kai, he was a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space, so his movements were naturally silent. Gently pushing out his palm, Mo Xiaoshang passed through the broken sandstorm and pressed it towards Yang Kai, Saint Qi surging from his palm. Yang Kai coldly snorted and quickly met this attack with his own palm. When the two palms collided, 2 bursts of Saint Qi erupted from the center of the collision. A muffled groan rang out as Mo Xiaoshang was sent flying several dozen meters while Yang Kai's figure also swayed, revealing more flaws. Confronting a third-order origin returning realm master head-on, one of Heaven Battling Union's great elders, Yang Kai being able to accomplish this was shocking enough. At the very least, Mo Xiaoshang could not help showing a look of shock and disbelief. However, although his sneak attack failed to hurt Yang Kai, his goal had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai had completely exposed his flaws, it was more than enough for others to cause him harm. Everyone present was an origin returning realm master, so their eyesight was naturally top-notch, so none of them missed the opportunity created by Mo Xiaoshang, and immediately pushed their Saint Qi towards Yang Kai. Walala. The sandstorm completely collapsed and the purple shield appeared, but its radiance was dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Yang Kai's body was completely submerged in the countless attacks. Although the purple shield was an origin-grade high-rank artifact with extremely strong defensive properties, it could not withstand the attacks of so many masters. From the time Yang Kai summoned it until now, it had only taken 10 breaths of time for it to break. Fang Peng frowned and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the situation. He did not want Yang Kai to die like this. If that were to happen, High Heaven Sect would never compromise and there would be no way to force them to hand over the Origin King grade starship. However, Fang Peng's worries were obviously unnecessary. Even after suffering such an attack, Yang Kai's vitality had not been cut off, but his aura was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. If Yang Kai was still unscathed, Fang Peng would have to consider whether he should retreat immediately. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was exposed, and his disheveled appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, shocking them all. Just now Yang Kai had been so powerful and domineering, not putting anyone in his eyes at all, instantly killing 2 origin returning realm masters, but now it seemed he was only so. The masters present all showed joy, thinking that Yang Kai had run out of tricks. A soft sound reached everyone's ears as blood dripped from Yang Kai's body. However, this blood was a strange golden color, and was actually exuding an astonishing vitality. Chapter 1499. Standing in place, Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a blade, overflowing with a chilling light. Obviously, he was truly enraged. Little brat, it seems this is all you've got. Don't boast so shamelessly in the future. Young people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth need to suffer a bit before they can see the reality. I advise you to surrender quickly. Fong Peng laughed, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, but no one noticed. Although he spoke lightly, in fact, the shock he felt in his heart was unimaginable. What kind of freak is this little brat? A trivial first-order cultivator had actually been able to resist the bombardment of more than 20 origin-returning realm cultivators. Although he had only lasted 10 breaths of time, this was already nothing short of a miracle. Even Fong Peng didn't dare say he could accomplish this. Was this little brat's strength really on par with his? Moreover, Fong Peng had heard that when he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a third-order saint. But now, after only a dozen years, he had broken through to the origin-returning realm. This kind of growth rate was truly astonishing. There was no cultivator on Shadowed Star who could reach such a terrifying realm in such a short time like Yang Kai. Even more so, no one could possess such terrifying combat power in this realm. Fong Peng looked at Yang Kai as if he saw infinite possibilities and hope for him to break through to the Origin King realm. This boy couldn't be allowed to grow any further. His current cultivation wasn't very high, but he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow to the same realm as Fong Peng, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Today, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had offended him, so if he had the chance, he would definitely repay them 100 times, 1,000 times over. From the look in his eyes, Fong Peng could see that Yang Kai was not a person who would easily forget his hatred. This brat must die. Fong Peng's heart filled with murderous intent as he secretly decided to kill Yang Kai as soon as he completed the task assigned to him by Star Emperor Mountain. As long as he was alive, Fong Peng would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Capture him. Fong Peng shouted with a solemn face. A long night was fraught with problems, so he didn't want to delay any longer. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the origin-returning realm masters rushed towards Yang Kai while the other half remained in place to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 experts had already pounced to within 30 feet of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was originally standing at the same spot with an extremely resentful expression, as though he no longer had the strength to fight back, suddenly grinned. His smile was extremely strange, and immediately, a loud shout was transmitted into everyone's ears. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I'll send you to hell right now. As he spoke, a palm-sized wooden tablet suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This wooden tablet was engraved with some profound and exquisite patterns, and from within the wooden tablet, there was a mysterious fluctuation of energy. The light it emitted was dazzling. Not good. Someone cried out in alarm and hurriedly tried to withdraw. But it was already too late. The white light, with the wooden token as its center, spread out in all directions and in the next moment, enveloped the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters from Yang Kai. In a flash, these dozen or so origin-returning realm masters found themselves in a completely different world. White clouds floated in the sky while lush greenery filled the ground below. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with confusion, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, Fong Peng and the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters who had not moved were also filled with shock as they stared forward in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai and his dozen or so companions actually disappeared together. Without any warning, when the pure white light enveloped them, everyone disappeared into thin air. This was simply too bizarre. However, at the place where Yang Kai was originally standing, some strange energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. An old man in Thunder Typhoon Sect's robes, a third-order origin-returning realm master, frowned as he seemed to have noticed something and raised his hand to release an attack. But this attack flew less than 10 meters before it was blocked by a thin film that could not be seen with the naked eye. A spirit array. The old man's eyes bulged as he cried out in horror. How could there be a spirit array here? Fong Peng's face was also ugly to the extreme. He had been so close to forcing Yang Kai into a dead end and capturing him, But now such a sudden turn of events had occurred. Now Yongkai and his dozen or so companions were all trapped in the spirit array. And those outside the spirit array could not see them at all. What's more, with this spirit array blocking their path, even if they wanted to rush in and join them, they could not. However, how could there be a spirit array here? If there really was one, it should have been triggered long ago. It was impossible for it to suddenly activate at such a critical moment. Could it be that little brat Yongkai had noticed it before and decided to use it to his advantage and activate it at such a critical moment? But that was impossible. Sect Master, this spirit array shouldn't have existed here. The old man seemed to have studied spirit arrays a little and soon saw some clues. Didn't exist here? Fang Peng frowned and looked at him. Elder Zhou, what do you mean? If this spirit array didn't originally exist here, could it have been arranged by that little brat Yongkai? That should be the case. Elder Zhou gently nodded. Fang Peng coldly snorted. Although this old master doesn't know much about spirit arrays, I know that such a powerful spirit array cannot be easily arranged. Not to mention the need for auxiliary tools such as array doors and array plates. Just arranging it would take some time, so how could he have completed it in an instant? Sect Master, the problem may lie with that wooden tablet. Elder Zhou said thoughtfully. If this old master is not mistaken, that wooden tablet is most likely the legendary array plate. Array plate? Fang Peng's eyes narrowed, obviously having heard of array plates before, and he looked at Elder Zhou in amazement. Are you sure it's such a thing? Other than that, this old man can't find a suitable reason to explain how that kid was able to set up a formation in an instant. That wooden token is most likely a formation that has been sealed with the formation. Furthermore, it's the kind that's quite powerful. How could he have such a thing? Fang Peng's face paled. Can you break this spirit array? Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment before saying, if this old master is given 2 days, this old master should be able to break it. Just now this old master tried to probe it, and found that this spirit array is quite powerful. If this old master wants to break it alone, it will take him at least 2 days. 2 days? Fang Peng smiled bitterly. After such a long time it would be too late. Who cares what kind of spirit array it is, just break it. An angry shout suddenly rang out, causing Fang Peng's expression to shake. Turning his head, he found that the one who spoke was actually Chu Zheng. But at this moment, Union Master Chu's eyes were crimson red, and there were traces of blood in his pupils. His aura was extremely violent. Obviously, he was furious because of the pain of losing his son. Cough cough, Brother Chu, my condolences. Fang Peng put on a sorrowful expression and comforted him, but in fact, his heart was already blooming with joy. No matter what kind of trouble Yongkai had caused him, it was nothing compared to the pain Chu Zheng felt when he had to send off his own son. However, now that the two sides had joined forces, Fang Peng had to pretend, otherwise, Chu Zheng would very likely vent his anger on him. A trivial spirit array dares to stump you? Chu Zheng grit his teeth and shouted, his expression terrifying. Blast it with all your strength and drag that boy out for me. This old master will not live under the same sky as him for killing my son. This old master will tear him into 10,000 pieces. Brother Chu, please calm your anger. Fang Peng was startled and quickly said, please calm down. You dare stop me? Chu Zheng glared at Fang Peng. Anyone who dares stop me will be this Chu's enemy. And this Chu will not let this matter rest. Fang Peng frowned in displeasure and said, that boy really deserves to die. Not to mention Brother Chu. This old master will not tolerate him either. In that case, Brother Fang will work with this Chu to break this spirit array. The spirit array must be broken, and the boy must be captured. However, Brother Chu, before our mission is completed, that boy cannot die. Don't forget who gave us this mission. If you kill him because of your personal anger, causing the entire plan to collapse, I think Brother Chu should understand the consequences. Chu Zheng was startled when he heard this and finally sobered up. Glancing towards a certain person in the crowd, he revealed a look of dread and said, what Brother Fang said is true, this Chu was not considerate enough. Good. As long as you understand, Fang Peng sighed. Fang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not wait for Chu Zheng to kill Yongkai and implicate Heaven Battling Union, if such a thing really happened, his Thunder Typhoon sect would not be able to escape responsibility, so he had no choice but to dissuade Chu Zheng. Fortunately, Chu Zhang had not reached the point of being unreasonable and had listened to him, making Feng Peng feel both regretful and depressed. However, after this matter is settled, that boy must be handed over to this Chu. I want him to taste all the torture in this world. Chu Zhang grit his teeth and shouted, "That won't be a problem. After this matter is settled, whether that boy lives or dies will be up to Brother Chu." Feng Peng nodded and immediately shouted, "Don't just stand there. Quickly break this spirit array and drag that boy out." "Yes." The remaining dozen or so origin returning realm masters responded in unison, quickly summoning their artifacts and releasing their secret techniques to attack. Even Feng Tianzhong, who had been watching from 1,000 meters away, ran over and contributed his strength. While these people were frantically attacking the spirit array on the outside, inside the spirit array world created by the array plate, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters who had been dragged in by Yang Kai were all looking at each other in confusion. A moment ago they had been attacking Yang Kai, but the next moment they had suddenly arrived here, causing them to be at a loss. What's more, when they looked around they found that they were not in the same place. The distance between them was not close but not far either. "Brother Situ, what is this place?" Liang Yong, third elder of Heaven Battling Union, turned his head and asked someone not far away. This person was none other than Vice Sect Master Situ Hong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Previously, it was the two of them who had allowed Yang Kai to pass through. Allowing Yang Kai to meet up with Qian Tong and Feiji Tuesday, I don't know. But it seems that we have fallen into a spirit array. A spirit array. Liang Yong's face changed slightly. "What about Yang Kai? What do you think?" Situ Hong asked instead of answering. Liang Yong's heart clenched and sank to the bottom. Chapter 1500. It was no wonder that Liang Yong was panicking. Yang Kai had just faced the bombardment of so many people by himself and still managed to stand firm. Now that he had activated the spirit array, wouldn't he be even more difficult to deal with? Moreover, under the investigation of his divine sense, Liang Yong was unable to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. In this strange place it was as if there were only a dozen or so of them, no one else. He didn't believe that this spirit array was just to trap them, so Yang Kai must have done something to it. "Everyone, come here, don't scatter," Liang Yong suddenly shouted. Right now, he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, but no matter what, he and his dozen or so people had to help one another in order to hold on until Union Master and the others broke through the spirit array. Otherwise, if Yang Kai attacked them one by one, it was very likely they would all be wiped out. Yang Kai's fierce methods had left a deep impression on Liang Yong. Hearing Liang Yong's shout, everyone came back to their senses and quickly approached him. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The white clouds that had been floating in the sky suddenly began to descend at lightning speed. These white clouds looked like giant pieces of cotton candy, pure white and flawless. Although everyone didn't know what was so strange about these white clouds, none of them dared to let them approach so easily, all of them using their movement skills to dodge or summon their artifacts to attack. However, these white clouds seemed to be invisible, and even if they were attacked, they would only scatter slightly before quickly condensing back together. "What the hell is this?" A middle-aged man showed an impatient look as he poured his Saint Chi into a long dagger-like artifact in his hand and swung it down fiercely, trying to split the white clouds in front of him. This middle-aged man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and possessed extraordinary strength. The long dagger axe in his hand was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he had accidentally found in a cave while out adventuring. This dagger axe was regarded as a precious treasure by this middle-aged man, and had helped him kill many powerful enemies. The long dagger axe released a shocking burst of light and smoothly split the white clouds in front of him in half. The middle-aged man sneered and his figure flickered as he tried to pass through the split white clouds. Just as his figure was about to pass through the white cloud, the two halves of the cloud quickly gathered together, wrapping the middle-aged man in it. A cry of alarm rang out from within. Immediately after, the white cloud that was about 200 feet in size actually wriggled and transformed into the appearance of a majestic lion. The lion was over 78 zhang tall, and its entire body was yellowish-brown in color. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Shocking energy fluctuations were emitted from its body. The lion's abdomen could be seen with the naked eye constantly rising and falling, as if something was struggling inside, wanting to break out of its stomach. It was obviously the middle-aged man who had been wrapped in the white clouds. However, there was nothing he could do. The lion's abdomen expanded and contracted, emitting a shocking force. Soon, a series of cracking sounds came from there, as if someone's bones were being crushed into fine powder. The movement in the lion's abdomen also stopped abruptly, and a breath of life was quickly extinguished. Great desert lion? Liang Yong's face was filled with shock as he cried out in surprise. He recognized what kind of monster beast this lion was at a glance, but at this moment it was somewhat different from a real monster beast. It did not emit any demonic qi and only maintained its desert wild lion form, but the energy fluctuations emanating from its body were not inferior to an adult desert wild lion's. A desert wild lion was a peak 9th order monster beast. In a one-on-one fight, it could suppress a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and would not be at a disadvantage against an ordinary third-order origin realm master. As soon as Liang Yong's voice fell, the white clouds in all directions wriggled, and in the next moment, huge monster beasts of different shapes and sizes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Giant rhinoceros, deep-sea inky flood dragon, profound sky dark tiger, howling moon wolf, ironback giant centipede, golden thread poisonous toad. There was a variety of them, each of them ferocious in appearance. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, the weakest among them was at least 8th order, and there was no lack of 9th order existences. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, they all looked somewhat different from a real monster beast. Not only were they massive in size, but they also exuded astonishing power. As soon as these monster beasts took shape, they each searched for the nearest target and madly attacked the dozen or so origin returning realm masters. There were so many monster beasts that all of a sudden, everyone was separated, either fighting alone or in groups of 3 or 5. The dozen or so origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were instantly overwhelmed, and panicked cries rang out one after another. Although their cultivations were not low and their strength was not weak, trapped in this spirit array and besieged by so many monster beasts, they could not help but feel apprehensive. What made them even more desperate, though, was that these monster beasts seemed to have undying bodies. Even if they were scattered, they would quickly reassemble, making them incredibly annoying. Casualties began to appear less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the battle began. It was unknown whether it was a cultivator from Thunder Typhoon Sect or Heaven Battling Union, but the cultivator was caught off guard and was struck by a giant horned lizard, the huge impact sending him flying into the air. Before he could land, though, a dark green dragon several dozen meters long flew over from the side, opened its mouth wide, bared its fangs, and bit down on the cultivator's body. The Saint Chi barrier around the cultivator's body flashed wildly, but it was still unable to resist the bite of this deep-sea dark dragon. Ka. With a soft crack, the cultivator's Saint Chi barrier broke and his body was directly bitten in half, his blood spraying everywhere as he died a miserable death. The screams this cultivator let out before he died were heart-wrenching and sent a chill down everyone's spines. They were barely able to survive, but now that their minds were affected, their situation became even more unbearable. Yang Kai, come out and fight this old master Hedon. Why are you hiding in the dark? Liang Yong shouted angrily. Yang Kai's hearty laughter immediately rang out. Elder Liang, there's no need to provoke me. I will come out when it's time. But as for you people, you'll have to experience the power of this spectral cloud array. Then rest in peace. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be right in front of him, but also seemed to be far away. Liang Yong was unable to pinpoint Yang Kai's location, causing his face to go ashen and despair to the extreme. However, from Yang Kai's words, Liang Yong finally understood what kind of spirit array this was. Spectral cloud array. Liang Yong was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but he didn't understand the mysteries of this spirit array. But someone exclaimed, "Spectral cloud array. It's actually the spectral cloud array." Impossible, this spirit array has been lost for a long time. It's impossible for anyone to arrange it. Oh, this friend seems to have some understanding of this spirit array. It seems you have dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays. And with the current level of cultivation on Shadowed Star, no one can arrange the spectral cloud array, but this one was not arranged by any current cultivator. Could it be? The man's complexion changed drastically as he quickly understood. No one could arrange it now, but that didn't mean no one could in ancient times. The difficulty of arranging this spectral cloud array lay in the white clouds, which were real white clouds. A powerful cultivator could refine the clouds in the sky with the grand divine technique, and then seal the soul of a powerful monster beast into them to form a component of this spectral cloud array. Today, the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. So who had the ability to refine the clouds in the sky? Only an origin king could do so. After being refined, the clouds would merge with the soul of a monster beast and transform into a powerful cloud beast that could display the strength of the monster beast when it was alive. Because they were transformed from clouds, they were extremely difficult to deal with and had almost immortal bodies. Once they were scattered, they could quickly reform themselves. The array plate for this spectral cloud array was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered the Emperor Garden. After cultivating and refining it for so long, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he entered the Emperor Garden to hunt a variant of the seven-colored elk. That variant of the seven-colored elk was simply too fast, and without the restriction of this spirit array, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to it. Apart from that, he had never used this array plate again. However, this time being besieged by so many people was a good opportunity to display the power of this array plate. At that time, Fei Jitu and the others fell into the spectral cloud array, and were only barely able to protect themselves, showing just how powerful this spirit array was. Moreover, at that time no one was controlling the spectral cloud array, so it could only display 20 to 30% of its full power. Now that this spirit array was being controlled by Yang Kai, he didn't dare say it could display its full power, but at least 70 to 80%. With his powerful soul consciousness, it wasn't difficult for him to control those powerful cloud beasts. If he was strong enough, he could control more cloud beasts, which would make it easier for him to kill those people. Hiding in the dark, Yang Kai controlled the cloud beasts to attack the enemy with his divine sense, not showing the slightest mercy. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of causing trouble, but he had been forced into a corner. Since these people wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't be able to live comfortably. A dozen or so origin returning realm masters was a decent lineup, but after being separated by the cloud beasts, they were unable to help each other, and could only defend themselves. Naturally, they were no match for the cloud beasts. As long as there was enough time, the cloud beasts would be able to kill them all. However, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. As the owner of the spectral cloud array token, he could naturally perceive that the people outside were fiercely attacking this place at this moment, and their attacks were extremely powerful. It wouldn't be long before the spirit array was broken. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai waved his hand and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out again, spreading its wings and releasing a monstrous wave of heat. Go! Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the Firebird immediately flew out, waiting for an opportunity to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wasn't finished though. Waving his hand again, a long green sword appeared in his hand. This long sword had no edge and looked extremely strange. There was a longan-sized green bead on its hilt and a small snake-like thing swimming inside the sword. Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into the Dragon Bone Sword, causing it to exude a shocking majesty. In the next moment, a giant dark green dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai, and let out a loud dragon roar. Without needing Yang Kai to carefully control it, this dragon flew towards the nearest enemy. Chapter 1501. The addition of the Firebird artifact spirit and the giant dark green dragon made the cultivator from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect even worse. When Yang Kai first obtained the Firebird, it was not very strong, but over the years it had refined 3 wisps of Sun's True Fire and 2 wisps of Heaven's Scorching Thunder Fire. Each time it refined these 2 wisps, it had grown tremendously. The current Firebird could easily fight a third-order origin returning realm cultivator alone. What was even rarer was that it had its own sentience and knew how to wait for an opportunity to meet its enemy, so there was no need for Yang Kai to control it. Although the giant dark green dragon transformed from the Dragon Bone Sword was inferior to the Firebird artifact spirit in terms of sentience, it was still refined from the bones of an ancient creature, so its invisible dragon pressure alone was enough to put pressure on its enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's ability to control it, it was almost invincible. Moreover, it was an artifact that could grow. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was due to the divine technique of the ancient creature that refined it, but in any case, the cultivator who died at its hands would have their blood essence swallowed by it, further increasing its power. Fireballs and raging flames were spat out from the firebird's mouth as it flapped its wings, sending out countless flaming blades in all directions. At the same time, the giant dark green dragon opened its mouth wide and released a thick poisonous mist. This was the poison of a green dragon, something even Origin returning realm masters would not dare to take lightly. Screams rang out one after another as one enemy died under the attacks of the firebird and the dragon bone sword, as easily as cutting through straw. Sect Master Yang, can you come out and talk with this old master? Liang Yang's expression changed as sweat dripped from his face like rain. He desperately urged his artifacts to form a protective barrier, desperately holding on under the siege of the 3 Ninth Order cloud beasts. Seeing his companions die one after another in front of him, he finally panicked and realized that he was doomed this time. If it was just Yang Kai with their lineup this time, they might have been able to easily defeat him. However, with so many powerful helpers, this idea was no longer realistic. He didn't want to die here. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? Yang Kai's sneer came from the void. Liang Yong tried to find him but was unable to do so. Seeing the Firebird artifact spirit fly straight towards him after killing one of its companions, Liang Yong was shocked and quickly shouted, "Do you think my Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect want to deal with you this time? If you really think so, then you are very wrong." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Liang Yong, you dare leak our secrets? Be careful you don't die a good death." On the other side, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Si Tu Hong quickly shouted. As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen golden threads appeared out of thin air. These golden blood threads intertwined with each other and soon condensed into the shape of a spear. With a slight tremble, this spear quickly shot towards Si Tu Hong. Si Tu Hong was already struggling to fend off the attacks of the cloud beasts, so how could he have the energy to defend against this golden spear? With a strange cry, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around himself, hoping to block this blow. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the lethality of his golden blood threads. Golden blood threads were already extremely sharp, and after Yang Kai had comprehended many transformations, their sharpness had only increased. The golden spear quickly arrived in front of Si Tu Hong and easily pierced through his protective barrier, creating a large hole in his body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Si Tu Hong twisted his body and avoided being hit in a vital position. So although this blow was powerful, it wasn't enough to take his life. However, this was as far as he could go. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him all this time rushed forward and drowned him in an instant. A shrill scream rang out, causing the few people who were still struggling to breathe to sweat profusely. After only 3 breaths of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master's voice came to an abrupt end and his life aura was completely extinguished. "You can speak now." Yang Kai's voice called out from somewhere. Liang Yong turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had appeared and was standing not far away, staring at him with a cold expression. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him also seemed to have received some kind of order and no longer put pressure on him, instead retreating to the side and glaring at him menacingly. 2 more screams rang out as the last 2 remaining companions also fell at this time. Liang Yong looked around and saw that in this strange world, only he and Yang Kai were still alive. Every one of his companions who had died looked extremely miserable. Not only had they lost their physical bodies, it was as if their blood essence had been swallowed up by something, and not even the slightest trace of their spiritual energy had escaped. In the truest sense, their souls had been completely extinguished. One had to know that a cultivator who had reached the origin returning realm would release a powerful divine sense from their knowledge sea and dissipate into the world after their death. This kind of leakage was very fast and could be easily detected, but at this moment Liang Yong couldn't detect anything. He didn't know what was going on. However, the strange scene in front of him obviously made his blood run cold. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Liang Yong felt a sense of dread that he hadn't felt in nearly 100 years. "Are you going to speak or not?" Yang Kai pressed, his expression becoming impatient. With things as they are, this old master naturally has nothing to hide. If Sect Master Yang wants to know, this old master will tell you everything he knows. Liang Yong took a deep breath, his expression remaining calm, but in fact, only he knew the torment he was feeling in his heart. Then tell me, what did you mean just now? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Liang Yong smiled bitterly. If this old master speaks, can sect master Yang spare this old master's life? What do you think? Yang Kai grinned. Liang Yong shook his head. Whether I live or die is entirely up to sect master Yang. Since sect master Yang wants to know some secrets this old master can tell you, but if there is no benefit to it, who would do such a thing? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across them as he pondered for a moment before nodding. Good. If the information you tell me is valuable enough, I can spare your dog life. You're just following orders, there is no grudge between you and me, but if you're just stalling for time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Rest assured, this old master is certain that sect master Yang will be very interested in this information. But can this old master trust sect master Yang? You have no choice. Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward. The cloud beasts that had been gathered around Liang Yong also let out roars from their throats, seemingly eager to fight, as if they were only waiting for Yang Kai's order to tear their enemy to pieces. Liang Yong's face changed as he quickly raised his hand and said, Good, people under the eaves have no choice but to bow their heads. This old master will speak. Seems you know what's good for you. Yang Kai sneered. This time, Liang Yong frowned, seemingly choosing his words carefully. This time, our Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were just following orders. Following orders? Yang Kai was surprised. Whose orders? This? Liang Yong hesitated, a hint of dread flashing across his face. Even if this old master doesn't say it, with sect master Yang's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess, right? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously for a moment before quickly understanding. You mean Star Emperor Mountain? He was no longer a Saint Realm cultivator who had just arrived on Shadowed Star, and knew nothing about this cultivation star. After staying here for so many years, Yang Kai naturally knew the names of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. For these two great forces to join forces to deal with him, there was no one else but Star Emperor Mountain. This old master didn't say anything. This is just sect master Yang's own guess. Liang Yong quickly denied any involvement, but from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai already knew that what he said was true. It was just that he didn't have any relationship with Star Emperor Mountain, right? Or is it because of the starship? Yang Kai asked coldly. That's one of the reasons. The second reason is because of a certain person. Liang Yong was also a high-level member of the two great forces, so he naturally had some understanding of this operation. Elder Yi. Yang Kai immediately thought of Yi Shiyun. She was the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, but for some unknown reason, she had left Star Emperor Mountain. Now it seemed that there was some grievance between Yi Shiyun and Star Emperor Mountain. Yes, she had been poisoned last time, so for her to be poisoned, the strength of the enemy must be extraordinary. Was this also the work of that side? Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Liang Yong stood in place and waited for a long time before tentatively asking, Sect Master Yang, this old master has said all that needs to be said. I wonder if you are satisfied? You didn't miss anything? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. You need to understand that even if there are more than a dozen people outside, they may not be able to stop me. If I find out that you have not reported anything to me, I wonder if Elder Liang has any children to show his filial piety? Liang Yong's expression changed as a look of struggle flashed across his eyes, grit his teeth and said, Sect Master Yang, be careful of that old man in brown robes with white hair. Oh. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded after a long time. Good, I understand. Elder Liang is considerate. Liang Yong couldn't help gasping for breath. This feeling of his life hanging by a thread was truly terrible. Sect Master Yang, this old master has nothing else to say, please? Rest assured, I'll keep my word. Yang Kai nodded lightly. As he said just now, there was no grudge between him and Liang Yong, so it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Releasing his divine sense, the surrounding cloud beasts once again transformed into white clouds and flew up into the sky. The strange array world began to distort and blur, and soon it began to shatter. By the time Liang Yong regained his senses, he discovered that he had already reappeared outside the palace. The remaining dozen or so companions around him were all looking at him in astonishment. However, in the next moment their eyes filled with shock. The ground was littered with skeletons, without the slightest trace of flesh or blood, as if these skeletons had been exposed to the elements for countless years, leaving behind only pale white bones. This was the result of having their flesh and blood devoured by the dragon bone sword. Surrounded by these skeletons, Yang Kai was completely unscathed, a sarcastic smile on his face. Besides him, only Liang Yong was still alive. The rest of them had all fallen with no survivors. Chapter 1502. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. How long had it been? From the time Yang Kai took out the array plate until now, it had only been an incense stick worth of time, yet more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters had died at Yang Kai's hands. What exactly happened inside that spirit array? No one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Good, very good, very good. Chu Zheng stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes. He had always remembered the grudge of his son's death in his heart, so seeing Yang Kai at this moment, he was naturally unwilling to give up. You really did not disappoint this old master. Your life, this old master will take it himself. As soon as these words fell, Chu Zheng transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards Yang Kai like a tiger descending a mountain. Union Master, you can't! Cries of alarm rang out from all directions. Half of the people here had already died at Yang Kai's hands, so it was obvious that his strength was not trivial. Chu Zheng was now so angry that he no longer cared about the consequences. No matter who was stronger between him and Yang Kai, rushing forward like this would only result in him suffering. If he couldn't win, he would definitely be injured. If he killed Yang Kai, Star Emperor Mountain would definitely pursue the matter. As such, the moment Chu Zheng took action, many people tried to stop him. However, it was of no use. Chu Zheng only wanted to kill Yang Kai and avenge Chu Changfeng. So how could he listen to anyone else's dissuasion? Halfway through his attack, Chu Zheng crossed his palms and condensed a majestic Saint Chi towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, not showing any fear as he pushed out his palm. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and completely covered the space in front of Chu Zheng, even temporarily obscuring the light in front of him. Heaven-covering hand. Chu Zheng's face became solemn. Although he was extremely angry, as a third-order origin returning realm master, he had experienced countless battles throughout his life and had accumulated a wealth of combat experience. So he immediately realized how powerful this palm print was. Showing no intention of dodging, Chu Zheng simply pushed his Saint Chi even harder. The energy of the two collided in the middle, causing a thunderous rumble to ring out as the raging energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Chu Zheng was sent flying while Yang Kai was forced back a dozen steps. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng's expression suddenly changed. Being able to withstand Chu Zheng's attack to this extent meant that Yang Kai's strength was in no way inferior to his opponent's. In other words, he was on par with him. This kid was indeed a freak. Brother Chu, calm down. Fang Peng shouted. Dead people can't be brought back to life. It's useless to be angry now. If you want your enemy to suffer, killing him is not the only way. Hearing this, the crimson light in Chu Zheng's eyes dissipated slightly as he seemed to regain his composure. Glaring at Yang Kai coldly, he took a deep breath, nodded and quickly said, "What Brother Fang said is right, this Chu was too reckless." He finally understood that this time's mission was not as simple as killing Kai Yang, but rather capturing him alive. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at a gray-haired old man in a brown robe in the crowd. This person should be the old man Liang Yong had warned him about before. At first glance, this person was inconspicuous, standing casually in the crowd, but when Yang Kai carefully examined him, he found that this old man was not simple. There was an aura coming from this old man that made Yang Kai somewhat wary. Yang Kai didn't dare to observe him too carefully, lest he inadvertently alert the enemy. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of ability this old man possessed that made him so wary. However, if his guess was correct, this old man should be from Star Emperor Mountain. This time, the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces to deal with him was because they had received orders from Star Emperor Mountain. As the one who gave the order, Star Emperor Mountain would naturally send people to follow them. This old man's concealment was perfect, and if not for Liang Yong's reminder, Yang Kai would not have noticed him. Chu Zheng and Fang Ping's limelight had completely overshadowed this old man. Sect Master Yang is truly a young hero. This old master admires you greatly. Fang Peng cupped his fists from afar, a trace of regret and anger flashing across the depths of his eyes. Of the people Yang Kai had just dragged into the spirit array and killed, half of them belonged to his Thunder Typhoon sect, many of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Seeing them die for no reason, Fang Peng was naturally distressed. After this battle, although it wouldn't cause any serious damage, Thunder Typhoon sect's strength would definitely be damaged. Moreover, if news of what had happened here were to spread, Thunder Typhoon sect's prestige would plummet. Does Sect Master Fang think the rest of you can capture me? Yang Kai smiled and looked at him faintly. Haha, this Fang thought this plan was foolproof before, but after seeing Sect Master Yang's methods, this Fang no longer dares to think so. Fang Peng slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. Since Sect Master Fang can say so, naturally that's for the best. Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, although this Fang has no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang, you've killed so many people. I can't just let you walk away like this. And Sect Master Yang, please don't be impatient and meet these two friends first. Two friends? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Bring them up. Fang Peng clapped his hands and looked at Yang Kai with a smug expression. Following his order, two streaks of light suddenly appeared not far away and quickly flew over. After the streaks of light dissipated and the figures inside were revealed, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. The two figures in the streaks of light were actually Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, who had come in with him. The two of them had obviously experienced a difficult battle and were covered in blood, looking quite distressed. At this moment, both of them looked very dispirited. Qian Tong's left arm was twisted and obviously broken, while Fei Ji Tu's chest and abdomen had several small holes that seemed to have been inflicted by some kind of sword-like weapon, and were currently bleeding profusely. Being escorted here, both of them could only smile helplessly at Yang Kai. They hadn't expected to be schemed against here, and for the sake of dealing with Yang Kai at that. Whether it was Qian Tong or Fei Ji Tu, both of them had underestimated the courage of Chu Zheng and Fang Peng. Logically speaking, the status of these two wasn't low, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect wouldn't easily offend them. But this time, with Star Emperor Mountain's envoy present, how could Chu Zheng and Fang Peng have any scruples about Shadow Moon Hall? We were ambushed. Qian Tong pursed his lips and said dryly. Although they had been ambushed, the winner was king while the loser was in the wrong, so his expression was quite ugly at the moment. If not for this, with his and Fei Ji Tu's strength, how could they have been captured alive? Even if they couldn't win, could they not escape? They were both third-order origin returning realm masters, but it was precisely because they had been caught off guard that they fell into a disadvantageous position, making it impossible for them to escape. What's more, in order to deal with these two, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had dispatched 5 or 6 people, so the result was obvious. I can see that. Yang Kai gently nodded. Are you two all right? Fortunately, we won't die for the time being, but someone placed a seal on us so we can't circulate our Saint Chi. Fei Ji Tu grinned, seemingly in good condition. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath before turning his head and squinting at Fang Peng, whispering, Sect Master Fang, what is the meaning of this? It's nothing. Fang Peng chuckled, his expression amiable. I just heard that Sect Master Yang is proficient in some special power, so I took precautions, but I didn't expect it would really come in handy. Sect Master Yang seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian and City Lord Fei, right? I wonder if he would surrender for their sake? You want me to surrender? Yang Kai sneered. Is Sect Master Fang still dreaming? If this matter were to spread out, what would the world think of your Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union? Fang Peng shook his head gently. It doesn't matter what the world thinks. The key is Sect Master Yang's choice. Sect Master Yang, you have killed many of our people, so how about we stop here today? As long as you don't resist, this old master will definitely not hurt Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Everyone here is a respected figure on Shadowed Star, so this old master doesn't want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, otherwise, it will be difficult to meet again in the future, isn't that right? He tried to persuade Yang Kai to give up something unimportant. And if I say no? Haha. Fong Peng laughed, pondering for a moment before saying, "It seems Sect Master Yang still hasn't figured out the seriousness of this matter. If he doesn't understand, then this old master will make him understand." Chu Zheng suddenly spoke from the side. Saying so, his figure flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Fei Ji Tuesday. Under Fei Ji Tu's stunned gaze, Chu Zheng reached out and summoned a short spear-like artifact into his palm. Without hesitation, Chu Zheng stabbed this short spear-like artifact into Fei Ji Tu's chest. With a poochie sound, blood splashed out. Fei Ji Tu's body was pierced through, the short spear coming out of his chest and abdomen, the spear stained red with blood. Old Fei. Qian Tong was shocked, never having expected Chu Zheng to be so decisive and ruthless. Cough cough. Fei Ji Tu coughed violently and spat out a blood mist towards Chu Zheng, but the latter didn't even try to dodge, allowing this blood mist to stain his body, his already ferocious face becoming even more hysterical. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the blow just now had not directly taken Fei Ji Tu's life, it had still brushed past his heart. If it had been even the slightest bit off, Fei Ji Tu would have died immediately. Such a serious piercing wound was not easy to heal, even for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Haha, Union Master Chu has just experienced the pain of losing his son, so this old master had to persuade him for a while to calm down. Sect Master Yang, I think it's best if you don't provoke him at this time, Fong Peng said calmly. Fong Peng leisurely reminded him, actually, you don't want Elder Qian and City Lord Fei to die here because of you, right? Whether they live or die is up to you. Yang Kai, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over carefully. If you can't satisfy this Union Master, I'll kill them immediately. Chu Zheng roared. Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu looked resentful. Being used as a bargaining chip to threaten Yang Kai made them feel uncomfortable, but unfortunately, with the seal on their bodies, they couldn't circulate their Saint Qi and couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Good, I'll go with you, but release Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai immediately agreed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, Qian Tong looked at him bitterly and guiltily. You didn't have to do this. Chapter 1503. Qian Tong said with a look of self-blame. He had been careless and had fallen into the enemy's hands, but now he had even implicated Yang Kai. Haha, Elder Qian's words are too polite. Junior came to Shadowed Star more than a decade ago and received much care from you. Now that Elder Qian is in trouble, this junior will not stand idly by. What's more, this matter was originally caused by me, so how could I not intervene? Yang Kai grinned brilliantly. Good, good, good. Fong Peng clapped his hands and laughed. Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental man, knowing how to repay kindness. This old master is ashamed of his inferiority. Enough nonsense, you've been planning this for a long time and even mobilizing such a large force for this sect master's sake. Release them and this sect master will follow you wherever you go. Yang Kai stared at Fong Peng solemnly. Haha. This old master is grateful for Sect Master Yang's cooperation. Naturally, this old master will release them, but in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I would like to ask Sect Master Yang to allow this old master to place some seals on you to prevent any accidents from happening. This will be beneficial to both you and me. What does Sect Master Yang think? Fong Peng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a trace of vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai had agreed too readily. This made Fong Peng faintly feel that something was wrong. He had ordered people to launch a sneak attack on Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, and capture them as a precaution so that Yang Kai wouldn't act rashly. Fong Peng hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually allow himself to be captured for Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This little brat is actually so noble and righteous. Fong Peng was somewhat suspicious. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. Protecting himself was the most important thing. What did the lives of others matter? So, as long as Yang Kai was not placed under a seal, Fong Peng could not relax. No problem. Yang Kai was still as straightforward as before. Sect Master Fong, just give it your all. Fong Peng frowned and signaled to 2 third-order origin returning realm masters, one from the left and one from the right, immediately approaching Yang Kai. The 2 of them were obviously vigilant in case Yang Kai suddenly changed his mind, But even after they arrived within a meter of Yang Kai still didn't move and instead just stared back at them sarcastically. This made the two of them blush, and they secretly blamed themselves for being too careful. It was really embarrassing for the two of them to be so scared in the face of a fish on the chopping block. There was no need for Fang Peng to say anything else. The two of them formed a seal with their hands, and after a series of movements, they both slapped Yang Kai's body. A sealing power rippled out, and Yang Kai's aura suddenly weakened. Everyone involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how heaven-defying Yang Kai was, once his Saint Chi was sealed, he wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Fang Peng was overjoyed. Although they had lost a lot of manpower in this operation, it had finally come to a successful end. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A scorching hot force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's position, and in the next moment, a mass of dark demonic flames wrapped around Yang Kai's body, making him look like a burning black fireball. Yang Kai's aura, which had already been extinguished, suddenly rose to its peak. Impossible! The two masters who had placed the seal on Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock, their eyes bulging. They had clearly not held back when they attacked, and even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to break through the seal on their body in a short time. Just how powerful was the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body? The seal they placed on him had no effect at all. The two of them were horrified and quickly retreated, lest Yang Kai kill them. However, Yang Kai did not show any intention of attacking them. Instead, his figure flickered slightly, as if he was about to leave. You're not the only one proficient in the Tao of space. This old master expected you to act like this. Stay here for this old master. An angry roar rang out as the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng strangely appeared beside Yang Kai. A strange power fluctuation pulsing from his body and enveloping Yang Kai. Space Force. While everyone was relaxed, Mo Xiaosheng was still paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, which was why he was able to react so quickly. He was fully confident he could stop Yang Kai. Although he also knew that Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, his attainments in this field had been steeped in silver for countless years, so he was confident he would not lose to a little brat. His pride could not be violated. He wanted to prove to everyone who was the #1 master in this territory. Space Force surged out and swept up the space around Yang Kai, forming invisible shackles that bound Yang Kai's body, and his almost disappearing figure solidified once more. Mo Xiaosheng smiled proudly, but in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face and a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. Trying to show off in front of an expert. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure disappearing as soon as his voice fell. How could this be? Mo Xiaosheng stood in place blankly. He didn't even know how Yang Kai had broken through his blockade of space and left. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to almost lose the ability to think. Could this little brat's comprehension of the Tao of space be even better than his own? A terrifying fluctuation of power spread out as a short black arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly before shooting towards Chu Zhang like a bolt of lightning. No one dared to underestimate the terrifying power contained in this small arrow. What's more, the second-order origin returning realm middle-aged woman from Heaven Battling Union had died tragically under this attack, unable to fight back at all. Chu Zhang was well aware of the power of this short arrow. In his haste, Chu Zhang didn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly used his movement skill to avoid it. Xiao. The short black arrow brushed past his body and flew out while another origin returning realm master not far away was caught in the crossfire, and was instantly pierced in the chest by this short arrow, dying instantly. Where is he? Fang Peng shouted angrily as he released his divine sense without reservation. Soon he discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. At some point he had rushed over to Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The short arrow just now was just to force Chu Zhang to leave. Yang Kai's ultimate goal was to save Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This is bad. Fang Peng's face sank as he shouted, "Stop him! Those who stand in my way will die." Yang Kai roared as he raised his hands and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the two enemies who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. When the two men saw Yang Kai's momentum soar like a tiger down a mountain, they couldn't help feeling terrified and wanted to avoid him, but with Fang Peng's order, They had no choice but to summon their artifacts. A golden light blossomed, but before the two of them had time to react, they suddenly discovered that Yang Kai's left eye was covered in a golden halo that contained a majestic golden pupil. Inside this golden light, there was also a faint five-colored glow. This golden light and five-colored glow seemed to contain a mysterious power that made the two of them feel as if their souls were being pulled into an endless abyss, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move or speak. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and after being refined by Yang Kai infused with the colored glass bead Dai Yuan had given him, the current demon eye of annihilation combined with the colored glass divine light was even more powerful than before. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of deterring one's soul, while the colored glass divine light had the power to bind one's soul. Although for the two of them this kind of deterring and binding could only be broken for a short time, it was more than enough. The black space blades passed through the two of them with precision and silently. Crescent-shaped holes appeared on their bodies. Their flesh, blood, bones, 5 viscera, and 6 organs were all banished to the void. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yang Kai used the feather spirit arrow to force Chu Zheng to retreat, to the moment he used his space blades to kill the two people who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai had arrived in front of Qian Tong and Fei Ji, grabbed each of them with one hand, and pushed his space force again, intending to leave this place. But at that moment an angry shout rang out. Wishful thinking. From the crowd, an old man with gray hair wearing a brown robe stepped out, Saint Chi surging from his body as a longan-sized bead suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this bead appeared, everyone's expression changed. Because from this bead, an aura that made everyone tremble uneasily was exuded. Regardless of how strong or weak this aura was, it gave everyone a sense of familiarity. Emperor pressure. Feng Peng's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This was indeed Emperor pressure, exactly the same as the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, but it was not as powerful as the one in the Emperor Garden. This pressure made one feel a sense of inferiority, as if it alone could crush them to dust. The gray-haired old man Saint Chi surged as he poured it into the bead in his hand in a very short time. With a shout, the old man sent the bead flying towards Yang Kai. In midair the bead split into 2 into 4 into 8. The sky was filled with beads covering almost all the space around Yang Kai, but this was not the end. Each of these beads was extremely real and did not look illusory at all, each of them flickering with lightning arcs. With a loud crackling sound, these lightning arcs flew out like thin threads and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. He felt the call of death from these lightning arcs, as if he did not handle them properly, he would immediately die. His heart pounding, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, summoning his purple shield and transforming it into a sandstorm to protect his surroundings. The Firebird artifact spirit flew out from his body and transformed into a fiery red light curtain that wrapped around him and Qian Tong's Fei Ji Tuesday. All of Yang Kai's golden blood threads also flew out, nearly 100 of them intertwining and weaving into an airtight barrier in front of Yang Kai. Even after arranging 3 strong layers of protection, Yang Kai still felt uneasy. However, there was no time for him to react as the countless lightning arcs had already arrived in front of him. Chapter 1504. Kacha. The sandstorm protecting the outermost perimeter collapsed upon contact and the purple shield reappeared, its radiance dim and its spirituality greatly diminished. On the other hand, the lightning arcs remained unabated and once again struck the great barrier woven by the golden blood threads. The golden light was dazzling and the lightning arcs danced in the air. The golden blood threads also dimmed and Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The golden blood threads were an existence that existed between a secret technique and an artifact. They were connected to the cultivator's soul. So if the golden blood threads were damaged, Yang Kai would also suffer. This was the only drawback of the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss at this moment. Fortunately, the golden blood thread was extremely powerful, and through the great barrier it weaved, the lightning arcs that had been sweeping through everything in their path were greatly reduced, and the power of the remaining lightning arcs was greatly reduced. Immediately after, they hit the barrier formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Crisp bird cries rang out as flames soared into the sky, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding space to distort. The monstrous flames and the lightning arcs formed a difficult tug-of-war outside Yang Kai's body, one retreating while the other advanced, the other striking back and forth, creating an extremely anxious scene. However, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. As the owner of the artifact spirit, he could naturally feel the pressure it was under. It couldn't stop it. If it continued to act willfully and allowed the Firebird artifact spirit to continue, it was very likely that its soul would be destroyed and it would disappear from this world. What kind of artifact was that bead? It possessed such great power, and why was there still Emperor pressure radiating from it? In just a short time, the barrier formed by the artifact spirit was on the verge of being broken and the monstrous flames seemed to have been splashed with cold water, gradually being extinguished while its cries were obviously not as loud as before. Yang Kai grit his teeth and took back the Firebird artifact spirit. He didn't want the artifact spirit to fall here. A red light shot into Yang Kai's body, and without the protection of the Firebird, Yang Kai's body was immediately exposed to the countless lightning arcs. The lightning arcs were like the sharpest blades as they shot towards him. Yang Kai's face went pale. At this point, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself. Yang Kai, this old man will help you. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly came from the side. He grinned and used some kind of secret technique. The power that was originally sealed actually returned, and then he took out the blue jade bowl. A faint blue light gushed out from the alms bowl like moonlight pouring down in torrents. It turned into a mass of dense and solid existence, blocking the front. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the throbbing lightning arcs shot into the blue light. The blue light quickly dimmed. In less than 3 breaths of time, Fei Jitu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was extremely weak. The blue jade bowl that he relied on the most also emitted a clear sound as numerous tiny cracks appeared on it. Immediately, it collapsed and scattered all over the ground. This powerful origin-grade high-rank artifact was destroyed by the lightning arcs in a single confrontation. This made things worse for Fei Jitu. Old Fei. Qiantong's face changed drastically as he turned to look at him nervously. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head, not even having the strength to speak. He had already suffered heavy injuries when he was captured, and then his body was pierced through by Chu Zhang's short spear. Now that the artifact that was connected to his soul had been destroyed, it could be said that he was like an oil lamp without oil. However, his efforts had not been in vain. After being blocked by the blue jade bowl, the lightning arcs were much weaker than before. Although they were still powerful, Yang Kai no longer felt any fatal threat. Xiao xiao xiao. The leaping lightning arcs pierced into Yang Kai's body like steel needles, causing countless tiny holes to appear on his body and blood to flow freely. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his Saint Chi, enveloping Qiantong and Fei Jitu as he stared down with a gloomy expression. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly as they asked themselves if they would have been able to survive such a violent attack, but Yang Kai had done it. Although Fei Jitu had desperately tried to assist him, after taking the remaining attacks head-on, his aura had not weakened at all and had instead become even crazier. Was he still human? Did he really only have a first-order origin returning realm? Feng Peng and Chu Zhang's faces were dull while the white-haired old man's face was filled with dread. Yang Kai, leave this place first, old Fei. Qiantong shouted anxiously. Yang Kai's crazed aura suddenly stagnated as he seemed to regain his composure. Gently nodding, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of golden blood from his mouth. This drop of blood flickered slightly before disappearing into the void. Immediately, a strange energy fluctuation appeared in front of Yang Kai, and a small crack suddenly appeared in front of him. At first, the crack was so small that it was almost undetectable. However, it quickly expanded as if 2 invisible hands were tearing it to the left and right. Inside this crack was pitch black, chaotic and empty, as if it could swallow everything. Impossible! Mo Xiaoshang's eyes trembled violently as he exclaimed, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! This can't be a void crack!" What? Feng Peng was shocked. A void crack? He was dumbfounded. Chu Zhang was also dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the crack in space, almost unable to believe their eyes. Probing it with their divine senses, none of them could find anything. Only Yang Kai stood proudly in front of the crack, protecting Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, his cold eyes sweeping over them as he viciously declared, "This sect master will remember what happened today and will repay it 100-fold in the future." His cold voice was like a cold wind blowing from the nine nether purgatory, causing everyone to shiver from head to toe. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he dove into the void. "Stop him!" The white-haired old man was the first to recover from his shock and roared. But at this time there was no trace of Yang Kai. Everyone reflexively sent out their attacks, but when they entered the void, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing the slightest ripple. After a breath of time, the void crack automatically closed and disappeared. Everyone's faces paled as their expressions changed. "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." In front of the quiet palace, only Emo Xiaoshang's mutterings echoed. Being attacked in the territory he was most proud of, Emo Xiaoshang's pride was torn to pieces. Chu Zheng and Fang Peng looked at each other and saw the fear and annoyance in each other's eyes. Chu Zheng turned his head to look at Emo Xiaoshang and quickly asked, "Great Elder, are you sure that was a void crack?" "Haha." Emo Xiaoshang's eyes dimmed as he smiled sadly and replied, "This old master hopes that he was wrong, but that thing could only be a void crack. He can actually tear space. At such a young age, he has actually cultivated the Tao of space to such an extent. It's all over now. On Shadowed Star, I'm afraid no one can stop him. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him. He was just toying with us before." "No one can stop him?" Chu Zheng's expression turned ugly. Emo Xiaoshang slowly shook his head with a look of despair. "Union Master, you don't understand how difficult it is to deal with someone who cultivates the Tao of space, but this old master understands. If we can't kill him this time, we won't have another chance in the future." Chu Zheng's brow furrowed deeply. Recalling Yang Kai's threat before he left, Chu Zheng's heart also began to pound. High Heaven Sect was now deep within the Luyan Desert, where no one could invade, and Yang Kai himself was so difficult to deal with and could even tear space to escape. Offending him this time, Chu Zheng was afraid that his days would not be peaceful in the future. "Old Bai, you see." Fang Peng, who had been silent all this time, turned his head to look at the gray-haired old man in a brown robe with an inquisitive look on his face. The old man's aura was also quite weak at this moment, as if he had paid a huge price for using that bead-like artifact. Coldly snorting, he said, "Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead couldn't stop him. This matter is no longer something this old master can handle. This old master will return to the mountain and report to Sect Master, and leave this matter up to him to decide. Farewell." After saying this, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off, not caring about what the others thought. Fang Peng didn't even manage to say anything to stop this old man, and could only stare in the direction he disappeared in annoyance for a long time before cursing bitterly. This time, the reason he and Chu Zheng had offended Yang Kai was none other than because of Star Emperor Mountain's orders. For this reason they had suffered heavy losses, but Fang Peng hadn't expected that at this time, the other party would cut off all ties. What was this? Burning the bridge after crossing the river, or cooking the dog after the hares had outlived their usefulness? Not only had he failed to obtain any benefits, he had also provoked a troublesome enemy, causing Fang Peng to cough up blood. However, when he thought of Chu Zheng, his mood improved greatly. Although Thunder Typhoon Sect had also suffered losses this time, at least Fang Tianzhong was fine, unlike Heaven Battling Union, whose young Union Master Chu Chongfeng had died tragically here. "Brother Chu, since things have gotten to this point, this Fang will also take his leave." Fang Peng lightly coughed. "Does Brother Fang want to leave just like that?" Chu Zheng raised his eyes and stared at him gloomily. Fang Peng smiled awkwardly. "Brother Chu, you also heard what that little brat said before he left. He will definitely not let today's matter rest. This Fang is preparing to go back and make some arrangements as soon as possible before entering retreat for a few dozen years. Even if that little brat is powerful, he won't dare attack my Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters, right? If that were to happen, he would be overestimating himself. Brother Chu, I advise you to go back and make some arrangements as well. Tell your disciples not to go out for the time being, lest they be defeated one by that little brat. Wait until the limelight has passed." "Is that all Brother Fang has?" After being threatened, you're going to cower like a turtle? Chu Zheng said contemptuously. What are you saying? Fang Peng spat disdainfully. This Fang is simply playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He has his own Star Emperor mountain to deal with. I don't want to waste my time on him. Humph, if I don't take revenge for my son's death. This old master vows not to be called human. If Brother Fang wants to be a coward, then do so. This old master and that little brat are absolutely irreconcilable. If he really dares to bully my headquarters, this old master will make sure he never leaves. Chu Zheng snorted, his expression fierce. Then I wish Brother Chu all the best. Fang Peng cupped his fist slightly before waving his hand, and leading the rest of Thunder Typhoon Sect's disciples away. Scoundrel! Chu Zheng looked in the direction Fang Peng disappeared and spat contemptuously, but soon, his expression became sorrowful again as he turned to a certain place and said bitterly, Take the young Union Master's body, we're going back. Yes. Immediately someone walked over, picked up the headless body of Chu Changfeng, turned into a streak of light, and followed behind Chu Zheng, gradually disappearing into the distance. Chapter 1505. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancient sect ruins, there was a barren mountain. The world energy aura here was thin, and there wasn't even much vegetation, making it look extremely desolate. Very few cultivators would set foot in such a place because there were no precious treasures or anything of value here, so it was natural that no one would come here to explore. This mountain range wasn't big, only a dozen kilometers in length. It was similar to Dragon Cave Mountain in the past, but in terms of scenery and world energy it was even worse. A streak of light rushed over from the distance, and as it passed by this barren mountain, it turned a corner and rushed directly into a natural cave halfway up the mountain. When the light dissipated, 3 figures were revealed. Each of them looked extremely distressed, covered in blood, as if they had just experienced an extremely difficult battle and narrowly escaped death. These 3 were naturally Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji Tuesday. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers should be safe enough. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to run further, but Fei Ji Tu's current state wasn't optimistic, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. This barren mountain provided them with a place to rest. After rushing into the cave, Yang Kai immediately put Fei Ji Tu down and let him lean against the cave wall. Reaching out, he placed his fingers on Fei Ji Tu's wrist and released his Saint Qi to check his injuries. Now, among the 3 of them, Fei Ji Tu's injuries were the most serious, his aura extremely chaotic, as if he was an oil lamp that had run out of oil. After a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his face gloomy. Yang Kai, old Fei. Qian Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not caring about his own injuries as he asked Yang Kai anxiously. His situation isn't good. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, then immediately looked at Fei Ji Tu and asked, City Lord Fei, what secret technique did you use to cause such harm? Haha. Fei Ji Tu laughed miserably, his face as pale as paper, slowly shaking his head. It's not a secret technique. This old master has never cultivated such a heaven-defying secret technique. If it's not a secret technique, could it be? Qian Tong's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. That's right. When I was captured, this old man took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and placed the explosive Yuan pill under the tip of my tongue. Yuan burst pill? Yang Kai's face also changed. As an alchemist, he had naturally heard of this spirit pill. This was a kind of medicinal pill with great consequences. Although after taking it, it could temporarily increase the cultivator's strength by a large margin, once the medicinal effect passed, it would inevitably cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. What it overdrew was the cultivator's life force. Very few people would refine this kind of spirit pill, and very few people would consume it. This was because consuming it required one to have the courage to face death and fight for survival. It was no wonder that Fei Ji Tu was able to instantly break through the restrictions placed on him and recover his strength. It turned out that he had taken this pill in his mouth in advance. Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the medicinal effect of the Yuan burst pill seemed to have completely disappeared, and the side effects soon followed. Fei Ji Tu's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin began to wrinkle and dry. Many deep wrinkles appeared on his face. The flowing time great emperor seemed to have passed hundreds of years in an instant. Fei Jitu originally looked to be in his 40s in the prime of his life, but at this moment, he had become an old man, one that looked like he had one foot in the grave. Even his cultivation realm was gradually slipping, from the third order origin returning realm to the second order, then to the first order almost falling out of this realm. Old Fei. Qian Tong lamented. He and Fei Jitu had been friends for hundreds of years, so naturally, he knew better than anyone where the Yuan burst pill came from. When the two were young, they had gone out together for life experience. At that time they had come across a Yuan burst pill. Qian Tong had scoffed at it, but Fei Jitu had kept it. Qian Tong had never expected that after 200 to 300 years, Fei Jitu would still use it. For a moment, Qian Tong felt both heartache and guilt. If he had kept the Yuan burst pill back then, he would have been the one suffering the backlash today. He wouldn't have had to helplessly watch his old friend's life fade away. Fei Jitu was already seriously injured, and now that the hidden dangers of the Yuan burst pill had flared up, coupled with the impact of the Blue Jade Bull's destruction, he didn't have much longer to live. "Oh Qian, why do you look like your parents have died?" Fei Jitu grinned. "I'm well aware of my own situation. This time both you and I were careless and ended up implicating Yang Kai, but at least I didn't make a big mistake. My old life can be considered to have some value." "Old Qian, listen, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect actually dared to act against you and me this time, so they must have some backing behind them." "Backing? You mean?" Qian Tong frowned. "This is just my own guess, but whether it is true or not, I can't be sure. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge. My Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to them. If we really have a conflict with them because of this, the ones who will suffer will always be us. Leave the matter of revenge to me, City Lord Fei. Please don't be impatient," Yang Kai comforted. "Ah, Yang Kai, you're too kind. Since that's the case, this old master won't bother with this god any longer." Fei Jitu gently nodded and immediately fell silent. Qian Tong's eyes were red, and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. "Why do the two of you look like you're about to part forever?" Yang Kai observed their expressions and couldn't help chuckling. Although City Lord Fei's injuries are serious, that doesn't mean he will die. Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up. Fei Jitu also looked up at Yang Kai in amazement. Just as he said, he knew his own situation very well. If this was just a simple injury, it wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could go back and recuperate for a few years. But after taking the Yuan burst pill, it was different. His life force was suppressed and there was no way to prevent his injuries from worsening. If it was delayed for 3 to 5 days, and if it was fast for a few hours, he would definitely die. Yang Kai, at this time, don't joke with this old master. If you really have a way to pull old Fei back from the gates of hell, quickly do it. This old master will be grateful to you for the rest of his life." Qian Tong anxiously said. Like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Fei Jitu also looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. Who would want to die if they could live? But, in this situation, did Yang Kai really have a way to save him? Or was he just comforting him? This junior naturally wouldn't dare to joke with the two seniors. Yang Kai nodded solemnly before flicking his wrist and taking out a jade bottle from his space ring. Opening the bottle, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. As the fragrance entered his nose, Fei Jitu's originally pale face suddenly became a little rosy, and even his dispirited spirit improved slightly. "What is this?" Qian Tong was also a knowledgeable person and could tell at a glance that the contents of this jade bottle were no small matter, but he didn't know what it was. Looking at its color, it was pure white and flawless like milk. The 3 great divine waters must be familiar to the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "What? The 3 great divine waters?" Qian Tong and Fei Jitu were both shocked. This bottle contains one of them, life-revitalizing jade cream." As Yang Kai spoke, he flicked his wrist and a drop of white life-revitalizing jade cream immediately flew out of the bottle, wrapped in his Saint Qi, and floated towards Fei Jitu's day. "It's actually life-revitalizing jade cream." Qian Tong was ecstatic. If this was really one of the 3 great divine waters, then old Fei might not necessarily die. The main reason for his current state was that he had overdrawn his life force, which was why he was unable to suppress his injuries. If he could replenish his overdrawn life force, It would not be a problem for him to suppress his injuries with his current cultivation. Life Revitalizing Jade Cream was known as one of the 3 great divine waters, and its greatest function was to replenish vitality and vitality. It could be said to be the right medicine for the illness. Qian Tong couldn't be more excited. City Lord Fei, please kindly accept it, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Fei Jitu's face twitched with excitement, but he didn't hesitate to open his mouth and swallow the fingernail-sized drop of Life Revitalizing Jade Cream. As soon as it entered his mouth, a stream of heat flowed from his mouth to his abdomen, and a vigorous vitality suddenly spread throughout his body. Fei Jitu couldn't help but feel refreshed. Without saying anything, he closed his eyes and circulated his Saint Qi to refine the medicinal efficacies. Seeing Fei Jitu's aura stabilizing at an extremely fast speed, as if his life was no longer in danger, Qian Tong couldn't help but shed tears, feeling excited for his old friend's narrow escape. Yang Kai, your gift is too great. Qian Tong wiped the corners of his eyes and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Elder is too serious. Senior Fei was implicated by me, and he even took the Yuan Burst pill to block the attack for this junior. This junior can't thank him enough. So what's a trivial drop of Life Revitalizing Jade Cream worth? But Elder Qian, your injuries. This old master is fine. I can resolve the seal in my body by myself, I just need to meditate for a few days. As for this arm, haha, it's not a big deal. Although this old master is old, his body is still strong. It's only broken, so it will heal in the future. Good, since that's the case, Elder should also begin healing. I have some healing pills here, if Elder takes them, they will help you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yang Kai said as he took out a few bottles from his space ring, poured out a pill from each bottle, and handed it to Qian Tong. Qian Tong wanted to refuse. After all, as an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, how could he not have some healing pills on him? But when he saw the pills Yang Kai took out, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and accepted them graciously, smiling, little brat, the things you take out are really good, this old master won't refuse. Of course, this junior will stand guard for 2 seniors while 2 seniors focus on healing. Good. You should also take care of your own injuries. Don't leave behind any hidden dangers. Soon, the 3 of them each occupied a spot in the cave and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Fei Jitu's injuries were the most serious, but now that his life was no longer in danger, how much he could recover would depend on his own ability. Qian Tong's injuries were not a big problem, so Yang Kai's was even more so. With his golden blood, Yang Kai's restorative ability was many times stronger than others, and his physical body was extremely tough, so even if he was hit by those lightning arcs at that time, he didn't actually suffer much damage. Now he only needed to restore himself slightly. Chapter 1506. Half a month later, 3 streaks of light flew out of the cave and quickly disappeared into the horizon. After such a long period of recuperation, Qian Tong had basically recovered, and so had Yang Kai. Only Fei Jitu remained. Although his life had been pulled back from the gates of hell by Yang Kai, the aftereffects of the Yuan Burst pill were too great, and he had not fully recovered yet. His hair was still snow-white, but his complexion was rosy and he no longer looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. As for his cultivation, it was finally restored to the second-order origin returning realm. The rest of his recovery was not something he could recover from in a short time. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Fei Jitu to have any hope of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm again. This result was certainly disappointing, but it was still acceptable. However, this kind of increase in cultivation was only a recovery, not a real breakthrough. Fei Jitu would not encounter any bottlenecks. All he needed was time. Given enough time, he would definitely recover to his peak. Now that the 3 of them had recovered, they all rushed to Luyen Sand Field. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had gone to great lengths to deal with Yang Kai this time, and Yang Kai had already told them the whole story. After learning that Star Emperor Mountain was involved in this matter, whether it was Qian Tong or Fei Jitu, both of them felt deeply uneasy. Neither of them dared to return to Shadow Moon Hall, for fear that they would be used to threaten Yang Kai again. In any case, in Shadow Moon Hall, only the 2 of them had some friendship with Yang Kai, so as long as the 2 of them were not present, Star Emperor Mountain would not attack Shadow Moon Hall. Going to Luyen Sandfield was the best choice. The defenses there were impregnable, so even if Star Emperor Mountain sent out all of its forces, they would not be able to break through. When Yongkai came here before, he had flown all the way here, entering every city he came across to purchase cultivation materials. Now that things were different, he naturally did not want to waste time on the road. After a series of teleportations, it took less than 10 days for the trio to arrive at the periphery of Luyen Sandfield. During these 10 days, the three of them had also inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had gained nothing. No one on Shadowed Star knew what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain that day. However, news that Heaven Battling Union's headquarters had suddenly become heavily guarded, and that no one was allowed to enter or leave had spread far and wide. The world didn't know why these two giants would suddenly have such a reaction. Only Kai Yang and the other two knew. They were really afraid that they would seek revenge, so they had already begun to make preparations. But was this enough to stop him? Yang could not help sneering. He did not want to cause too much trouble as there was not much hatred between Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, but this time they had taken the initiative to attack him, so naturally, Yongkai would not let them off. Before leaving Shadowed Star for a long voyage, it seemed that he would have to deal with this problem first, otherwise, Yongkai would not be able to leave in peace. After all, this voyage was not something that could be completed in a short time, and once he was gone for too long, who knew what would happen? Outside Luyen Sandfield, in front of the palace where the space array was located, Yongkai wore a gloomy expression. This could not be helped though, as this palace where the space array was located had been razed to the ground and could no longer be used. There were many bloodstains on the ground, so it was obvious that a battle had taken place here. The High Heaven Sect disciples guarding this place were generally weak, so it was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. Unable to directly enter High Heaven Sect through the space array, Yongkai could only take out his communication artifact and communicate with the people inside. Although he could also use the Star Emperor token to enter and exit safely, the protection provided by the Star Emperor token could only protect one person at a time. Qian Tong and Fei Ji could not safely pass through the flame area. After waiting for less than an hour, a small battleship flew out of the rolling heat wave, passed through the flame area, and stopped in front of Yongkai's trio. It was the Flying Shark battle shuttle that Yang Yan had refined before. The hatch opened, revealing Wu Yi's figure. Yongkai, you're finally back. Wu Yi looked a little anxious, but after seeing Qian Tong and Fei Ji, she quickly bowed. Let's go up first. Yongkai gently nodded before leading Qian Tong and Fei Ji onto the Flying Shark battle shuttle. The hatch of the battle shuttle closed, and with a flicker, it flew into the depths of the flame area at an extremely fast speed. Who destroyed the space magic array? Are there any casualties among the disciples guarding it? After entering, Yongkai asked. I don't know who destroyed it, but the disciples guarding it suffered some injuries, but they're not serious. More than 10 days ago, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared outside the Luyen Desert and attempted to occupy the space array. Fortunately, the disciples reacted quickly and triggered the self-destruct spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, allowing them to teleport back. Good, that's good, Yongkai nodded lightly. Yongkai gently nodded. High Heaven Sect had very few disciples to begin with, and all of them were cultivators who had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family. They had supported each other all the way to where they were today, so if there were any casualties, these disciples would definitely be very sad. Yongkai, do you know who is trying to harm my High Heaven Sect? Wu Yi asked angrily. Probably Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Yongkai said lightly. Them? Wu Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Why would they want to deal with us? We haven't offended them, have we? Little girl, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. You really haven't offended them, but since they covet your things, they will naturally act. When Yongkai went out this time, he was besieged by them. Qian Tong sighed from the side. How dare they? Wu Yi shouted, her pretty face becoming gloomy. My High Heaven Sect has always been a peaceful place, standing aloof from worldly affairs, yet they think we're easy to bully? It seems we have no choice but to teach them a lesson. Yongkai and the others all looked at her in amazement. Fei Ji clapped his hands and smiled. Little girl, you're still young, but your ambition isn't small. Worthy of one of Yongkai's followers, such courage. Wu Yi's pretty face blushed after hearing this praise and she quickly said, Junior was just speaking casually. How to act will depend on sect master's opinion. Senior shouldn't make fun of this junior. Naturally, we'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai coldly snorted. If there's enmity, there's nothing to be said. Wu Yi's expression shook. An hour later, the battle shuttle docked in the square of High Heaven Sect, and a group of people walked out. Yang Kai asked Wu Yi to arrange for Qian Tong and Fei Ji to rest, while he walked towards 100 Flowers Peak alone. He was going to find Yi Shiyun as there was something he wanted to ask her about. Inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yi Shiyun was tending to the flowers and plants. At her current level of cultivation, it was impossible for her to continue cultivating. The suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles prevented her from breaking through to the Origin King realm, but she had already reached the limit of the Origin Returning realm, so no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be useless. As such, she spent most of her time doing trivial things to hone her heart, hoping that one day she could find another way to break through to the Origin King realm. Her temperament had always been indifferent. Is Sect Master back? Before Yang Kai could walk over, Yi Shiyun's voice reached his ears, apparently having noticed him. And Yang Kai gently nodded and walked straight over to her side, where he saw her trimming a plant. Did your trip go smoothly? Not very well. Oh. Yi Shiyun turned her head. What happened? We were set up. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he briefly recounted what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain. You mean to say that Star Emperor Mountain was behind this incident? Yi Shiyun's pretty face went cold. But it doesn't matter. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare provoke me, I won't let them off easily. Sect Master is a man, so naturally he distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I came here this time to ask if there is a bead-like artifact in Star Emperor Mountain. It can split into countless fragments and possesses the lightning attribute. Sect Master is talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Were you attacked by that artifact? Yes, I almost died. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear. When he thought about the power of that artifact, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful artifact before. Was it called the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Was it an Origin King grade artifact? It wasn't Origin King grade. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, put down the scissors in her hand, and straightened up, as if she was immersed in her memories. After a while, she walked towards the stone pavilion and said, Sect Master, please come with me. Yang Kai followed closely. Inside the stone pavilion, the two sat down and Yi Shiyun personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Yang Kai before gently stroking her hair and saying, Sect Master being able to escape from the Annihilation Thunder Bead is truly extraordinary. This queen seems to have underestimated you before. It was just luck. That Annihilation Thunder Bead was so powerful. Could it not be an Origin King grade artifact? Yang Kai took a sip of tea and looked at her suspiciously. It is Star Emperor Mountain's guardian artifact, one that has surpassed the Origin King grade. It is an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact? Yang Kai raised his brow. An artifact of the great emperors. And Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Impossible? Yang Kai paled in shock. He had seen Emperor artifacts before. The 3 blazing flame rings were one such Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, Yang Yan had only managed to collect one of the 3 blazing flame rings while the remaining 2 were still scattered across Shadowed Star, forming the Luyan Sandfield, High Heaven Sect's strongest defense. The Annihilation Thunder Bead is an Emperor artifact, but with the strength of those from Star Emperor Mountain, they were unable to display its full power. Even if I personally used it, I could only display 10% of its power. Is it really that terrifying? Yang Kai paled in amazement. And the power of an Emperor artifact is not something you or I can imagine. Moreover, with such a low cultivation, forcibly urging an Emperor artifact requires one to pay a great price. After that person attacked you with the Annihilation Thunder Bead, was his aura very weak? Indeed. That's right, if he could fully stimulate the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, even an Origin King could easily be killed, let alone Sect Master. Yang Kai wore a look of amazement. This time, if it weren't for Fei Ji using the Blue Jade Bowl to block the attack for him at the critical moment, he would have been seriously injured. He might have been able to escape this time, but what about next time? Chapter 1507. Sectmaster. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although the power of Emperor artifacts is unfathomable, they are limited by their cultivations, so after a single strike they will be powerless. You have experienced this personally, so you should understand this better than anyone. Seeing the look of dread on Yang Kai's face, Yi Shiyun spoke up to comfort him. That's true, Yang Kai gently nodded, the fear in his heart greatly alleviating as he suddenly relaxed. The power of an artifact had always been linked to the strength of its user, so no matter how high-grade an artifact was or how powerful it was, if the strength of its cultivator was not enough, it would not be able to display its full power. The verdant dragon bone sword was one such example. Although Yang Kai could now wield it as if it was his own arm, he still felt that it still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. This potential did not lie with the dragon bone sword itself, but with him. His own strength limited the power of the dragon bone sword. Sect Master, if you want to take action this time, you might as well bring this palace along. Since the Star King Mountain has already deviated from its original ideals, this palace naturally cannot sit idly by. Furthermore, I would also like to meet an old friend and settle old scores. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow, his heart burning with curiosity. In fact, he really wanted to know why Yi Shiyun had left Star Emperor Mountain all those years ago. After all, she was the leader of this behemoth, her identity and status were extremely respected. If she had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for her to leave and live in seclusion for over 100 years. However, this kind of thing was not easy to ask. If Yi Shiyun was willing to tell him, of course he would listen, but if she was unwilling, there was no point in forcing her. What was certain was that Yi Shiyun definitely had some kind of grievance with Star Emperor Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai did not voice his doubts and instead said solemnly, "My plan is as follows. Great Elder, please listen carefully. If there is anything inappropriate, I hope Great Elder can give me some pointers." So, Yang Kai began to explain his plan in detail. An hour later, Yang Kai left 100 Flowers Peak and returned to First Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the feather spirit arrow, and poured his Saint Chi into it to recharge it. The artifact Yang Kai obtained in Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was indeed quite powerful, and although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it still could not be erased. A second-order Origin Returning Realm Cultivator was unable to block a single blow from it, and even a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master like Chu Zhang could only dodge, not daring to meet it head-on. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, the Feather Spirit Arrow's energy had been completely consumed, so Yang Kai naturally needed to recharge it. In less than an hour everything was ready. Yang Kai carefully put it away. Just as he was about to make some preparations for this operation, his expression suddenly changed. He grinned and stared at a certain spot on the ground, waiting quietly. A moment later, a small head popped up from the ground. It had sharp edges and strong lines like a rock. However, the two eyes on the head were extremely bright and spirited. Stone mongoose. This time, Yang Kai did not bring the stone mongoose with him, and instead left it in the sect. Firstly, Yang Kai did not expect there to be so many twists and turns on this trip. Otherwise, he would have brought the stone mongoose with him. Secondly, the stone mongoose had another task. The stone mongoose's task was to guard the stone embryo of another stone mongoose. After leaving the Emperor Garden last time, Yang Kai had fused the blood essence stone with the stone embryo in hopes of giving birth to a second stone mongoose, so he had given the task of guarding it to Xiao Xiao. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the sect, Xiao Xiao sensed something and immediately came to First Heavenly Palace. Yang Kai did not know whether the second stone mongoose had been successfully born or not, so he was looking forward to it. However, when he saw Xiao Xiao, the stone mongoose, he could not help but frown and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Its originally clear and bright eyes were now filled with panic. As soon as it popped up from the ground, it immediately crawled over to Yang Kai on all fours, then bent its waist and grabbed Yang Kai's trousers, uttering some strange words as it anxiously dragged Yang Kai outside. What's going on? As the master of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai could naturally feel its anxiety and uneasiness, but the stone mongoose was also a living creature with low sentience. Yang Kai had only given it a drop of golden blood when it was born, so he could not clearly understand its thoughts. You want me to go with you? Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose nodded vigorously. Lead the way. Yang Kai gently nodded, allowing the stone mongoose to drag him out. Soon, one person and one stone mongoose left High Heaven Sect's headquarters and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. High Heaven Sect's headquarters was now located on the site of the ancient Supreme Profound Sect. This site was extremely vast and High Heaven Sect was small, so it only occupied a small part of it. Now, the place where the stone mongoose was leading Yang Kai could also be considered the headquarters of Supreme Profound Sect, but it was located atop a mountain peak. This mountain peak was tall and straight, towering into the clouds. It was a picturesque scene. An hour later, the stone mongoose led Yang Kai to the top of this mountain. At the top, there was a spacious platform that resembled a public square and a magnificent palace. This was probably the palace built by Supreme Profound Sect in the past, but it was now empty. In front of the palace, there was a strange blood-red round stone about the size of a wash basin on the ground. Faintly, the rich world energy in the surroundings was being drawn into the round stone. He could even hear a series of thumping sounds that sounded like a heartbeat coming from the round stone. It was strong, powerful, and had a clear rhythm. The second stone mongoose's stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The stone embryo had been well taken care of by Xiao Xiao. After fusing with the blood essence stone, it almost had its own life. But the strange thing was that the life inside it had yet to break out of its shell. Logically speaking, after such a long time, it should have been born. Kai Ying's brow wrinkled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that there was something wrong with the stone embryo. No wonder Xiao Xiao was so anxious. After arriving here, Xiao Xiao rushed to the stone embryo and anxiously circled around it, scratching his ears and cheeks. He looked like a monkey that had been tickled, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get what he wanted. Let me take a look, don't worry. Yang Kai comforted him. The stone mongoose was obedient and immediately sat to the side, watching anxiously. The stone embryo had bred its own kind, so even if Xiao Xiao didn't have high intelligence, he knew how to protect his own kind. Yang Kai came to the stone embryo and released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly. There was an unimaginable amount of energy condensed within the stone embryo, and it was constantly increasing in strength. It was unknown whether it was because the world energy here was too rich or for some other reason, but the stone embryo was constantly absorbing world energy from its surroundings. The heartbeat became more and more obvious and powerful, but no matter how Yang Kai investigated, the life inside showed no signs of breaking out of its shell, not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. No spiritual energy fluctuation meant that its life was incomplete, and it had yet to develop intelligence. Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know how to deal with it. The stone mongoose was a special life form that Yang Inflammation had told him about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that such a strange life form existed in the boundless world. As for how the stone mongoose could be safely born and what to do at this moment, Yang Kai had no idea. Perhaps if Yang Inflammation was here, she would be able to answer his questions. However, since returning from the Emperor Garden, Yang Inflammation had merged with the bodies of the great emperors and fallen into a deep slumber. Even if Yang Kai went to find her, he wouldn't be able to get any help. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai reached out and touched the stone embryo. In any case, the energy stored inside the stone embryo was too large at this moment, so there was definitely something wrong. The reason the stone embryo hadn't been born smoothly and hadn't developed intelligence was most likely related to this massive amount of energy. This was probably the reason why a weak body couldn't withstand nourishment. Yang Kai wanted to guide the energy out of the stone embryo, so that it wouldn't cause any harm to the fragile stone embryo. But as soon as his hand touched the stone embryo, a mysterious and complex pattern suddenly appeared on it. After the pattern rotated, it turned into a terrifying energy that rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged to the side. With a whoosh, the energy wave brushed past his body and shot straight into the sky. A few breaths later, a hole appeared in the distant sky, as if the heavens had been pierced. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock and he no longer dared to act rashly. Xiao Xiao stared at him and uttered some inexplicable words, as if he was pleading for something, his eyes filled with sadness. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, he was afraid there was nothing he could do to help, and could only let nature take its course. As if he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, Xiao Zhao's expression became a little dispirited, his head drooping as he sat there in a daze, staring at the stone embryo in front of him. Time passed slowly, and the energy contained inside the stone embryo grew larger and larger. The heartbeat rhythm also became more rapid, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate. This was an extremely abnormal rhythm, like a continuous drumbeat, and as the sound rang out, the light on the stone embryo began to flicker, sometimes brightening and sometimes dimming. This situation lasted for a full 5 days, and it wasn't until the 5th day that the situation changed. The blood-red light on the stone embryo suddenly became extremely dazzling, and at the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at the movement in front of him. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the intense vibrations disappeared at the same time. The terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stone embryo also disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's heart sank as he released his divine sense to probe the stone embryo, his expression becoming dim. Even the vitality the stone embryo originally possessed had disappeared, as if it really was just a piece of stone that could be found anywhere. Xiao Xiao also noticed this and quickly rushed over to the stone embryo, patted it lightly with both hands, and muttered some incomprehensible words before picking it up and sending it to Yang Kai, stuffing it into his arms, obviously wanting him to think of a solution. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but in the end, he was speechless and could only sigh deeply. Chapter 1508. As Xiao Zhao's master, Yang Kai could naturally feel the impatience and uneasiness in his heart. If he could, he would not refuse Xiao Zhao's request. However, Yang Kai knew little about the stone mongoose, so he had no idea what had gone wrong that caused the second stone mongoose to not only fail to break out of its shell, but also die. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Master and servant were connected, so sensing Yang Kai's helplessness, the light of hope in Xiao Zhao's eyes gradually dimmed. He sniffed lightly like a child who had been wronged. After a long time, he gently placed the stone embryo in front of Yang Kai and carefully touched it, as if he was afraid that his movements would cause any harm to the stone embryo. Immediately, Xiao Xiao rushed to the edge of the cliff and beat his chest with his hands, producing a sonorous sound like a drum. His small body rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant more than 100 meters tall. Like a giant gorilla, he stood at the top of the mountain, his back stooped and his hands hanging on the ground as he stared at the clouds. A long roar like the roar of a rolling dragon came from his mouth. The howl resounded through the sky, and it contained an unimaginable destructive force that caused the sea of clouds to be turned upside down. The howl was filled with grief and sorrow that could not be wiped away. A drop of something that looked like crystal jade slid down from Xiao Zhao's eyes and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The stone mongoose was crying. Yang Kai had never thought that the stone mongoose would cry one day. He could not imagine what the second stone mongoose's stone embryo meant to Xiao Xiao, causing him to be so sad. But at this moment, Xiao Zhao's back was bleak and lonely. It was as if Xiao Xiao was the only one left in the world, and he would be alone for the rest of his life. Yang Kai suddenly got up and hurried to the stone embryo, stretched out his hand, and flicked a golden blood thread around his wrist. A wound that was a few inches long and deep to the bone immediately appeared. Golden blood seeped out of the wound and dripped onto the stone embryo drop by drop. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Zhao's birth was so smooth, and Yang Kai was also confused at the time. Xiao Xiao had integrated with the blood essence stone in the black book space on his own, and easily broke out of his shell. Why was the second one so difficult? At this moment, even its life aura was completely gone. No matter what the reason was, it was still Xiao Zhao's kind, and Xiao Zhao's expectations for its birth were 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Yang Kai did not believe that such a powerful creature would die just like that. He had done his best and left to the heavens. The sound of golden blood drip, 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 drip. Golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality and vitality. When Xiao Xiao was born, Yang Kai had done the same thing, but he had only used a single drop of golden blood. But now he no longer cared about the cost. Perceiving Yang Kai's actions, Xiao Xiao immediately turned around and ran over, squatting in front of Yang Kai, looking at him gratefully before glancing at the stone embryo from time to time, a worried look on his face. Time passed by little, and the stone embryo was completely dyed gold, but to Yang Kai's disappointment, his golden blood did not have any effect and the stone embryo showed no signs of absorbing it. This made his expression dim. Xiao Xiao was also like an ant on a hot pan, twisting restlessly. Suddenly, a very weak fluctuation spread from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, thinking he had been expecting too much and was hallucinating, but when he carefully released his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't help smiling. There really was a fluctuation coming from the stone embryo. It was the fluctuation of life, as if a single spark could start a prairie fire. When this extremely weak fluctuation spread out, the stone embryo began to absorb the drops of pure golden blood that had fallen on it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the golden blood that had not been accepted by the stone embryo began to flow into it. Dong dong. The sound of a heartbeat reverberated through the mountain peak once again. This was the rhythm of life. Yang Kai grinned, and the sorrow in the stone mongoose's eyes disappeared, replaced by nervousness and worry. Dong dong. The sound grew louder and louder, and the interval between each sound became shorter and shorter. The originally extinguished fluctuation of life once again spread out from the stone embryo, and the dim light began to bloom again, but unlike before, this time, the light was blood red mixed with a hint of gold, giving it a mysterious appearance. Patterns began to emerge from the surface of the stone embryo one after another, as if they were alive, flashing and disappearing. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. When Xiao Xiao was born, he had never seen such a scene, so he didn't know how this stone mongoose was different from Xiao Xiao. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai had already stopped dripping his golden blood into the stone embryo, and after absorbing 20 to 30 drops of pure golden blood, the stone embryo began to glow again. At this moment, Yang Kai and Xiao Xiao were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out, and Yang Kai's expression brightened as he quickly looked over. With one look, he couldn't help but be overjoyed as a small crack had appeared on the stone embryo. Not long after that crack appeared, more and more cracks appeared one after another. Soon after, the stone embryo was covered with dense, crisscrossing cracks like a spider. Kacha. The stone embryo cracked open, revealing the life that was being nurtured within. The second stone mongoose, like a chick breaking out of its shell, it struggled to get out of the stone embryo and looked at this new and strange world. Its movements were very clumsy, and it seemed that because it had just been born, it took a long time to get out of the stone embryo and sit on the ground. However, it was actually a golden stone mongoose, which surprised Yang Kai quite a bit. Its entire body was golden, like a suit of golden armor, and he didn't know if this had anything to do with the amount of golden blood he had dripped onto it. Just like when Xiao Xiao was born, the first thing this golden stone mongoose did after sitting up was to swallow all the fragments of the stone embryo into its stomach. Speed was so fast that it didn't even chew. After swallowing, it just sat there in a daze, motionless. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down, clearly overjoyed. But this wasn't the end of it. It rushed over to its companion, picked it up, put it on its shoulder, and began to run around the peak as fast as lightning. Round, repeating this monotonously, not showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time, his brow furrowed slightly. Creatures like the stone mongoose weren't born with high intelligence, and Xiao Xiao was the same. It was only happy that its companion was born safely, and that it would be able to keep it company in the future. However, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with the golden stone mongoose. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up to stop Xiao Xiao from playing around, and asked it to put down the second stone mongoose. Xiao Xiao naturally didn't resist. Only then did Yang Kai start to carefully examine it. After a while, his brow furrowed even tighter. Sure enough, something was wrong. Although this golden stone mongoose seemed to be stronger than Xiao Xiao when it was born, its intelligence wasn't as good as Xiao Xiao's. It could even be said that it was in a completely chaotic state. After Xiao Xiao put it down, it just stood there in a daze, far less lively than Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai tried to give it a few orders, but it didn't respond at all. Its intelligence was incomplete. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Although stone puppets didn't have high sentience to begin with, they still had some. On the other hand, the golden stone puppet had almost no sentience at all, and Yang Kai didn't know if this was related to the various hardships it had gone through when it was born. Although the golden stone mongoose was a living creature, it was no different from a fool. In fact, it was even worse than a fool. When he realized this, Yang Kai fell silent. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao didn't notice this. Otherwise, he didn't know how sad it would be. While he was deep in thought, Xiao Xiao opened its mouth and spat out a piece of rare ore that it hadn't refined, as if it was offering a treasure, and eagerly handed it to its companion. Fortunately, although the golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, it still had instinctive reactions. It actually knew how to pick up the rare ore and gnaw on it. With a crunching sound, it swallowed 2 to 3 pieces of the ore, and then continued to stand there in a daze. Xiao Xiao didn't seem to know how it had offended its companion that made it treat it so coldly. It scratched its head in puzzlement, and could only continuously take out more ores and give them to its companion. The latter didn't refuse either, and the two little guys cooperated with each other very well. Looking at the golden stone mongoose, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the current situation was better than before, it still wasn't perfect. Fortunately, he had tried his best. The golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, so there was nothing he could do. Looking at it, Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something, his expression fluctuating. After a while, his eyes lit up as he carefully examined the golden stone mongoose, excitement flashing across his face. He suddenly thought of a way to make the golden stone mongoose act on its own. The stone mongoose was currently acting like a fool because it didn't have complete intelligence. If he could solve this problem, then all his problems would be solved. Yang Kai couldn't make up for its intelligence, but he could implant it. He knew soul fission technique. The soul fission technique was created by Great Demon God. In Tongxian realm, Great Demon God's talent was unprecedented and would never be surpassed. Yang Kai had obtained a drop of golden blood from Great Demon God in the holy tomb of 9 Heavens Holy Land. After refining it, he comprehended one of Great Demon God's secret techniques, soul fission technique. At that time, although Yang Kai had also cultivated this technique, he hadn't been able to find a suitable host, so he could only keep his soul clone in his knowledge sea. Later, after entering Tongxian realm's territory and wandering to the floating continent, Yang Kai was forced by Guizhu to test the operation of the space array. At that time, Yang Kai didn't dare to take the risk himself, and could only release his soul clone into the space array. Although his soul clone suffered great damage and was almost destroyed, after so many years of cultivation, it had been restored to its original state. Not only that, but it was also many times stronger than before. This soul clone was a very special existence because Yang Kai cultivated it alone, so it didn't have much involvement with his knowledge sea. Even if it disappeared, it wouldn't affect him. Chapter 1509. When he was cultivating the soul fission technique, Yang Kai knew that as long as he could find a suitable vessel and infuse his soul clone into it, he could create an existence similar to an embodiment that could be used to travel to places inconvenient to the main body or do things inconvenient to the main body. For example, Yang Inflammation was the embodiment of the great emperors. The great demonic god was only a saint king, but with his heaven-defying talent, he had comprehended the soul-splitting technique and understood the secret technique that only great emperors could grasp. From this, one could see that his reputation as a legend was not undeserved. The stone mongoose did not have sentience, but its body was in perfect condition, so wasn't it the most suitable vessel? Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stared at the stone mongoose, not saying a word as he pondered. After a long time, he decided to give it a try. He did not know if it would succeed, but it was better than letting the stone mongoose remain in a state of dementia. Ordering Xiao Xiao to stand guard nearby, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of the stone mongoose and pushed his spiritual energy to the limit, summoning a gray shadow from his mind. This shadow was somewhat illusory and unstable, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's silhouette. This was naturally the soul clone that Yang Kai had nurtured in his knowledge sea for many years. This soul clone rushed straight into the stone mongoose's mind and disappeared in an instant. Oh! High Heaven Sect, Conference Hall. All the origin-returning realm cultivators in the sect were gathered here, headed by Great Elder Yi Shiyun. Changqi was seated below while Haowen Guqi, Ningxiangchan, Wui and Qianyu as deacons of the sect were also present. Not only that, but Qiantong and Feiji too were also present. The hall was silent, and everyone had a cup of tea in front of them. Disciples were constantly coming forward to replace the cold tea. Where did Sect Master go? Why haven't we seen him for more than a month? Subordinate sent people to investigate, but he doesn't seem to be in First Heavenly Palace. Changqi looked at Yi Shiyun and asked with some worry, Great Elder, do you know where Sect Master is now? He is still in the sect, but this queen does not know what he is busy with. It seems that he is cultivating some kind of secret technique. This queen does not dare to pry into his affairs casually, so let's continue waiting, Yi Shiyun replied faintly. With her powerful cultivation, she was naturally able to detect the strange movements coming from the mountain peak a few days ago, so she was able to determine Yang Kai's location. However, as she said, since Yang Kai was cultivating some kind of secret technique, she had no intention of prying into it. Sect Master will return one day. Before he left, he had already decided on the direction of this operation, and after discussing it with this queen felt there was no problem. This time, all of you will be accompanying him, so the sect will be left to Deacon Wu Yi and Deacon Qianyu. Yes, Wu Yi and Qianyu nodded. In addition, Elder Huang Wan is currently in secluded retreat to break through, so you must look after her well, and not allow anyone to disturb her. As for Yun that little girl is too lively and active. Once this queen leaves, she may become restless, so the two of you must keep an eye on her while she cultivates. Great Elder may rest assured, Elder Sister Qian, you and I will take care of everything in the sect, but everyone must return safely, Wu Yi said solemnly. And with the starship refined by Master, I think this time's attack shouldn't be difficult. Right, have the manpower and materials on the starship been properly arranged? Everything is in order. Good. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly before turning to Qiantong and Feiji too. Junior brothers, thank you for your hard work this time. Senior sister Yi is too polite. Qiantong chuckled. Old Fei and I were captured by them last time, and if it weren't for Yang Kai turning the tide and rescuing us, I'm afraid we would have been silenced. For this operation, the two of us are duty-bound. Feiji too also nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Fang Peng and Chu Zheng's insidious and cunning actions, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Not only had his hair turned white, but his cultivation had also fallen by a minor realm. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of hatred. Sect Master is here. Yi Shiyun's expression suddenly changed as she raised her eyes and looked towards the outside of the hall. Hearing this, everyone else also looked shocked and turned to look. Sure enough, a moment later, a streak of light shot over from the outside. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression slightly tired, but his eyes were full of vigor. Did something good happen to Sect Master? Yi Shiyun seemed to have discovered something. Kind of. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much, simply sweeping his eyes around the hall and asking in a deep voice, is everything ready? Yes. Then let's go. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Everyone got up one after another and walked out. On the square, the Origin King grade starship was docked, its hatch opened wide, and a group of people filed in. After a while, with a loud hum, the starship shot off like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh! Heaven Battling City was a towering city that covered a vast area. Tens of millions of cultivators were active in the city all year round, and there were many large and small shops. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union. As one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union had a golden signboard that naturally attracted countless cultivators to this city. Some hoped to join Heaven Battling Union as a member, some were looking for opportunities here, while others set up shops here to earn St. Crystals. Heaven Battling City was one of the largest cities on Shadowed Star. This city was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was the place where Heaven Battling Union communicated with the outside world's cultivators, and various shops were scattered here, while the inner city was only accessible to Heaven Battling Union disciples. Any trespassers would be killed without mercy. Heaven Battling City had stood tall on Shadowed Star for thousands of years, and had only become more and more prosperous. This was inseparable from the strength of Heaven Battling Union. Every great force had its ups and downs, and Heaven Battling Union was no exception. Although its reputation was great, it would always provoke some enemies. Over the past 10,000 years, Heaven Battling City had been attacked several times by powerful enemies, but each time, it had been able to survive. Even when Heaven Battling Union was at its weakest and had a shortage of masters, it had still been able to hold on. The most dangerous time was several thousand years ago, when the ancient Yang sect launched a fierce attack. At that time on Shadowed Star, in addition to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, there was also the ancient Yang sect that stood on equal footing with these two great forces. For some unknown reason, the ancient Yang sect and Heaven Battling Union had a conflict that eventually led to a clash of swords. At that time, Heaven Battling Union was the weakest of the three great forces and did not have many masters, so it could only helplessly defend. The ancient Yang sect sent all of its elites to attack the city, putting Heaven Battling Union in a precarious position. However, after a great battle, although Heaven Battling Union suffered heavy losses, it was still able to hold on while the ancient Yang sect suffered heavy casualties and could only retreat. At that time, Heaven Battling Union relied on the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array in the inner city. Ordinary sects would rarely set up their headquarters in a city, most of them choosing to set up their headquarters in the mountains. After all, with so many people coming and going from the city, the world energy would be diverted, which was not conducive to the cultivation of the sect's disciples. However, it was rumored that the reason Heaven Battling Union chose to set up their headquarters in Heaven Battling City was because there was a frozen jade ice spring in the inner city. The endless cold energy emitted from this frozen jade ice spring formed the power of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array. This spirit sealing grand array was also arranged with this ice spring as its array core. After that battle, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array's fame spread far and wide across Shadowed Star. Later, the ancient Yang sect defended Star Emperor Mountain and was destroyed overnight. The ruins of the ancient Yang sect then became the famous Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai and Yang Yan had visited this place once before, and it was from there that Yang Kai obtained the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, as well as his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Without the ancient Yang sect's interference, Heaven Battling Union was able to flourish. Otherwise, it was unknown whether there would even be a Heaven Battling Union today. Originally, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had always been the other sects and great forces that acted at its whim. However, since 2 months ago, some rumors and slanders had been spreading in the city. It was rumored that Heaven Battling Union had offended someone it should not have and was now in a very bad situation, like it was treading on thin ice. When this news spread, 90% of people scoffed at it. What kind of person could Heaven Battling Union have offended that it needed to act so cautiously? It was already good enough that Heaven Battling Union did not seek trouble with others, so who would dare stroke the tiger's whiskers? Besides Star Emperor Mountain, who could force Heaven Battling Union to submit, even Thunder Typhoon sect did not have the ability to do so. However, there was no smoke without fire, and Heaven Battling Union's subsequent ban on Heaven Battling Union caused many people to speculate about what was going on. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for countless years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Many sects and families who were unwilling to submit to it had been exterminated, and even those who were willing to submit had been exploited, so naturally, many people hated it to the bone. Now that the situation had changed, many people couldn't help looking forward to it. Many people wondered if Heaven Battling Union had actually offended Star Emperor Mountain. Could it be that it was about to follow in the footsteps of the ancient Yang sect? If this was the case, it would be great news. In any case, the atmosphere in the city today was indeed different from before. Everywhere one could see Heaven Battling Union disciples hurrying about. These people were actually purchasing all kinds of materials wantonly, as if they were preparing in advance for some important event. At this moment, there were 2 First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators flying slowly over the city. Both of them were wearing Heaven Battling Union robes, but unlike ordinary disciples, their robes were embroidered with swords and sabers, giving them a murderous look. Law enforcers. Heaven Battling City was a large city, so naturally, there were law enforcers patrolling the city. Once someone was found to be not abiding by the rules and causing trouble, they would be punished by the law enforcers. serious offenses would result in death, while less serious offenses would result in a fine of St. crystals. As such, all the cultivators in Heaven Battling City were very afraid of the cultivators who wore these robes, as if they were not careful, they would be targeted. At this moment, these two law enforcers both wore worried looks. Brother Huang, what do you think is going on? Since the Union Master and Great Elder returned last time, they have issued some inexplicable orders one after another, and now they are ordering the disciples to purchase supplies like crazy. Is our Heaven Battling Union going to war again? The short-haired man on the left asked suspiciously. Chapter 15:10. Brother Chu, you're asking the wrong person. This Huang is just like you, a law enforcer with low status. If Brother Chu doesn't know, how could this Huang possibly know? Another elderly man on the right slowly shook his head and replied with a smile. The short-haired man chuckled. Brother Huang is too modest. Although we are all law enforcers, Brother Huang is different from this Chu. You didn't join the union halfway. I have long heard that Brother Huang has some kind of relationship with Great Elder Mo. Could it be that Brother Huang hasn't heard about this matter? The elderly man heard this and smiled proudly. Although this Huang and Great Elder Mo have some kind of relationship, it's nothing more than a blood relative. If we were really close, this Huang would have already taken up a position as a deacon in the inner city instead of coming to the outer city to be a law enforcer and deal with these unscrupulous merchants, dealing with trivial matters all day long. That being said, Brother Huang may have a chance to stay in the inner city. With Brother Huang's aptitude, as long as you stay in the inner city, you will definitely be able to break through to the second order within 3 to 5 years. This Chu is truly envious. If such a day really comes, this Chu hopes Brother Huang will not forget this Chu and give him a few pointers. Of course, the two of us have been friends for several dozen years. Do you think I won't give you any benefits? The elderly man laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help lowering his voice and saying, Brother Chu, although this Huang doesn't know what happened in the union, when I went to ask Great Elder about something a few days ago, I inadvertently heard him discussing something with the union master. It seems to be related to that little brat named Yang Kai. Yang Kai. The short-haired man frowned, faintly feeling that this name was familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he asked in surprise, could it be that High Heaven Sect Master? High Heaven Sect Master. The elderly man nodded lightly. He's just a child, why would the Union Master and Great Elder be talking about him? Could it be this matter is related to him? And it seems that the last time the Union Master and Great Elder went out, it was to deal with him. Unfortunately, that little brat is as cunning as a fox and managed to escape. Before he left, that little brat said he would retaliate against my Heaven Battling Union. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The short-haired man sneered. That brat is just a junior, yet he dares to say such words. He really doesn't know his place. This Huang thinks so too. But even if he wants to retaliate, why are Union Master and Great Elder acting in such panic? Do you think my Heaven Battling Union is afraid of him? Don't let your guard down, Brother Chu. The elderly man's expression turned solemn. That kid really doesn't have much ability. He's just a first-order origin returning realm which is about the same strength as the two of us. For him to have this level of cultivation at such a young age, it can be seen that his aptitude isn't bad, but if we were to really fight him, either one of us would be able to kill him. But Brother Chu, don't forget, High Heaven Sect has an Origin King grade starship. Hearing this, the short-haired man's expression became solemn as he nodded. I have also heard about this. It is said that High Heaven Sect does indeed have such a starship, but whether this is true or not, no one has been able to confirm. But even if they do have an Origin King grade starship, so what? My Heaven Battling City is not to be trifled with. If he dares to drive that starship here, it will be the same as striking a stone with an egg. The tens of thousands of elites in the Union will make sure he doesn't return alive. Haha, Brother Chu is right. It's just a starship, and it seems to be just a small starship at that. It won't be able to do anything. The Alliance Master and the Great Elder are being too cautious. The elderly man burst into laughter with a disapproving look on his face. As he laughed, however, his voice suddenly subsided. What's wrong? The short-haired man looked at him suspiciously. not understanding why. The elderly man did not answer though and instead stared towards the distant horizon. After a long time he pointed and asked, "Brother Chu, look over there. Do you see something approaching? Is there?" The short-haired man looked in the direction he was pointing and sure enough found a small black dot rapidly approaching Heaven Battling Union. This black dot was originally inconspicuous, and because it was too far away it was impossible to see what it was. But soon, a vague outline appeared in the vision of the two men. It turned out to be a long shuttle-shaped dark starship. In the blink of an eye, the starship had arrived 50 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City and stopped just outside the city. A starship! The short-haired man and the elderly man exclaimed at the same time. An energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate uneasily came out from the battleship. Although it wasn't big, only a few dozen meters long, facing this pitch-black battleship, the two of them felt like they were facing a towering mountain that they couldn't climb. They were inexplicably frightened. An Origin King grade starship. The short-haired man exclaimed again. Could it be? Just now, he had been talking to his companion about High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship. Could this one be one? After all, Shadowed Star was limited by artifact refining, so there had never been an Origin King grade starship. Let alone an Origin King grade starship. Even an Origin grade mid-rank starship had never appeared. So, there was only one explanation. High Heaven Sect had really sent a starship to attack. This starship, which was only a few dozen meters in length, was the smallest type of starship and was suspended above Heaven Battling City. Compared to the larger city, it was like comparing heaven and earth, but its arrival caused the entire city to tremble. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards this starship, and countless people looked up, wondering what this starship was doing here. The next moment the answer was revealed. A dazzling light suddenly flashed from the starship and gradually grew brighter until it was as dazzling as the sun. As the light grew stronger, a sensational energy fluctuation was transmitted from the other side. Crystal cannon. The short-haired man and the elderly man both stared blankly. Under the pressure of this huge energy fluctuation, their hands and feet went numb and their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it impossible for them to move. They could feel how enormous the power contained in this crystal cannon was. Such an attack, not to mention hitting them, even if it brushed past them, their souls would immediately be destroyed. However, no one had ever sent a starship to attack the headquarters of another great force. The starships on Shadowed Star were, at best, Origin grade low rank. Such starships didn't have strong defenses and were simply too large, so if they were used in a battle between sects and great forces, they would only serve as live targets. They wouldn't be able to play much of a role and would eventually be destroyed. But today, the tens of millions of cultivators in Heaven Battling City witnessed an incredible event. A starship had actually arrived outside Heaven Battling City and used its crystal cannon, seemingly intending to attack Heaven Battling City. Just as everyone was in a daze, a bright beam of light shot out from the battleship. It was silent, but it destroyed everything in its path, turning all the houses and buildings in its way into dust. Even the void was hit, leaving a visible mark on it, Hong Long Long. A moment later, a rumbling sound rang out from inside Heaven Battling City as the crystal cannon's beam of light swept through everything in its path. The violent energy fluctuations were still chaotic, as if even the world principles could not repair the damage caused by the crystal cannon in a short time. There were no casualties, the crystal cannon only destroying many buildings in Heaven Battling City. Obviously it was just a show of strength. Not good, quickly report this to the elders in the inner city. The short-haired man and the elderly man both felt a chill run down their spines as they shouted, no longer daring to remain in place and flying towards the inner city on their star shuttles. The two of them had boasted so much just now, but in the face of such a strong enemy, they could only flee. There was no need for them to remind them, as after the crystal cannon fired, all of Heaven Battling City fell into chaos. Countless people ran around in panic while others stomped their feet and cursed angrily. A delicate shout suddenly came from the warship. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, allowing them to hear it clearly. This queen is Yi Shiyun, the great elder of High Heaven Sect. On the orders of the sect master, I am here to inform everyone in Heaven Battling City that my High Heaven Sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but Heaven Battling Union has gone too far and attempted to harm my sect. I have come here today only to settle the grievances with Heaven Battling Union, and do not wish to harm the innocent. All those who have nothing to do with this matter, please withdraw from Heaven Battling City within a quarter of an hour. After that, my sect will launch an attack on Heaven Battling Union. As soon as these words came out, the entire city went into an uproar. Who was Yi Xian? Basically no one had heard of her before. Except for some old origin returning realm cultivator who knew of her strength, no one else had heard of her. But no matter who she was, the fact that she wanted to attack Heaven Battling Union was enough to make anyone feel incredulous. How could Heaven Battling Union be easy to provoke? Driving a small starship and daring to attack a behemoth like Heaven Battling City, were the people of High Heaven Sect all fools? Did they have nothing better to do? This kind of behavior was really laughable. Most people felt that High Heaven Sect was overestimating themselves. However, there were also some well-informed people who knew about the mysteries of High Heaven Sect and the tyrannical power of this starship, so after hesitating for a moment, they did not dare to stay in the city for long, packing up their things and quickly withdrawing. No matter what kind of grievances there were between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union, and no matter who won or lost this battle, once the two sides started fighting, it was certain that the fish in the moat would be affected as well. If they did not leave now, they would likely be implicated. For a time, Heaven Battling City was in chaos as many cultivators fled. However, most people chose to stay. After all, packing up their things was not something that could be done in a short time. Many of these people had opened shops in the city and had a lot of supplies, so how could they just leave? They also knew that Heaven Battling Union would just sit back and watch, so they decided to wait and see. If this High Heaven Sect was just an embroidered pillow that looked impressive but was useless, then there was no need to bother. If it could really compete with Heaven Battling Union, then it would not be too late to leave. Heaven Battling Union really did not sit back and watch. High Heaven Sect had already stepped on their nose and insulted them to their very doorstep. So if Heaven Battling Union did not respond, wouldn't they be losing face? Immediately, more than a dozen streaks of light rushed over from the inner city and soon arrived outside the city, stopping 1,000 meters away from the starship. Chapter 15:11. Among the dozen or so people, the one leading them had a ruddy face, a big nose, cross-eyed eyes and messy hair, giving him a rather comical appearance, but the powerful aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. A third-order origin returning realm master. It's Heaven Battling Union's second elder, Lu Feng. Even he was alarmed. The people around him are all elites of Heaven Battling Union, so there's going to be a good show to watch. What kind of background does this High Heaven Sect have? Their tone is so arrogant. Who cares what background they have? Lu Feng has a bad temper, so he definitely won't let them off easily. Let's just watch. Discussions broke out all around as everyone stared up at the sky, waiting for the show to begin. In Heaven Battling Union, there were countless masters, and there were no less than 10 third-order origin returning realm masters. But among these people, Lu Feng, who could become the second-ranked elder, was also famous. Yang Kai had met Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng and Third Elder Liang Yong before, and both of them were naturally strong, but compared with Lu Feng they lacked ruthlessness. As such, Lu Feng held the position of Enforcement Elder in Heaven Battling Union. He was responsible for punishing disciples who made mistakes. Basically, no one who fell into his hands was unscathed. The disciple of Heaven Battling Union was most afraid of this person. Just now, Lu Feng had been leading some people to deal with some trivial matters in the outer city, but he had not expected to encounter such a scene, so he had immediately rushed over. At a glance, Lu Feng saw that the other party had used crystal cannons to clear a several thousand-meter-long passage through Heaven Battling City. In the vicinity of this passage, all the houses had collapsed and everything had been reduced to nothingness. Heaven Battling Union had been in power for so many years, but they had never encountered such a thing. Staring coldly at the several dozen-meter-long dark starship, Lu Feng shouted, "Which scoundrel dares act so atrociously in Heaven Battling City? Quickly come out and face your death." His voice was like a deafening clap of thunder, echoing throughout Heaven Battling City. Anyone could feel Lu Feng's anger at this moment. Inside the starship, there was no response, no refutation, not even the slightest movement, just quietly floating mid-air. as if there were no living people inside. However, an inexplicable pressure was like a boulder weighing down on everyone's hearts. Good, good, good. You dare to not put me in your eyes? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding inside? It's just a battleship. Watch how this elder smashes it into pieces. Saying so, Saint Chi madly surged from Lu Feng's body, and with a flick of his wrist, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was as tall as a person, white in color, and had an extremely sharp edge. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant axe artifact suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Immediately, Lu Feng raised the giant axe high and condensed a huge axe phantom composed of pure energy. The axe shadow was more than 100 feet long, as if it had been enlarged by 100 times. From the axe shadow there was a frightening energy fluctuation. Everyone's expression changed. Lu Feng, as the third elder of Heaven Battling Union, was naturally not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. As soon as they saw the third elder take action, the others who had followed him here naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another. For a time a multicolored light bloomed. Under Lu Feng's control, the huge axe shadow fell like a guillotine and slashed towards the starship with unstoppable momentum. The other attacks followed closely behind. Hong hong hong. A series of violent bangs rang out as terrifying energy fluctuations collided where the starship was. However, the starship remained motionless, only a faint, almost fragile film appearing on its surface. All the attacks were blocked by this thin film, none of them having any effect. Everyone's eyes bulged, and even Lu Feng, who had always been proud and arrogant, couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost thinking he was seeing things as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible!" He was well aware of his own attack. The blow just now, although it seemed casual, was actually his strongest attack, but even so, it hadn't shaken the starship in the slightest. Even if it was really an Origin King-grade starship, it shouldn't be so sturdy. That seemingly fragile thin film actually had such a strong defensive ability? While he was in a daze, a slight humming sound came from the starship, and immediately, from a certain part of the starship, a series of mysterious and complex patterns appeared. These patterns were visible to the naked eye and gathered together in the void. In the blink of an eye, these patterns condensed into a huge spirit array. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth madly and rapidly poured into the formation. From inside this spirit array, something slowly emerged, as if it had been summoned from the endless void. Soon this thing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a spear composed purely of energy, as thick as a child's arm and as long as 78 meters, giving it a fierce appearance. The spear trembled slightly before piercing through the sky, ignoring the obstruction of space and blasting towards Lu Feng and the dozen or so Heaven Battling Union disciples. Not good. Lu Feng's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed. From the moment he took action to the starship's counterattack, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, launching such a ruthless attack without even saying a word. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, it was already too late. With no other choice, Lu Feng could only summon his defensive artifact and throw it forward, transforming it into a blue light curtain to block the attack. This blue light curtain had just taken shape when it was broken. A beam of light passed through the position where Lu Feng and the dozen or so people were standing and continued onwards to the inner city of Heaven Battling City. After a full 10 breaths of time, a violent explosion rang out from the distant inner city. When everyone looked over, the place where Lu Feng and the others were originally at was already empty. Only a dark red mist of blood suffused the air and sprinkled down. The onlookers' cultivator were dumbfounded as they stared at the void in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The attack just now was not the power of a crystal cannon, but it was far more terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as fear filled their hearts. When they looked at the starship again, the look in their eyes had changed. No one could ignore the lethality of this starship's attack just now. The tender voice from before once again came from the starship. There is not much time left. If you want to leave Heaven Battling City, please do so quickly. When the time comes, my High Heaven sect will immediately launch an attack on this place. Those who remain will bear the consequences. The tranquil Heaven Battling City fell silent for a moment, but soon, countless cultivators rushed out of the city, not daring to linger any longer, no longer wanting to observe what was happening. They originally thought that a single starship was nothing special. Heaven Battling Union had countless masters, so no matter how strong this starship was, it could still be destroyed at the cost of countless lives. But the tragic death of Lu Feng changed their minds. Even a master like Lu Feng could not shake this starship, let alone survive a single blow. Today, Heaven Battling Union was likely in big trouble. At this moment, everyone regarded this starship as an existence that could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union. Watching a good show was one thing, but none of them wanted to lose their lives here, so naturally, they ran as far away as they could. Inside the starship, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction when he noticed the departure of the cultivator. According to the information he had previously inquired about, there were tens of millions of cultivator living in Heaven Battling City. Of so many people, less than 1% were related to Heaven Battling Union. So Yang Kai did not want to hurt too many innocents and incur public anger. No matter how powerful this starship was, it could not withstand the attacks of tens of millions of cultivators. Any defense had its limits. Fortunately, the scene in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who had come to help, were stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Although the two of them had come to help, they were really frightened by the power of this starship. They had never seen how terrifying an Origin King grade starship was, but judging from their experience, High Heaven Sect starship was likely one of the best, even among Origin King grade starships. Sect Master, the power of that heaven-punishing divine spear array seems to be quite good, Yi Shiyun reported softly. Even if this queen was hit by it, I'm afraid she would be seriously injured. Naturally, anything refined by Yang Yan has always been the best, Yang Kai grinned. After the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the world only knew that High Heaven Sect had an Origin King grade starship, and that its crystal cannons were incredibly powerful. But no one knew that this starship had been carefully equipped with countless terrifying weapons by Yang Yan. The previous heaven-punishing divine spear array and protective film were just the tip of the iceberg. With this starship alone, Yang Kai was confident he could raise Heaven Battling City to the ground. Otherwise, he would not have rushed here so aggressively to attack Heaven Battling Union. It's just that the consumption of Saint Crystal sources is quite high, more than 5 times that of the crystal cannons. Yi Shiyun frowned. It's fine, we don't lack Saint Crystal sources now, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The starship's lethality was largely due to the existence of Saint Crystal sources. If Saint Crystals were used as energy sources to power the protective film and heaven-punishing divine spear array, their power would likely be reduced by half. Saint Crystal sources, on the other hand, were different. The amount and purity of energy contained in Saint Crystal sources was not something Saint Crystals could compare with. Only the stone mongoose could produce such a thing, and only after swallowing 3 or 4 high-rank Saint Crystals could a single Saint Crystal source be refined. So one could imagine how precious it was. Before, there was only a single stone mongoose, but now Yang Kai had 2 stone mongooses, so the speed at which he could produce Saint Crystal sources had naturally increased greatly. As long as the supply of Saint Crystals could keep up, Saint Crystal sources really wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai, those Saint Crystal sources. Qian Tong chuckled to the side, hesitating to speak, as if he was a little embarrassed. If Elder wants some, after this matter is over, I'll send some to you and City Lord Fei. Using those things to cultivate is indeed better than using Saint Crystals. Yang Kai naturally knew what he wanted to say, so he wasn't stingy. If that's the case, it would be impolite for this old master to refuse. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked at each other happily. Since entering the starship, everything they had seen and heard had caused them to exclaim again and again. The space inside the starship was much larger than it appeared from the outside, naturally causing them to gasp in amazement. This was definitely something that could only have been refined using Space Force. Everything inside the starship made them yearn for it, especially the Saint Crystal sources. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had never seen such a thing before. Chapter 15:12. As the starship displayed its might, the cultivators in Heaven Battling City rushed out like a tide. Naturally, Heaven Battling Union was aware of such a big matter. At this moment in the inner city, inside a palace, Chu Zheng slammed the table after hearing the report from his subordinates and shouted, "Going too far. Relying on a single starship. He dares not put my heaven-battling union in his eyes? I'd like to see how that little brat will raise my heaven-battling city to the ground." Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, seemingly wanting to meet the enemy. Chu Chongfeng had died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai, causing Chu Zheng to be unable to sleep these days. Now that he learned that his enemy had arrived at his doorstep, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Mo Xiaosheng frowned slightly to the side, but he did not stop them. After all, Heaven-battling Union had been humiliated. If they did not meet the enemy head-on, it would only make the world look down on Heaven-battling Union even more. But before Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng could walk out of the palace, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic and immediately knelt down before reporting in alarm, "Union Master, Great Elder, bad news. What's all the fuss about? Did High Heaven Sect do something again?" Chu Zheng shouted. "Union Master is wise, Second Elder has fallen." "What?" Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were taken aback. From the time they received the news that High Heaven Sect had sent a starship to attack the city until now, less than 10 breaths had passed. Yet Second Elder Lu Feng had actually fallen? Wasn't this speed a little bit too fast? Lu Feng being able to hold the position of Second Elder of Heaven-battling Union was a testament to his strength. If Mo Xiaosheng had not cultivated the Tao of space, he would not have been Lu Feng's opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng had actually fallen. What kind of conspiracy had the other party used? How did Second Elder fall? Give us a detailed report. Mo Xiaosheng did not dare neglect and quickly asked. The disciple naturally did not dare to conceal anything and told them everything he knew. After listening, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. With just a single blow from the starship, Lu Feng and a dozen Heaven-battling Union elites had been obliterated. Just how terrifying was this attack? Was an Origin King grade starship really so powerful? This news completely overturned Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's understanding of starships. They had always felt that starships were too large, difficult to move, and extremely fragile. Besides being used to transport materials and mine ores in the asteroid sea near Shadowed Star, they had no other use. Not only that, but the cost was also very high. If one was not careful, the warship could be destroyed. As such, even though Heaven-battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had no more than 5 starships. Over the years, these 5 starships had only been used to mine ores in the asteroid seas and dead stars, but had never been used in combat. But today, High Heaven Sect's starship had arrived in Heaven-battling City, and was demonstrating its might. Was the gap between an Origin-grade low-rank starship and an Origin King-grade starship really so big? Even Lu Feng couldn't block that attack, so the 2 of them definitely couldn't. "Union Master, if what this disciple said is true, I'm afraid we can't go out to meet the enemy and can only defend the inner city." Mo Xiaosheng frowned worriedly. "How could I not understand Great Elder's meaning? But if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid we will become a laughingstock on Shadowed Star. They will think my Heaven-battling Union is a coward." Chu Zheng said with a stern expression. "No, Union Master, we can't care what outsiders say for the time being. High Heaven Sect daring to come to Heaven-battling City so aggressively is only relying on this starship. Once this starship is destroyed, they will be nothing more than a toothless tiger, nothing to fear. However, if we want to destroy this starship, I'm afraid manpower alone is not enough. We can only rely on our spirit arrays." Great Elder said. Chu Zheng stared at him. "That's right," Mo Xiaosheng sneered. "My Heaven-battling Union has stood in this city for thousands of years, and is not someone who can be casually humiliated. Since High Heaven Sect wants to attack, we can only wait patiently. Since ancient times, the winner is king while the loser is a bandit. As long as we win this battle, what fear is there of not being able to raise the prestige of my sanctuary union?" Chu Zheng took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and calmed down after a long time. What Great Elder said is correct. In that case, pass down the order to activate the Myriad Ice Spirit Sealing Grand Array. This old master wants to see if that little brat starship is more powerful than our Union Spirit Array. Oh. Inside the starship, Yang Kai and the others waited quietly for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, The entire outer city of Heaven Battling City was empty. The tens of millions of cultivators had all evacuated, and the originally bustling streets and shops were now extremely deserted. Even the dazzling array of goods had been taken away. It was not an exaggeration to say that the outer city was now empty. These cultivators had not gone too far. Although the starship had killed Lu Feng with a single blow, which made everyone feel that High Heaven Sect could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union, no one could tell who would win or lose. If High Heaven Sect won this battle with High Heaven Sect's style of conduct, they would not implicate the innocent. If Heaven Battling Union won, they would have to return and continue operating. So no matter what, they would be fine. What's more, this kind of battle was bound to be extremely exciting, and no one did not like to watch a good show, so of course they would stay and watch until the end. For a time, the area 10 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City was surrounded by countless cultivators, all eyes fixed on the starship and the inner city. Many people thought that Heaven Battling Union would not be able to hold back after being insulted like this and would come out to meet the enemy, but to their disappointment, even as the starship slowly sailed towards the inner city, there was no movement from Heaven Battling Union. For a time there was a tide of boos. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for many years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Countless cultivators who ran shops in this city had been exploited, so of course they did not have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. At this moment, seeing Heaven Battling Union acting so cowardly, they could not help but mock them. A cultivator close to Heaven Battling Union immediately retorted, and the two sides quickly quarreled until a great battle broke out. At first, the battle was just a small-scale one. But as time passed, more and more cultivators were involved. Hatred and resentment were both repaid. The battle between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union had not yet begun, but the cultivators who had been driven out of the outer city were already fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would scream and fall as blood flowed. At least 1 million cultivators were involved in this dispute, and the number of casualties was innumerable. At this moment, the starship had already arrived outside the inner city. The entire journey was extremely smooth, and Yang Kai did not attack the outer city of Heaven Battling City. After all, there was no point in venting his anger on those buildings. Sect Master, they seem to have activated a spirit array. Yi Shiyun used her divine sense to investigate for a moment before reporting. I see it. Yang Kai grinned. I heard that Heaven Battling City's inner city has a powerful myriad ice spirit sealing array. So this is probably it. What should we do now? Please advise us, Sect Master. Don't worry, charge through the spirit array. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The starship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. Inside the inner city, there was a cloud of mist, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that this cloud-like mist was actually nothing more than an extremely cold aura. The myriad ice spirit sealing array had the frozen jade ice spring in the inner city as its array core, and there was more than one frozen jade ice spring. In fact, there were a total of 3 springs. These 3 springs had accumulated a massive amount of cold chi over thousands of years, enough so that even an origin-returning realm master would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were caught off guard. At this moment, the cold chi from the 3 springs was being released at a crazy rate, enveloping the entire inner city, making it appear as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. Even the starship soon disappeared from sight after entering this fog. This isn't good. This cold chi can actually freeze one's divine sense. The myriad ice spirit sealing array truly lives up to its reputation. Qian Tong frowned. Just now, he had wanted to investigate the situation around him, but as soon as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn it quickly, his divine sense would have been frozen solid. Inside the starship, without the detection of one's divine sense, everyone was essentially blind. However, how could a starship refined by Yang Yan not have a way to fix this? At this moment, inside the starship's hold, a monitoring array was in operation, and a High Heaven Sect disciple was paying close attention to the reaction of this array and reporting back. Soon there was a reaction from the surveillance formation. Sect Master, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left about 10 kilometers away. After 10 breaths of time, fire 3 crystal cannons in that direction. Yang Kai grinned. Qian Tong and the others took a deep breath as they secretly mourned for those who attempted to launch a sneak attack. 10 breaths later, 3 beams of pure white light shot toward the left. Silently, all the enemies discovered by the surveillance array disappeared. Overconfident, Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head. The cultivator on Shadowed Star really underestimated the terror of an Origin King-grade starship. Even she, if not for her understanding of the mysteries of this starship, would likely have underestimated it. After all, on Shadowed Star, no one had ever used a starship in battle. Sect Master, someone else is coming, the disciple reported again. Good, deal with them the same way, Yang Kai ordered lightly. He had never encountered such an easy battle before. Relying on the power of the starship, he didn't even need to take action himself to kill his enemies. This feeling was quite subtle, but he enjoyed it a little. Heaven Battling Union had sent out 3 waves of people, but none of them had even managed to get within a kilometer of the starship, all of them being killed halfway. 3 waves of people, a total of 60 to 70 people, many of whom were Origin returning realm masters, had died so easily that Chu Zheng almost coughed up blood when he learned about it. After realizing that it was impossible to launch a sneak attack with this method, Heaven Battling Union was unwilling to make such a useless effort and let their disciples die in vain. Sect Master, they don't seem to be moving, Yi Shiyun frowned. If they don't move, we'll move. Blast this inner city to smithereens. It would be best if we can break the myriad ice spirit sealing array's array core. Yang Kai sneered. As long as the array core was broken, Heaven Battling Union would be a fish on the chopping block. A moment later, the hull of the starship buzzed softly and white beams of light shot out in all directions, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 15:13. The rumbling sounds continued for an instant, and in a place that could not be seen with the naked eye or divine sense, the entire inner city of Heaven Battling City was a mess. Wherever the white beams of light from the crystal cannons passed, everything was turned into nothingness. Heaven Battling Union's foundation, which had been accumulated over thousands of years, was almost completely destroyed in just half a stick of incense worth of time, with less than 20% of it remaining. Anyone could tell that Heaven Battling Union had suffered heavy losses because, amidst the scattered bombardment of the crystal cannons, not only were buildings collapsing, but also the screams of many cultivators before they died. These tragic cries filled the hearts of those who heard them with dread. Even so, no one from Heaven Battling Union dared to come out and meet them head-on. Yang Kai's brow gradually furrowed as he realized he had underestimated the endurance of Chu Zheng and the others. The power of the crystal cannons was indeed not small, and Yang Kai did not lack Saint Crystal sources, but continuous bombardment for a long time was bound to put a strain on the crystal cannons. Once the load was exceeded, the crystal cannons could no longer be used. Even if these cannons were personally refined by Yang Yan, they could not escape this constraint. Heaven Battling Union's plan was to wait for Yang Kai's attack to weaken before they took action. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Yang Kai sneered and released his huge divine sense like a tidal wave. This extremely cold chi had the power to freeze one's divine sense, but Yang Kai's divine sense was able to pass through it without any hindrance. Conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant divine sense and was extremely hot, just enough to restrain this fierce cold chi. Although it could not be said that he was completely unaffected, it was almost negligible. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai searched the area bit by bit. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face as he ordered, 3/4 to the left, fire a crystal cannon shot. The disciple in charge of controlling the crystal cannon heard this, and although he did not understand why such an order was given, he did not hesitate and immediately adjusted the direction of the crystal cannon shot. Yang Kai focused his divine sense and nodded lightly, a little to the left, lower the direction. Yes. At the same time, in the direction where the crystal cannons were firing, there was something that resembled a well a dozen kilometers away. Many exquisite formations had been set up around the well, concealing the existence of the well and providing it with extremely powerful defensive abilities. From the mouth of the well, waves of cold energy so thick that they were almost tangible gushed out and poured into the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array, strengthening the array's power. Frozen Jade Ice Spring. This well was the eye of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array. There were 3 Origin returning realm masters guarding this place. At this moment, all of them were sitting cross-legged, their brows furrowed in worry as they stared at the frigid air that filled the inner city. High Heaven Sect's Origin King Great Starship had arrived, causing all of Heaven Battling Union to panic. Even a powerful master like Lu Feng had been killed in a single blow, so no one dared to stand in front of the starship. The only thing they could rely on was the Great Frozen Spirit Sealing Array. They hoped that this array would be able to deal with the enemy's battleships. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the front, causing the three Origin Kings' eyes to bulge involuntarily as they secretly pushed their Saint Chi, feeling extremely nervous. This was the enemy's crystal cannon, something all three of them knew very well. Although there were many exquisite spirit arrays here that could be used, whether they could withstand the bombardment of this crystal cannon was something no one could say for sure. If they failed to resist, the three of them might follow in Elder Lu Feng's footsteps. Fortunately, their worries were superfluous. Although the white beam of light was terrifying, it flew past them from the side and did not cause any damage to the three Origin Kings or the array core. The three Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't help wiping the sweat from their foreheads as they breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, it's just a coincidence. With this spirit array, they won't be able to find the location of the array core. Union Master said that as long as they exhaust their energy, it will be time for us to launch an attack. Among the three, a burly man with a beard seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be comforting his companions. But seeing how aggressive the enemy is, they must have come prepared. What if the spirit array can't hold them off until then? Another woman asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Although the crystal cannon of this starship is powerful, its consumption is also enormous, so it will eventually run out. Moreover, any crystal cannon has a limit on the number of times it can be used, so it's impossible to use it too many times in a short time. We just need to wait. Those people from High Heaven Sect are like headless flies right now. If this battle goes smoothly, our Holy Union will not only be able to kill those bastards, but also seize an Origin King Great Starship. Just think about how great the benefits will be, the last old man quickly said, seemingly much calmer than the other two. Hearing what he said, the other two's eyes lit up as they could not help imagining the scene of that terrifying starship falling into Heaven Battling Union's hands, causing them to feel somewhat excited. At that moment though, another white beam of light shot out from the front and flew over not far away. The burly man with the beard paled slightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. This time it was a coincidence, but it seemed to be much closer to them than the previous one. Before he could finish his thoughts though, a third white beam of light shot out from the front. Not good, the old man exclaimed as he stood up and shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as his voice fell, the three of them pushed their Saint Chi with all their might and madly poured it into the spirit array in their hands. In the next moment, a thick light curtain suddenly appeared, forming a semicircle around the three of them and the frozen jade ice spring. Kong. That seemingly incomparably thick light screen was actually unable to withstand the might of a single strike from the crystal cannon. It only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before it was broken. The three men's complexion changed drastically. Fortunately, all of them were experienced cultivators and summoned their defensive artifacts one after another to protect themselves from the incoming attacks. The remaining power of the crystal cannon continued to penetrate. With a loud sizzling sound, the white beam of light gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. The three figures staggered, their footing unstable, all of their faces extremely pale. The woman in luxurious robes even coughed up a mouthful of blood as her 3 defensive artifacts shattered at the same time. "Another one, 3. The burly man with the beard shouted in horror. The woman in luxurious robes and the old man's faces went ashen for a moment as they stared blankly at the 3 white beams of light rapidly approaching them, unable to believe their eyes. The other party had actually found the location of the frozen jade ice spring. How is this possible? How did they do it? A single blow just now had caused the 3 of them serious injuries, so now that 3 beams of light were fired at once, they were simply unstoppable. The area where the frozen jade ice spring was located shook violently, and the 3 Origin returning realm masters disappeared silently, leaving behind a giant crater several dozen meters deep. Inside the starship, Yang Kai sneered and ordered his disciples to readjust the direction of the attack. At the same time, In an extremely safe palace in the inner city, Mo Xiaoshang's complexion changed as he looked up at Chu Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table, and quickly said, "Union Master, one of the array cores has been destroyed." "What?" Chu Zheng stood up from his chair and stared at Mo Xiaoshang in disbelief. How could it be destroyed? Did the enemy's attack happen to hit it or something? Mo Xiaoshang slowly shook his head. This old master doesn't know. But the 3 people responsible for guarding it have fallen and the spirit spring has been destroyed. However, whether the enemy did this intentionally or not, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. What does Great Elder think we should do? Fully stimulate the power of the spirit array and fight the enemy starship to the death, Mo Xiaoshang shouted. Hearing this, Chu Zheng frowned slightly as a look of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was troubled by something. Union Master, High Heaven Sect has brought their starship here, so either they die or we die. If we delay any longer, once the 2 spirit array cores are destroyed, we will have no power to fight back. Although the price of fully stimulating the spirit array is not small, it is better than just sitting here and waiting for death. Great Elder is right. Chu Zheng took a deep breath and his gaze became firm. Good. Pass down my order. Activate the spirit array with all your strength. This old master will not let High Heaven Sect succeed, even if he has to give up his 10,000 years of foundation. Yes. Mo Xiaoshang nodded and quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact in his hand to pass down the order. The next moment, the entire inner city began to stir. The inner city was already filled with a frigid aura, but at this time it seemed to have become even more terrifying. Even the hull of the starship was covered with a thick layer of ice. The domain that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path hindered the starship's movements. Even inside the starship, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold that seemed to freeze their souls. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become so cold? Qian Tong asked with an ugly expression. The other party seems to have done something. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the 2 spirit springs that had been slowly spewing out cold qi were now fiercely erupting, as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Even the cultivators guarding the nearby array cores had hurriedly evacuated, as if they didn't dare to stay in place for long. Kacha. A crisp sound came from outside the starship, a sign that the hull of the ship was being frozen. Not only that, the thick cold energy condensed, forming ferocious beasts of different sizes. These ferocious beasts were sparkling and translucent like jade, like ice sculptures, but each of them emitted powerful energy fluctuations. In just a short time, the starship was surrounded by countless ice beasts. Everyone inside the starship paled. They had long heard that Heaven Battling Union's myriad ice spirit sealing array was quite powerful, and now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they found that it truly lived up to its reputation. With such means, Heaven Battling City's inner city would be safe for 10,000 years. As soon as these ice beasts took shape, they ferociously pounced on the starship, submerging it in an instant. Everyone couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, fearing that the starship would be destroyed. Yang Kai's face was also extremely gloomy as he stood up and shouted, "Activate your defenses, ignore these ice beasts, destroy those 2 array cores at all costs." Chapter 15-14. In a flash, a thin film enveloped the starship. Although this thin film looked fragile, no matter how the ice beasts attacked, they were unable to break through its defenses. However, under the constant gnawing of countless ice beasts, the light of this thin film began to dim at an extremely fast rate. Even a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. Although the starship's grade was high, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many ice beasts and would sooner or later be destroyed. At that moment, more than a dozen white beams of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship and bombarded a certain location. Concerned about the survival of the starship, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and constantly directed his disciples to adjust the direction of their attacks. More than a dozen beams of light shot out at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. In just 10 breaths of time, the second array core was destroyed. After a while, the third array core was also destroyed. The myriad ice spirit sealing grand array covering the inner city was unable to operate in an instant, and the ice beast condensed from the pure ice attribute energy also turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared. The crisis had been easily resolved. However, everyone could not help feeling cold sweat in their hearts. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away the thick cold chi, and without the cold energy from the 3 array cores, the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array became useless. The entire heaven battling union inner city gradually became clear and exposed to the vision of high heaven sect. Haha, that old fart Chu Zheng is probably coughing up blood from anger. Fei Ji too laughed loudly. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had already made up his mind to die. Although he was saved by Yang Kai later, his strength had dropped by a minor realm, so he naturally hated heaven battling union and thunder typhoon sect to the bone. Now that he saw that even the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array was unable to destroy high heaven sect's starship, he was naturally in a good mood. Chu Zheng was indeed furious. He never expected that the spirit sealing grand array that heaven battling union was so proud of would be destroyed so easily, without playing any role at all. Up until now, the enemy had not even shown their faces, simply hiding inside the starship and using the crystal cannons to defeat a large sect without being able to fight back. Chu Zheng had never felt so powerless before. Meet the enemy no matter the cost, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, destroy that starship for me. Chu Zheng's furious voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Now that the spirit array had been destroyed, heaven battling union could only face the enemy head-on and rely on human wave tactics. As long as high heaven sect lost that starship, heaven battling union could still turn defeat into victory. Once the order was passed down, countless cultivator rushed out from their hiding places and charged at the battleship aggressively. But to everyone's surprise, the pitch-black starship didn't move at all, allowing heaven battling union's cultivator to surround it. There were at least several thousand heads, and each of these thousands of people was no weaker than a Saint Realm Master. This was already 80% of heaven battling union's forces. The remaining cultivator was too weak to play a role in such a battle. The warship that was surrounded by thousands of people was like a ship that had lost its way in the vast ocean. It could not find its way, nor could it see the light. The cultivator of heaven battling union rubbed his fists and glared at Yi Shiwen. In the next moment, a 5-colored glow suddenly bloomed from the battleship and the originally pitch-black starship seemed to be dyed with color, becoming a brilliant sight. The multicolored light instantly enveloped an area with a radius of 10,000 feet, and a mysterious intent realm rushed into everyone's mind. In an instant, many of the weaker cultivators' bodies stiffened as their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, causing them to scream and fall from the sky, as if their bodies and Saint Chi had been bound by some kind of mysterious force. Even those cultivators who were slightly stronger and could resist the effects of this binding technique couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in their souls. Colored glass divine light. Impossible, this is actually colored glass divine light. A knowledgeable cultivator shouted in horror on the spot. As a cultivator on Shadowed Star, he had naturally heard of colored glass divine light. However, this thing had always only been cultivated by colored glass sect's cultivator, and only 1 or 2 people had ever been able to cultivate colored glass divine light. At this moment, colored glass divine light was actually blooming from high heaven sect's starship. Looking around, it was as if the entire starship was made of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also dumbfounded, unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai, is this really colored glass divine light? Qian Tong asked with a strange expression. He could not be blamed for his disbelief, as colored glass sect protected 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain extremely tightly, never allowing outsiders to approach it. Even their own cultivator was not qualified to approach if they were not strong enough. Where had Yang Kai obtained 1,000 illusion-colored glass? What's more, it actually covered the entire starship. How much 1,000 illusion-colored glass did it take to create such a thing? And it's colored glass divine light. Yang Kai nodded gently before grinning. Colored glass sect is not the only one with 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Qian Tong was indifferent. Although he wanted to believe Yang Kai's words, as far as he knew on Shadowed Star, only colored glass sect possessed 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Who would be fooled by such a blatant lie? This brat really had eyes everywhere. Even Qian Tong did not know when he had obtained 1,000 illusion-colored glass. However, Qian Tong had heard that he had visited colored glass sect a few years ago. Could it have been at that time? Qian Tong did not dare to think about it anymore. If Colored Glass sect found out about this, they would likely not let this matter rest. While the two were talking, screams continued to ring out from outside. Falling from a height of several thousand meters was not something even a cultivator with high cultivation could withstand. Saint Kings did not need to worry about their lives as their physiques were already strong enough. So falling from such a height was just a bit embarrassing. On the other hand, the saints were out of luck. One by one, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as their arms and legs were broken. There were even those with poor physiques who fell to their deaths, their flesh and blood mangled. The number of cultivators gathered around the starship decreased by 70% in an instant. However, this was not the end. The colored glass divine light enveloped the starship, causing all the cultivators' souls to tremble uneasily. In the next moment, a fist-sized crystal suddenly appeared at the front of the starship. Around this crystal was a mysterious and complex spirit array that radiated a brilliant light. From this crystal, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared and after passing through the inexplicable spirit array, radiated outwards. When these ripples swept across, all the heaven-battling Union cultivator were stunned, because they found that inexplicably, all kinds of illusions had appeared in front of their eyes, as if they had fallen into some kind of illusion. For a time, the heaven-battling Union cultivator was thrown into disarray as cries of alarm rang out one after another. Yang Yen had poured his heart and soul into building this Origin King-grade starship. It could be said that countless rare materials had been used. 80% of the wealth and materials Yang Kai had obtained over the years had been invested in this starship. Otherwise, it would not have reached its current grade and power. Needless to say, the 1,000 illusion-colored glass was something Yang Kai had asked the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao to steal from 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain when he went to visit Dai Yuan in colored glass sect. Colored glass sect's protection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was indeed very tight. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain it, and even if they had the opportunity to get close, there was no way to extract 1,000 illusion-colored glass from the entire mountain. But Xiao Xiao was different. Swallowing minerals was his innate divine technique. Ordinary people could not extract 1,000 illusion-colored glass, which was a headache even for Origin Kings, but to Xiao Xiao it was no different from delicious food. On this trip to colored glass sect, Xiao Xiao had made a huge contribution. The fist-sized jade stone embedded in the front of the starship was the mirage stone that Yang Kai had taken out from the 6th layer of the Emperor Garden. Mirage stones were extremely rare, and had the effect of inducing hallucinations. After being amplified by the illusion array arranged by Yang Yen, the power it could produce was simply unimaginable. Even Origin returning realm masters could not resist the power of the mirage stone, and everyone was instantly drawn into an illusion. Time to go. Inside the starship, Yang Kai grinned grimly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Open the hatch. Yang Kai shouted. With a rumbling sound, the hatch of the starship opened and Yang Kai took the lead, followed by Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, and Feiji Tuesday Changqi, and the others were not willing to be outdone and quickly followed. Stepping out of the starship, the scene that greeted everyone was unbelievable. Most of the heaven-battling Union cultivator, regardless of their strength, had glazed eyes, their expressions constantly changing, as if they had fallen into an illusion and were unable to extricate themselves. Some of them were even madly attacking non-existent enemies. There were also some who remained calm, standing in place, looking around vigilantly. But no matter who it was, none of them seemed to be aware of the impending doom. Kill! Yang Kai waved his hand gently and with a loud bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, transformed into a blazing flame, and rushed towards the nearest enemy. In the blink of an eye, this enemy was engulfed by the Firebird and burned to death. Yi Shiyun and the others immediately scattered, summoning their artifacts and releasing their martial skills, slaughtering the enemies who did not have much ability to resist. Yang Kai walked through the void as several dozen golden blood threads flew back and forth, wrapping around him like an extension of his arm. Anyone who approached him would be cut into pieces by the golden light. Yang Kai did not show any signs of fighting, but wherever he passed, the Saint King Realm cultivator would cry out miserably, as if they were suffering from some kind of torture, their souls obliterated in a very short time. These tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable even by divine sense, viciously pounced on these Saint King realm cultivators, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul-devouring insects. Now that Yang Kai's strength had improved, the enemies he encountered were also getting stronger. These soul-devouring insects, which had been nourished in his knowledge sea, could not play much of a role in battle, but at this moment, they were the best choice for mass slaughter. Soul-devouring insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, so once a cultivator's knowledge sea dried up, they would definitely die. Yang Kai was like a god of death descending from ancient times, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. The many cultivators of Heaven Battling Union became living targets, unable to resist at all. Even Changqi and the others were slaughtered to their heart's content. Inside the palace, Chu Zheng and the others' faces were ashen as their bodies trembled violently. None of them could have imagined that High Heaven Sect's starship could display such terrifying power, and was equipped with so many unimaginable means. Their own sect's disciples were actually as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of all these means. Chapter 15:15. Chu Zheng felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Heaven Battling Union's 10,000-year foundation was about to be destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Chu Zheng faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai. Even if he had disobeyed Star Emperor Mountain's orders, perhaps the result would not have been so bad. The situation was hopeless. Chu Zheng knew better than anyone that the moment the Myriad Ice Spirit sealing array was destroyed, they had already lost this battle. It was the trump card he was most proud of in his heart, but now it had been broken by the other party in a matter of seconds. The speed was simply incredible. Even if he killed Yang Kai now, he would not be able to recover the huge losses Heaven Battling Union had suffered. But was Yang Kai so easy to kill? Chu Zheng was not confident he could kill a cultivator who was proficient in Space Force, and could even tear space to escape. Union Master. Mo Xiaoshang called out softly from the side, his old face seeming to have aged even more at this moment as he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." Go? Chu Zheng turned his head to look at him and slowly shook his head. This Chu is the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union. If the Union exists, I will. If the Union is destroyed, I will not leave. Union Master, where there is life, there is hope. This time, we underestimated the strength of High Heaven Sect and the losses we suffered are immeasurable. But as long as Union Master is here, there will be a chance to avenge the disciples who died. But if you die here, who will avenge them? Mo Xiaoshang tried his best to persuade him. Chu Zheng glanced at him and snapped, "Be that as it may, the world is so big. Where can this Chu go? This Chu can still fight. Even if this old master dies, he will drag that little brat down with him." Alliance Master, have you forgotten who was the one who caused all of this? We can go there. I'm sure they won't just sit back and watch, Mo Xiaosheng quickly said. Chu Zheng frowned and pondered carefully. Liang Yong, who had been standing to the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, Union Master. High Heaven Sect's momentum is at its peak now. We really should avoid them for the time being. We can't do anything to that starship, but Star Emperor Mountain may have a way." Inside the hall, Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder and Third Elder tried their best to persuade Chu Zheng while the others echoed. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? The enemy's battleship was simply too terrifying. It was not an existence that human strength could contend against. Everyone was afraid that Chu Zheng would order them to go out and meet the attack, so they naturally wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. Chu Zheng also seemed to recover from his shock and swept his eyes over everyone before gently nodding. Good. This one will withdraw for the time being and head to Star Emperor Mountain. Alliance Master is wise. Everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams had not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the cultivator affected by the colored glass divine light and dragged into an illusion by the Mirage Stone died at the hands of High Heaven Sect's disciples. Of the thousands of cultivators, less than 1 in 10 were left. As time passed, the influence of the Mirage Stone gradually weakened. After the illusion in front of them disappeared and they saw the situation clearly, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator who was still alive were all horrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? All of them used their movement skills and summoned defensive artifacts to escape. The army was routed like a landslide. The entire inner city seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Golden light filled the sky as dozens of golden blood threads formed sharp blades that cut through the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. Although he had rampaged through the enemy crowd and killed many of them, his clothes were still clean, not stained with a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of space force coming from that direction. In an instant, Yang Kai understood what this fluctuation of space force was, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. A dark void crack appeared and Yang Kai dove into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Heaven Battling Union's inner city, in a secret underground room, more than a dozen elders and protectors of Heaven Battling Union were gathered here. At this moment, all of them were staring at a huge space array in front of them with anticipation and trepidation. Heaven Battling Union was one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, one that had stood tall for thousands of years and flourished, so naturally, they knew to leave themselves a way out. The space array in this secret underground room was one such way out. For thousands of years, this space array had never been used because no one had been able to force Heaven Battling Union to the point of using it. But today, this dust-covered forbidden zone was finally being opened. Chu Zheng wanted to use it to leave Heaven Battling City and travel to a place 1 million kilometers away. Although it had never been used before, this space array was still in perfect condition, so after a slight adjustment and embedding of Saint crystals, the space array began operating. This king and great elder will go ahead, third elder. You stay behind and bring up the rear, Chu Zheng ordered casually before walking towards the space array with Mo Xiaoshang. Liang Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down and cupped his fists instead. Yes. He was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had escaped from Yang Kai's hands. Although Yang Kai had kept his word and did not kill him, these days Yang Kai had become his nightmare. Of course, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, but the Union Master had already given his orders, so Liang Yong had no choice but to follow and bring up the rear. This space array could only transport a maximum of 5 people at a time, so everyone had to evacuate in batches. After Chu Zheng and the others took their positions, the space array immediately burst into light and enveloped the 5 of them. Seeing the figures of these 5 people fading away and about to leave, a sudden change occurred. In the void in front of him, an inexplicable energy fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate uneasily came out. Immediately, a pitch-black crack that was 3 meters long strangely appeared. This is... Everyone looked dumbfounded, not understanding what this thing was. A void crack! Chu Zheng shouted. Back in Fallen Emperor Mountain he had seen it before, so now that he saw it again he was naturally familiar with it. As soon as his voice fell, a figure leisurely shot out from the void crack. Without the slightest pause, he opened his hand and fiercely grabbed at the space array that was already in operation. There was an obscure yet extremely mysterious power that swept through the air. The space array, which was originally shining brightly, trembled and its dazzling light dimmed at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Mo Xiaoshang cried out in alarm and without hesitation grabbed Chu Zheng's arm and fled like a frightened rabbit. Their figures flickered and the two appeared more than a dozen meters away. Yang Kai. Standing firm, Chu Zheng glared at the figure that had just emerged from the void crack, his expression ferocious and terrifying, as if he wanted to eat this person alive. Where does Union Master Chu think you're going? Yang Kai glanced at him with a sarcastic expression. Before Chu Zheng had time to answer though, he suddenly heard someone exclaim from the side, Elder Zhou, Protector Qi. The voice sounded panicked, as if someone had been greatly frightened. Chu Zheng frowned and glanced over with a gloomy expression, but after a single glance, a chill ran down his spine and he couldn't help shivering. On the space array there were 3 mutilated corpses. Judging from the clothes of the 3 corpses, they were his subordinates who had been standing on the space array with him and were about to be teleported away. But now their upper bodies had strangely disappeared, leaving only their lower bodies standing in the same place. The cuts were neat, as if they had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. Great Elder. The person who had just spoken called out in alarm again as he stared at Mo Xiaosheng, his eyes trembling violently. A ticking sound rang out loud and clear. Chu Zheng turned his head to look and couldn't help feeling his scalp go numb. The Great Elder who had helped him leave the space array was missing an arm, and the wound on his arm was the same as the others, neat and smooth. You can even interfere with the transmission of a space array. Mo Xiaosheng's face paled as he seemed to be enduring severe pain as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, grit his teeth and shouted, "You've cultivated your space force to such an extent? I've made a fool of myself." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, not denying it. Chu Zheng's expression also changed. With his experience and eyesight, how could he not understand how his 3 subordinates had died and how the Great Elder had lost an arm? It was because the transmission had been interfered with. The Tao of space was mysterious and difficult to understand, but its power was terrifying. Being interfered with during the transmission process, what good could come of it? No wonder the Great Elder had anxiously brought him out of the space array. It turned out that he had noticed something was wrong. If not for this, he would likely have ended up like his 3 subordinates, with only half of his body left on the space array. Understanding this, Chu Zheng began sweating profusely. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was a little annoyed. He had noticed the energy fluctuations coming from the space array before, so he had rushed here in a hurry. He had taken action at the right time, but unfortunately, he had failed at the last moment and allowed Chu Zheng to escape. This Mo Xiaosheng really did have some skill. If he hadn't noticed something, Chu Zheng would have died. But it didn't matter. Since he had rushed here, no one here could escape. The principle of beating a snake to death was one that Yang Kai understood better than anyone else. Looking at the people in the secret room with an indifferent expression, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With a wave of his hand, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, the massive heaven-shaking pillar resting on his shoulder as his eyes darted around, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The massive heaven-shaking pillar formed a huge contrast with Xiao Xiao's small body, making him look quite comical. However, no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xiao in the slightest. Even Chu Zheng frowned as he felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao Xiao, one that he had never felt even when facing Yang Kai. Chapter 15-16. A strong enemy, Chu Zheng thought to himself. He had heard that this strange creature was able to withstand a full-powered blow from a third-order origin returning realm master, but he didn't know if that was true or not. Before he could finish his thoughts though, Yang Kai raised his hand again and the verdant dragon bone sword appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant dark green dragon immediately appeared and coiled up behind Yang Kai's back, its upper body straight as it glared at everyone with its 2 eyes that were larger than gongs. Dragon pressure covered the entire room, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the golden blood threads flickered, emitting a dazzling golden light. A loud bird cry rang out as the firebird artifact spirit spread its wings, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply. Yang Kai was on high alert. Although the people in front of him were all frightened birds, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Alone against so many, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly, not to mention Chu Zheng was still intact. Yang Kai had never fought with Chu Zheng before, but he had seen him display great power in Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Great Sun Fulfilling Wish seal had left a deep impression on him. As such, Yang Kai had used 80% of the means he had at his disposal. Union Master Chu, when you tried to make things difficult for this junior, did you ever think you would end up like this? Yang Kai stared at Chu Zheng coldly. There was no great grievance between our 2 families, but Union Master Chu forced my hand. Today this junior will repay the enmity of the past. And I will send you to meet Chu Changfeng. You are father and son after all. I think Chu Changfeng should be very lonely right now. Impudent brat. Chu Zheng's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a mad beast. Chu Changfeng's death was the biggest pain in his heart. He knew his own son very well. Although Chu Changfeng was a domineering playboy, his aptitude was first class and given enough time, he would definitely become a great talent. But now, he was directly killed by Yang Kai in Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, this murderer was actually boasting in front of him. No matter how good Chu Zheng's temper was, he couldn't tolerate this, not to mention he had a fiery temper. Good. Brat, you've gone too far. If this old master doesn't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Chu Zheng roared. Mo Xiaoshang had a bad feeling about this. A battle between experts was dangerous to begin with, and with just a few words, the alliance master had already been infuriated. How could he possibly fight with his full strength? But in this situation, there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only endure the severe pain from his wounds and shout, Yang Kai, you don't put my heaven-battling union in your eyes, daring to break into this place alone. Today this place will be your burial ground. Everyone attack together. Today either he dies or we die. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the group summoned their artifacts one after another, and for a time, the room was filled with light and energy fluctuations. Liang Yong's movements were the fastest, summoning a long sword-like artifact and pouring his Saint Qi madly into it as he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, Little brat, die. As soon as his voice fell, the long sword turned into a blue light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the others also summoned their artifacts and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing any intention of dodging, simply watching coldly, as if he did not notice the approaching danger at all. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk the stone mongoose beat its hard chest with one hand, making a dull thud as it bared its fangs like a crazed gorilla. As it hammered, its small figure rapidly grew, instantly transforming into a several dozen meter tall stone giant that stood majestically in front of Yang Kai. In the next moment, the power of various artifacts poured into the stone puppet's body, causing dazzling flames to burst out from its body as crisp sounds rang out incessantly, but it remained motionless. Not only did it not show any intention of retreating, it didn't even show the slightest sign of injury, simply taking a step back under the influence of the various great forces. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour minerals. Not only could it refine mineral essences, but it could also absorb these essences for its own use to strengthen itself. Over the years, the stone mongoose had devoured countless minerals, most of which were extremely rare and of high quality. Not only had it provided a great deal of convenience for Yang Yun in his artifact refining, but it had also greatly nourished itself. Although these attacks were extremely terrifying, they did not have much effect on the stone puppet's body. The hardness of the stone mongoose's body was not inferior to an Origin King-grade defensive artifact. Amidst the crisp sounds of impact, Chu Zheng's muffled grunt and mad roar suddenly rang out. Everyone frowned, not knowing what had happened to Chu Zheng. Even Yang Kai was confused. After the various artifact attacks dissipated, Yang Kai's gaze swept past the stone mongoose and landed on Chu Zheng, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Kai found that half of a sword tip had appeared in front of Chu Zheng's chest, as if someone had stabbed him from behind. Chu Zheng's body was bleeding profusely, and his face was extremely pale. At a glance, it was obvious that the quality of this sword was extraordinary. Definitely an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. The blade of this sword was covered in a faint blue light, and was constantly bursting with terrifying power, constantly destroying Chu Zheng's body and making his situation worse. Not far away from Chu Zheng, Liang Yong stared at him with a complicated look, seemingly somewhat guilty. Liang Yong, how dare you do this? Mo Xiaoshang stared at Liang Yong in disbelief and shouted in grief. Chu Zheng also stared at Liang Yong with a gloomy face, his expression filled with anger as he coughed and ground his teeth. When did he buy you? Was it in Fallen Emperor Mountain? Liang Yong's face twitched as he glanced over at Yang Kai and said bitterly, Sect Master Yang did not try to bribe this Liang. It's just that a wise man submits to circumstances. This Liang understands this principle. Union Master and Great Elder's actions have brought disaster to the Union. This Liang, as the third elder of the Holy Union, cannot sit idly by. Selling humiliation for glory can still be described in such a dignified manner? Liang Yong, this king didn't know you were such a person before. Chu Zheng sneered angrily. He had never imagined that at this critical moment, he would be sneak attacked by his own third elder. If not for Liang Yong's artifact sword still sticking out of his chest, Chu Zheng would not have believed it. It doesn't matter if you didn't know before, Union Master should understand today. Liang Yong's face alternated between red and blue, seemingly feeling embarrassed, but at this point if he wanted to survive, this was the only way. Others might not know how strong Yang Kai was, but he was well aware. Although he had the advantage in numbers, if they really fought it would not be easy. Even if they could defeat Yang Kai, they would not be able to kill him. The heritage Yang Kai displayed was already shocking enough. But what about the hidden cards he had yet to reveal? Last time he had revealed some of his secrets and was lucky enough to survive, so Liang Yong did not want to suffer a second time. You have a promising future. Yang Kai suddenly grinned. He had not expected things to develop to this point, but this was something he was happy to see. Although he was confident he could kill all of these people, it would definitely be a tough battle and he would have to use all of his trump cards when the time came. Now that there was infighting, this problem was easily solved. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong smiled and cupped his fists, a flattering look on his face as he immediately turned to the others and shouted, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. This Liang does not need to teach you this. What to do now should be clear to all of you." Everyone from Heaven Battling Union wore ugly expressions as they glanced around at each other, suddenly falling into a dilemma. However, no one here did not cherish their lives, so in the end, everyone turned their eyes to Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng while secretly pushing their Saint Qi. Good, good, good. Chu Zheng laughed. I didn't expect that my Heaven Battling Union would raise a bunch of useless wolves. This Chu was truly blind, failing to see your true colors. Why would Union Master say such things? Liang Yong slowly shook his head. The winner is king while the loser is in the wrong. And what does Great Elder intend to do? This Liang has always admired Great Elder's character. If Great Elder is willing, do you think this old master will be defeated by you? Don't try to humiliate this old master, Mo Xiaosheng sneered, not waiting for Liang Yong to finish before interrupting him. In that case, I ask Great Elder and Union Master to join us on the road. Liang Yong's expression became stern as he waved his hand, and in the next moment, the artifacts and secret techniques he had used to attack Yang Kai flew towards Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng. There was no suspense, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, the battle subsided. Mo Xiaosheng had lost an arm, so although his life was not in danger, his strength had still been affected. Chu Zheng's situation was even worse. After being attacked from behind by Liang Yong, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, it was already a testament to his strength that he had not died on the spot. Both of them were injured, so how could they resist the attacks of Liang Yong and the others? Yang Kai didn't even have to take action before Heaven Battling Union's Union Master and Great Elder were killed. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance though. The giant dark green dragon was still behind him. The Firebird artifact spirit was flying through the air, and the stone mongoose was still standing in front of him. As soon as the battle was over, Liang Yong signaled to one of the cultivators. This cultivator understood and without a word, rushed towards one of his companions and swiftly killed this second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai just watched with a smile, not showing any intention of stopping this. Reporting to Sect Master Yang, that Protector Lu is a trusted aide of Union Master, and has a close relationship with him. Although he has temporarily submitted, a person's heart is unpredictable. No one knows if he will wait for an opportunity to avenge Union Master in the future, so he cannot be allowed to live. Liang Yong took the initiative to explain. Vicious and merciless. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. It seems I have underestimated Elder Liang. Sect Master Yang is too kind. Liang Yong chuckled dryly. What about the rest of you? These few should be fine. And Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully, an inexplicable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly said, Elder Liang, do you think this sect master won't cook the hound after the hares have outlived their usefulness? Liang Yong's expression changed slightly, and even the remaining people became vigilant. Squeezing out a smile, Liang Yong said, Sect Master Yang must be joking. We have already proven ourselves, so we ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and spare our lives. Why should I spare you? Even Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were killed by you. If I were to keep you by my side, there is no guarantee you won't be treated the same way one day. Yang Kai stared at him coldly, his tone becoming hostile. Seemingly affected by his mood, the giant dark green dragon behind him also straightened its body slightly. The dragon pressure grew stronger. Chapter 15-17. We wouldn't dare. Liang Yong was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. We swear to the heavens that we will follow Sect Master Yang's lead from now on. If you have any request, we will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. If vows were useful, Union Master Chu and Elder Mo wouldn't have died here. Didn't all of you make some kind of oath when you joined Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Liang Yong's expression was one of embarrassment and anxiety. Now that things had developed to this point, he didn't know how to gain Yang Kai's trust and ask him to show mercy. If Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were still alive, Heaven Battling Union might have been able to put up a fight, but now they were like fish on a chopping block. Yang Kai could easily crush them and Liang Yong, and the others wouldn't be able to resist. I'll give you a chance to convince me that you're still useful. If you can't do that, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Elder Liang is also a ruthless person, so you should understand. Yang Kai's impatient voice came, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Liang Yong shuddered as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't just saying empty words. In a moment of desperation, his thoughts turned sharply. Everyone else stared at Liang Yong anxiously, their hearts rising to their throats. Yang Kai didn't urge him and simply stood in place, waiting quietly. After a while, Liang Yong's tense expression calmed down and he seemed to have become much more confident. Clearing his throat, he cupped his fists and said, Sect Master Yang should know that we have no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang. Last time we went to Fallen Emperor Mountain, we were simply following orders. Now that Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are dead and the Union's masters have suffered a great loss, it can be said that our foundation has been greatly damaged. Coupled with the destruction of the myriad ice spirit sealing grand array, the Union's foundation has been greatly damaged. Judging from the way the Union has acted in the past, I'm afraid that this time, even if Sect Master Yang is magnanimous and spares us, I'm afraid we won't have a place to stand. Everyone kicks a wall when it's down and beats a drum when it's broken. It has always been this way. What does that have to do with me? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. I just want to say that if we want to live, we must find another way out. And Sect Master Yang is the best choice. Liang Yong looked at Yang Kai solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned. Not bad, continue. Hearing this, Liang Yong's expression shook as he excitedly said, If Sect Master Yang wants to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger, but whether we live or die is a small matter and will not bring any benefits to Sect Master Yang. However, if you leave us alive, this Liang will definitely be able to bring many benefits to Sect Master Yang. For example, Yang Kai squinted at him. Haha, now that Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng are dead, and second elder Lu Feng has also fallen, this Liang should be the leader of the Union. This Liang is not talented, but he is willing to help Sect Master Yang manage Heaven Battling City, and hand over all the income he earns every year. As far as this Liang knows, although Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect is located in the Luyan Desert, and does not need to worry about being attacked, it also lacks a variety of materials, making it inconvenient to trade with the outside world. If Heaven Battling City can provide these materials, I believe Sect Master Yang's disciples will no longer need to worry about supplies in the future. Heaven Battling City has been in business for thousands of years, and there are tens of millions of cultivators who live and seek a way to survive here. To be honest, Heaven Battling City's annual income is quite high, so I'm sure Sect Master Yang will take a liking to it. After saying so, Liang Yong no longer said anything and simply waited for Yang Kai's reply. He was confident he could convince Yang Kai. Sure enough, a moment later, Yang Kai nodded. Elder Liang's eloquence is not bad. This sect master has indeed been convinced. As soon as his voice fell, the firebird flew back into Yang Kai's body. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword and was put away by Yang Kai, and even the several dozen meter tall stone mongoose returned to its original form. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Liang Yong was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang, for not killing us. The others also hurriedly expressed their loyalty, lest Yang Kai decide to kill them. From now on, Heaven Battling Union will no longer exist. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Heaven Battling City is the property of my High Heaven sect. so anyone who violates it will become an enemy of my High Heaven sect. Liang Yong, your strength is good, so you will take the position of city lord and manage this city for this sect. Yes, subordinate will not fail to live up to sect master's trust. Liang Yong quickly responded. Good. I hope you won't let me down. Pass down my order, tell your people to retreat. If they don't, I'm afraid they'll all die here. Yang Kai chuckled, a pleasant look on his face, as if all the previous unpleasantness had never happened. Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, telling Yi Shiyun and the others to stop. A quarter of an hour later, Heaven Battling City's inner city calmed down, but the corpses and blood all over the ground were the best evidence that a fierce battle had taken place here. Inside the secret room, everyone else had gone out to appease the survivors of Heaven Battling Union and relay Yang Kai's orders, leaving only Liang Yong and Yang Kai. Where is Heaven Battling Union's storehouse? Take me there. Yang Kai ordered Liang Yong. Please come with me, sect master. Liang Yong naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly led the way. As a sect that had stood on Shadowed Star for thousands of years, the wealth it had accumulated was naturally enormous and unimaginable. In particular, Heaven Battling Union also owned Heaven Battling City. The wealth it obtained from Heaven Battling City every year was already extremely rich. But now, all of this had become Yang Kai's property. It took 2 full days for Yang Kai to sort out the things in Heaven Battling Union's storehouse and store them all into his space ring. After 2 days, Liang Yong and the others also cut the Gordian knot, purging all those who dared oppose them, including Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaoshang's trusted aides, and placing the surviving cultivator of Heaven Battling Union under their control. News of this battle had already spread like wildfire, and the 10 million cultivators who had withdrawn from Heaven Battling City had already returned to the city. Although a behemoth had fallen on Shadowed Star, it did not have much of an impact on them. High Heaven Sect's starship had not damaged the outer city, so these people only needed to bring their goods back here and they could reopen for business. However, instead of Heaven Battling Union, they would be handing over their goods to High Heaven Sect. Not many people dared to believe such a result would occur. Heaven Battling Union had actually been destroyed, and High Heaven Sect had only relied on a trivial starship to destroy this behemoth. The tyrannical power of an Origin King-grade starship was deeply rooted in people's hearts. 5 days later, the black starship sailed out of Heaven Battling City and towards the horizon. In the square inside the city, Liang Yong and the other high-level members of Heaven Battling Union respectfully sent them off, all of them secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although they had expressed their allegiance and Yang Kai had no intention of doing anything to them, as long as Yang Kai did not leave, they would not feel at ease, fearing that Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was not until now that their hearts had settled back into their chests. Yang Kai let Guqi stay in Heaven Battling City as the Vice City Lord. On the surface he was here to assist Liang Yong, but his real purpose was clear to everyone. It was nothing more than surveillance. Liang Yong dared to betray him, sneak attack Chu Zheng, and grovel in order to save his own life. Yang Kai naturally had to guard against such a vile character, otherwise, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not become disloyal. Yang Kai would not feel at ease leaving others here, but Guqi was different. Although Guqi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was adopted and raised by Yi Shiyun, and had a close relationship with her. As long as Yi Shiyun was still alive, Liang Yong would not dare to act against Guqi. Leaving Guqi behind to remind Liang Yong from time to time, presumably he would not have any thoughts he shouldn't have. Every year's tribute would be handed over to High Heaven Sect, so Guqi would not fill his own pockets. As the starship left, not only did Liang Yong and the others send it off, but countless cultivators throughout the outer city cheered, waving and shouting to the starship with joyful expressions. The destruction of Heaven Battling Union allowed these cultivators, who had been exploited and humiliated in the past, to finally vent their anger, so they were all overjoyed. Coupled with Liang Yong's order to reduce the taxes on the entire city, they were naturally in a good mood. From this point of view, Liang Yong was quite talented. Knowing that Heaven Battling City had changed hands, it was time to buy people's hearts, so he had taken advantage of Yang Kai's favor and offered him many favors. Inside the starship, all the origin returning realm elders of High Heaven Sect had completely forgotten about their image at this moment. some with shifty looks on their faces while others were happily counting their gains. Yang Kai had put all the things in Heaven Battling Union storehouse into his space ring, preparing to take them back to High Heaven Sect. However, Changqi and the others kept the spoils of war they obtained from killing the enemies. Each of these people had killed countless enemies, so how could their spoils be lacking? Even Qiantong and Fei Ji too were sitting cross-legged on the ground, constantly rummaging through their space rings, looking for materials they needed and discarding the rest they didn't need. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and even Yi Shiyun couldn't help smiling. Sectmaster, we've been delayed in Heaven Battling City for 5 days, so Thunder Typhoon Sect should have already received the news. I'm afraid their defenses will be even tighter. Suddenly Yi Shiyun called out to him. Yang Kai gently nodded. In fact, he also understood the principle that speed was paramount in war, but he had no choice but to delay in Heaven Battling City. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to give up on such a large property. Currently, High Heaven Sect was few in number and didn't need so many materials, but what about in the future? Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. It doesn't matter. Since Heaven Battling Union couldn't stop us, Thunder Typhoon Sect shouldn't be able to either. No matter how they defend, as long as they can't break through the starship's defenses, it's useless. That being said, Sect Master still needs to be careful, Yi Shiyun cautioned. Although she was much older than Yang Kai and had more experience, the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect was still Yang Kai, so there were many things she couldn't overstep. Have them speed up a bit. I heard that Thunder Typhoon Canyon is quite far from here, Yang Kai ordered. A moment later, the starship, which was already moving as fast as lightning, increased its speed by another level. Thunderwind Gorge was filled with dense spirit energy, and it was situated within lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. It occupied a vast area. It was the headquarters of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Unlike Heaven Battling Union, which had its headquarters set up in a city, Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters was far away from where people gathered. With the rich world energy aura here and the nearby mountain range for cultivators to go out for life experience, it could be said to be a blessed land. Chapter 15:18. Since the establishment of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Thunder Typhoon Canyon had always been its territory. When Thunder Typhoon Sect's reputation was still unknown, many sects had fancied this treasure land and tried to capture it, but none of them succeeded, all of them becoming stepping stones for Thunder Typhoon Sect. During this process, Thunder Typhoon Sect grew at a snowball speed and eventually became one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. The periphery of Thunder Typhoon Canyon was wrapped in a poisonous miasma all year round, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Disciples needed to take special detoxification pills in advance or use space arrays to enter and exit this place. Otherwise, even Saint Kings would not be able to resist the power of this poisonous miasma, causing them to lose strength and unable to circulate their Saint Qi. In serious cases, they would fall to the ground and die instantly. This was the biggest reason why Thunder Typhoon Sect was able to defend this place. In addition to this natural barrier, it was rumored that Thunder Typhoon Canyon was filled with countless large and small spirit arrays. Anyone who dared to intrude would die without a complete corpse. Although Yang Kai had the starship to rely on, he did not dare take this place lightly. Thunder Typhoon Canyon was different from Heaven Battling City. After entering, it would be difficult to leave. So, after the starship passed through the range of this natural poisonous miasma, Yang Kai ordered his people to slow down significantly while scanning their surroundings and advancing vigilantly. However, to his surprise along the way, he did not touch any spirit arrays or even see a single living person. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to see everything within a 100-kilometer radius. The huge Thunder Typhoon Sect was now empty, as if everyone had evacuated in advance. Yang Kai frowned. Yi Shiyun also wore a look of disbelief. Although a few days ago, she and her group had captured Heaven Battling City and destroyed Heaven Battling Union, demonstrating the strength of High Heaven Sect's combat prowess, she had never seen such a scene before. However, Thunder Typhoon Sect was still a famous sect, so there was no reason for them to retreat without a fight. How much courage did it take to give up the foundation of their sect that had been established for over 10,000 years? What kind of prestige did he have to be able to make all the disciples in the sect listen to him? Fang Peng seemed to be more difficult to deal with than Chu Zheng. Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai, Thunder Typhoon sect actually withdrew ahead of time. What should we do? Qian Tong was speechless. He thought that it would be the same as last time, and that they would have to go through a tough battle. He didn't expect this to happen. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. The foundation of a sect lay in its people, not its foundation. As long as the disciples didn't die, there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. Fang Peng clearly understood this principle. High Heaven Sect's ferocious punch had hit nothing but cotton, making everyone feel aggrieved. Since we're here, there's no reason for us to return empty-handed. Destroy the Thunder Wind Canyon for me. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Since Fang Peng doesn't want this 10,000-year foundation, we don't need to keep it for him. Ruthless. Qian Tong's mouth twitched. Once the order was passed down, the crystal cannons fired continuously. As the battleship moved forward, everything in its path was razed to the ground. The violent rumbling sounds never stopped as many of Thunder Typhoon Sect's buildings were reduced to dust under the bombardment of the crystal cannons. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, sending his divine sense in a certain direction. There was actually a strong energy fluctuation coming from that direction, not from an artifact but from a large number of Saint crystals. Had Thunder Typhoon Sect not taken them with them when they withdrew? Or was it a trap? However, no one would complain about having too many Saint crystals. To be able to produce such strong energy fluctuations, there had to be at least 100 million Saint crystals. Such a number was a considerable amount of wealth even for Thunder Typhoon Sect. There's something over there, I'll go take a look. Yang Kai stood up. Sect Master, be careful, Yi Shiyun frowned. Don't worry. Yang Kai grinned, it's certain to be a trap, but I want to know what kind of game Fang Peng is playing. All of you stay in the starship, I'll be right back. Saying so, Yang Kai leapt out of the starship, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace and using his divine sense to investigate its interior, he was able to see everything inside. It was empty with only some tables and chairs, but at the bottom of this palace, there was a secret room with countless piles of high-rank Saint crystals piled up inside. There were indeed hundreds of millions of them. Of course, Yang Kai was not willing to let go of such a huge fortune, but since he was bold, he did not shrink back and simply walked straight into the palace. After searching around for a moment, he found a secret door in the corner of the palace and went straight down. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the secret room. Looking around, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. After determining that there was nothing suspicious around him, Yang Kai waved his hand and stored all the Saint crystals into his space ring. At the same time, about 100,000 meters below Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters, there was another secret room. At this moment, there were 5 old men sitting upright in this secret room. Every single one of them had white hair and beards, and they looked extremely old. They seemed to have experienced the ravages of endless wind and frost, and there wasn't much vitality left in their bodies. However, each of these 5 was a third-order origin returning realm master. The 5 of them were divided into 5 corners, and in the center was a spirit array that had been arranged in advance. This spirit array was very mysterious and seemed to give off an extremely dangerous aura. They were completely silent and their Saint Chi was completely concealed, as if they were 5 corpses. However, the moment Yang Kai walked into the secret room, the 5 of them seemed to sense him and all opened their eyes. He's here. One of the yellow-faced old men muttered. He really did come, his courage is quite big. Another old woman nodded lightly. Since he's here, let's begin. The third old man said lightly, Heaven Battling Union was unable to resist that Origin King grade starship, so my Thunder Typhoon Sect shouldn't be able to either. But if he wants our 10,000-year-old foundation, I don't know if he'll have the life to do so. Haha, with the profounding 10 Directions Grand Array, even if he has the life to take it, he won't be able to enjoy it. Enough idle chatter, junior brother and junior sister. It has been this old master's honor to have met and known all of you over the past few hundred years, but now it's time for us to part ways. I hope all of you have a good journey. The yellow-faced old man who spoke first spoke again. He seemed to have great prestige, and as soon as he spoke, the expressions of the others also became solemn. The old woman looked at him and a smile appeared on her face. Senior brother, you two. A trace of nostalgia flashed across the yellow-faced old man's face, but soon, his expression became firm and he shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as his voice fell, he madly pushed his Saint Chi and poured it into the five-sided spirit array in front of him. The other four did the same. The five-sided spirit array suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and as the light intensified, the patterns on the spirit array seemed to come alive and began to rotate faster and faster. As the spirit array rotated, the faces of the five people instantly became extremely pale, and what little vitality they had left began to drain away. This spirit array seemed to not only be able to absorb their Saint Chi, but also their vitality. With muffled roars, the five people exerted their full strength. Suddenly, the spirit array trembled and the rotating spirit array broke away from its original position and shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the earth in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the five people all showed smiles before collapsing to the ground, each of them emaciated to the point of being nothing more than skin and bones. At the same time, in the secret room filled with Saint crystals, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused and his brow furrowed. At this moment he felt a sense of unease. Before he could wrap his head around this thought, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared from beneath his feet. Immediately, a huge formation flew out from below and covered the entire room. The formation lines seemed to have transformed into the toughest metal bars, turning the room into a cage. Violent energy fluctuations spread out from all around as dazzling rays of light shot out from under the countless Saint crystals, filling the room with a sense of unease. Yang Kai seemed to be aware of this and waved his hand fiercely, sweeping away the countless Saint crystals, revealing a large red crystal half the height of a person hidden underneath. At this moment, this red crystal was exuding a dazzling red light, and the violent energy fluctuations were coming from it. Profound explosion crystal. Yang Kai's eyes twitched wildly as he muttered in understanding. So that's how it is. Thunder Typhoon Sect had spent hundreds of millions of Saint crystals to arrange such a secret room, forcing people to jump in even if they knew there was a trap. After all, everyone had greed in them. But once they entered this place, they would fall into Thunder Typhoon Sect's trap. The previous spirit array didn't have any destructive power, only a binding effect. The real killing blow was the profound explosion crystal hidden under the Saint crystals. This kind of thing was quite rare as the energy contained within it was extremely unstable and would explode at the slightest touch. Generally speaking, it wasn't very useful, and because it was so rare, it was rarely used by cultivators. Thunder Typhoon Sect had no idea where they had found such a large piece of profound explosion crystal, and it wasn't just this one either. Under the cover of these Saint crystals, there were at least 4 or 5 spots where the red light was leaking out. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came here in person, they might not necessarily be able to withstand such a violent energy fluctuation, let alone Yang Kai. Thunder Typhoon Sect really thinks highly of me. As this thought flashed through his mind, the red light became more and more intense, and in the next moment, a violent explosion rang out, causing the world to tremble as the entire secret room was obliterated in an instant. A towering red pillar of light erupted from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters was also reduced to ruins in this violent explosion. The aftermath of the impact swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, causing the sun and moon to dim. Inside the starship a few dozen kilometers away, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes trembling. Even Yi Shiyun's beautiful face went pale, but fortunately, her heart was still tenacious. Seeing the terrifying aftermath of this explosion hit the starship, she quickly shouted, "Activate all defenses." Soon a thin film appeared around the starship. A gust of wind erupted as the aftermath of the explosion engulfed the starship, causing it to spin violently and crash into the mountain wall next to the canyon. Inside the starship, everyone was unable to stand still, their faces filled with horror as they pushed their Saint Chi to protect themselves and summoned their artifacts to protect themselves. Chapter 15:19. Inside the underground chamber, a void crack appeared and Yang Kai's figure fell out, a look of lingering fear on his face. It wasn't that Feng Peng didn't know Yang Kai could tear space, but he had still arranged such a sinister trap. Firstly, He probably knew that Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters would be destroyed, so he might as well take advantage of it. Secondly, Fang Peng may have been hoping that Yang Kai's reaction would be too slow, and he would fall in the explosion of the profound explosion crystals. Yang Kai just didn't know how confident he was. In any case, Fang Peng's plan had failed. Just before the profound explosion crystals exploded, Yang Kai had left the center of the vortex and directly followed the direction of the spirit array's source, going deep underground. They were tens of thousands of feet underground. Dim lights flickered all around them. 5 people were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were inhaling more than exhaling. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that these people would soon die and couldn't help frowning. It seemed that the commotion just now was caused by these 5 people. In the end, this was a great sect that had existed for over 10,000 years, so at the most critical moment, there were still some who were willing to stay behind and die with the sect. You really didn't die, Fang Peng wasn't wrong. A very weak voice came from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a thin, yellow-faced old man lying there looking at him, his dry lips trembling slightly as a look of unwillingness and disbelief appeared on his face. The Tao of Space truly lives up to its reputation. Senior is too kind. Yang Kai coldly snorted, stepped forward, and stood 5 steps in front of this old man. Knowing that such petty tricks won't kill me, Fang Peng was actually willing to let the 5 of you stay behind and die. How bold! The yellow-faced old man chuckled, gasping for breath. It wasn't that he wanted us to stay, we stayed behind of our own accord. Boy, even at this time you still want to sow discord? A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, but he remained silent. The yellow-faced old man coughed lightly and continued. The 5 of us don't have much lifespan left to begin with. If we can drag you down with us, then we'll naturally make a huge profit. It can also be considered as the last thing we can do for the sect before we die. So, even though we know the chances are slim, we still have to give it a try. He's about to die. What's the point of saying so much? Yang Kai was uninterested. Tell me, where did Fang Peng go? I'll leave your corpses intact. Haha, brat. You're a straightforward person. If I had met you a few years ago, perhaps this old man would have looked at you differently. Fang Peng said. He said. What did he say? He told you to go to the Star Emperor Mountain and look for him. The yellow-faced old man seemed to have squeezed out the last of his life as he squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. After he finished speaking, he stopped breathing. The other 4 had passed away while Yang Kai was talking to the yellow-faced old man. Frowning at the 5 corpses, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had no intention of touching them. With a wave of his hand, space was immediately torn apart. Oh! Inside Thunder Typhoon Canyon, the starship was suspended mid-air with its doors wide open. Yi Shiyun and the others had all rushed out and were staring forward anxiously. The sound of the explosion had subsided, but looking around, the originally magnificent Thunder Typhoon Sect headquarters had been reduced to ruins. In its original location, there was only a large crater several dozen meters deep and several dozen kilometers wide. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If it weren't for the starship's protection, the energy explosion just now would have killed everyone present, not to mention Yang Kai, who had already entered the depths of the crater. Everyone was worried about Yang Kai, lest he be buried here. Looking for me? An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind, startling everyone. Turning their heads, they found that Yang Kai had at some point appeared not far behind them, completely unscathed. Everyone's expressions became extremely strange. None of them had been aware of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, are you okay? Qian Tong hurriedly asked. I'm fine, let's talk inside. Yang Kai stepped into the starship, turning back and motioning for everyone to follow. A moment later, the starship turned around and sailed out of Thunder Typhoon Canyon. Inside the starship, Yang Kai briefly recounted the results of this trip, causing everyone to sigh. Those 5 people should be the supreme elders of Thunder Typhoon Sect. They're all old people, and I'm afraid they're 1 or 2 generations older than me and old Phil. Qian Tong whispered, in fact, every great force has such existences. My Shadow Moon Hall also has a few, but they don't care about worldly affairs and are in retreat all year round. Unless something major happens, they won't come out until they die of old age. And for these 5 people to act like this, Although they are enemies, they are worthy of respect. Fei Jitu nodded lightly. Whether they are worthy or not, now that Fang Peng has fled to Star Emperor Mountain, I won't have to waste any more time looking for him. Yang Kai snorted lightly. Yang Kai snorted lightly. If Fang Peng had chosen to live in seclusion, it would have been quite troublesome, but he had chosen to run off to Star Emperor Mountain, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. The next destination of the starship was Star Emperor Mountain. Fang Peng had probably expected this, so he had chosen to wait there. Great Elder. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Yi Shiyun. At this point you shouldn't have anything to hide, right? I haven't asked about Star Emperor Mountain before, but now I want to know more about it. The more detailed the better. This queen has no intention of hiding anything. It's just that sect master has never asked before. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair behind her ear. Since sect master wants to know, this queen will naturally tell him everything she knows. Good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai, should this old master and old Fei withdraw for a moment? Qian Tong asked hesitantly. Listening to Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun, it seemed they wanted to talk about some of the secrets of Star Emperor Mountain, so of course he would be embarrassed to remain. No need, there are no outsiders here. Yang Kai waved his hand. Ngh. Qian Tong no longer insisted and turned to look at Yi Shiyun with Yang Kai, both of them listening attentively. He was also very curious about Star Emperor Mountain. After all, this great force had always been mysterious, but it was the undisputed #1 great force on Shadowed Star. Where should I begin? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, seemingly sorting out her words for a moment before continuing. There are rumors in the outside world that Star Emperor Mountain is related to the Great Emperors. In fact, this is not baseless, it is actually true. In fact, Star Emperor Mountain is actually a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. A branch of Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Indeed. Supreme Profound Sect. Qian Tong frowned. What kind of sect is that? How come I've never heard of it before? Fei Jitu also slowly shook his head, indicating he had never heard of it before. Yang Kai grinned. The place my High Heaven sect occupies today is the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect, an ancient sect that disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Naturally, you two have never heard of it. So that's how it is. Qian Tong and Fei Jitu wore understanding looks. Great Elder, please continue. Yang Kai gestured. Supreme Profound Sect was the place where the Great Emperors once resided and was supported by the Great Emperors. However, its success was due to the Great Emperors and its failure was due to the Great Emperors. One day, a powerful enemy of the Great Emperors suddenly came to visit, and the two of them had a disagreement that led to a fight. As a result, although the enemy was destroyed, the Great Emperors fell into a long period of slumber, while the place where Supreme Profound Sect once resided became Lu Yan's desert. Sect Master should also know about these things. And I've heard of it. Yang Kai gently nodded. Yang Kai's expression remained calm. He had indeed heard of this information before, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. On the other hand, Qian Tong and Fei Jitu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they breathed heavily, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Yi Shiyun hadn't said much, they had gleaned some incredible information from her words. The Great Emperors of Star Field, who were rumored to be omnipotent, actually had an enemy who could rival them. In this battle, although the enemy was killed, the Great Emperor seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Did this enemy also have the same cultivation realm as the Great Emperors? This was such a shocking thing. The two of them had only fought once, yet a Lu Yan's desert had appeared on Shadowed Star. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Yi Shiyun's words, the Great Emperor seemed to still be alive, but had fallen into a deep slumber. As a legend, the prestige of the Great Emperors of Starfield was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Their strength was indisputable. It was said that they could pluck the stars and summon the moon, easily destroy a cultivation star, and traverse the entire territory of Star in a single day. There were simply too many legends about the Great Emperors, and all of them were incredible. Although Qian Tong and Fei Jitu respected the Great Emperors, they had never imagined that such powerful existences were still alive. At this moment, hearing such a secret for the first time, the shock in their hearts was simply unimaginable, and they were unable to recover from it for a long time. Of course, these words were only spoken by Yi Shiyun, so they believed them. If it were anyone else, they would likely have scoffed at them. Regardless of the outcome of that battle, Supreme Profound Sect was affected and suffered heavy losses. There were only a few survivors, and those who survived could only migrate elsewhere. They were the founders of Star Emperor Mountain. Yi Shiyun's voice came, pulling Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu back to reality. In Star Emperor Mountain, there is a portrait of the great emperors, which is why this queen. Yi Shiyun hesitated, not finishing her sentence. Yang Kai knew what she wanted to say. The reason why she was so loyal to Yang Yan at first sight and recognized her as one of the great emperors was precisely because of this ancient portrait. Over the past several hundred years, Yi Shiyun had observed the charm of the great emperors up close countless times. Star Emperor Mountain's ancient precepts state that Star Emperor Mountain exists only for the great emperors. The great emperors will one day awaken, and when that time comes, Star Emperor Mountain will become the right hand of the great emperors. For tens of thousands of years, every generation of Star Emperor Mountain sect masters has persisted in this way, never caring about the outside world's right and wrong, never intervening in its grievances, only waiting for the day when the great emperors awaken. This queen has been in charge of Star Emperor Mountain for hundreds of years, and has adhered to this philosophy. Chapter 1520. But too much time has passed, and the rumors about the great emperors have become fainter and fainter. Not only have people in the outside world begun to doubt the existence of the great emperors, but even within Star Emperor Mountain, these people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the great emperors and want to break this rule in order to dominate Shadowed Star. 100 years ago, this queen was harmed by this traitor and had no choice but to leave Star Emperor Mountain and live in seclusion. That traitor was unwilling and tried to usurp the throne, right? Yang Kai sneered. Although Yi Shiyun didn't say it clearly, Yang Kai wasn't stupid and quickly understood the twists and turns of the story. And judging from the reactions of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect this time, that traitor has indeed done well. He has actually secretly subdued Chu Zheng and Fang Peng and forced them to work for him. I wonder what benefits he has promised them. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. It's inevitable, Yang Kai frowned. Speaking of which, when he first heard the rumors about the great emperors of Star Field, he didn't take them seriously. After all, every place had its own legends, and most of those legends were fabricated by people who had nothing to do with them. He used to think that the great emperors were just like that they weren't real existences. But later, as he came into contact with more and more things and learned more and more about them, he began to believe that the great emperors really existed and were not just legends or fabrications. That was until Yang Inflammation's memories were restored. Not only him, but countless people in Star Territory also thought so. Although Star Emperor Mountain was a remnant of Supreme Profound Sect, after tens of thousands of years, its original intentions had long since faded. Possessing the strength to dominate Shadowed Star, but developing in silence, even until the day she died of old age, no one knew of her existence. For Yi Shiyun this was nothing, but for those with great ambitions it was a torment. However, Star Emperor Mountain had strict rules, and anyone who violated the teachings of their ancestors would be killed without mercy. If one wanted to break these rules, they had to take control. One day Yi Shiyun was driven away. I remember that you were poisoned a few years ago. At that time, it was Gu Qi who brought the Star Emperor token to Heavenly Fate City to ask for a detoxification pill. Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun thoughtfully. Yes, it was done by that person. Yi Shiyun nodded. After all, his position was not obtained legitimately, so as long as this queen was here, he would have to live in fear, spending 100 years to find out where I was living in seclusion and secretly poisoning me. It was quite difficult for him. Fortunately, Sect Master had a good pill. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, my cultivation would have dropped greatly. This time, I want to properly settle this debt with him. It's only right to take revenge. Yang Kai grinned. Yi Shiyun brushed her hair back behind her ear and said leisurely, in fact, it doesn't matter whether this queen is in that position or not, but that person has now betrayed the ancestors of Star Emperor Mountain, which is tantamount to betraying the great emperors. This is intolerable. So this queen must clean up the house on behalf of the ancestors. As she shouted, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu couldn't help shivering. How many masters does Star Emperor Mountain have? Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun chuckled and said, in fact, Star Emperor Mountain has never had many people. Although it occupies the best place on Shadowed Star, the total number of people in each generation is no more than 300. When this queen was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, the number was even fewer, a trivial 200. Now it's probably the same number. 200? Yang Kai, Qiantong, and the others were dumbfounded. This number was really unexpected. Everyone knew that Star Emperor Mountain did not have many people, but no one had expected it to be so few. Could such a force really stand at the top of Shadowed Star's power pyramid? Sect Master, don't underestimate these 200 people. Of these 200, at least 80% are Origin Returning Realm Masters, and as many as 50 are Third Order. Moreover, Star Emperor Mountain also has several Origin King grade artifacts and Emperor artifacts. The combat power they can display cannot be underestimated. Yi Shiyun quickly exhorted. Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? The Annihilation Thunder Bead is one of them, but although the Annihilation Thunder Bead is powerful, Sect Master has already taken a blow from it before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to face it again this time. As long as he can avoid a single blow, an Emperor artifact won't be of much use. And if the strength of the person using it isn't high enough, an Emperor artifact won't be able to play much of a role, Yang Kai sighed. Last time he had suffered a loss because he didn't know much about the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but if he faced it again now, he should be able to deal with it calmly. However, although he didn't care, Yang Kai didn't know if the starship could withstand a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead. In addition to the Annihilation Thunder Bead, you need to be careful of the other two Origin King grade artifacts. Star Emperor Mountain originally had 3 Origin King grade artifacts, but the bone incinerating flame lamp was taken away by this queen, so there are only 2 left. A single great force possessing 3 Origin King grade artifacts was an incredible feat on Shadowed Star. Even Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union only had 1 Origin King grade artifact that could not be easily used. However, Heaven Battling Union's Origin King grade artifact had now been seized by Yang Kai and became his spoils of war. Next, Yi Shiyun described the power and appearance of the 2 Origin King grade artifacts of Star Emperor Mountain in detail, while exhorting Yang Kai to be more careful. Yang Kai listened attentively. Overall, the strength of Star Emperor Mountain was far superior to that of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. Although its numbers were extremely small, it had many high-end cultivator, with more than 50 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters. Such a force was indeed enough to dominate Shadowed Star and sweep through any sect. Seeing his worries, Yi Shiyun smiled and said, Sect Master doesn't need to worry too much. Although that person has been in control of Star Emperor Mountain for 100 years, his style of conduct is incompatible with Star Emperor Mountain's philosophy and may not be able to convince the masses. What's more, his status is not justified. Even if he has won over some people over the years, this queen still has her own supporters. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at her with great interest. Back in Star Emperor Mountain, many people had received grace from this queen, so they shouldn't have acted against this queen. Furthermore, for the past 100 years, they had all assumed that I had died, so they had tacitly accepted that person's position. But now, to tell you the truth, Sect Master, from the day I had emerged from my closed-door cultivation a few years ago, some people had secretly contacted me and wanted me to return to the Star King Mountain. It's just that I had not agreed. Such a thing happened. Yang Kai raised his brow. Now that things have reached this point, this queen has nothing to hide. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly. Since this queen was young, this queen was instilled with the idea that great emperors are supreme by her honored master. Now that this queen is able to serve the great emperors, there is naturally no need for her to return to Star Emperor Mountain to compete for some empty title. But since Sect Master intends to take action against Star Emperor Mountain, this queen will naturally play her part. Good, Yang Kai was extremely happy. Originally, Yang Kai had been considering whether or not to rely on the tyrannical power of the starship to level Star Emperor Mountain directly like before, but he wasn't confident he would succeed, so he was quite hesitant. Now, after hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. So this queen would like to ask Sect Master to give me a few days to go to Star Emperor Mountain. Not everyone there wants to be an enemy of sect master. You decide. I'll wait for your good news, Yang Kai agreed. Yes, then this queen will set off immediately. Sect master can take his time to catch up. Yi Shiyun was also a straightforward person, so after the discussion, she immediately set off for Star Emperor Mountain. A moment later, a beam of light shot out from the starship and sped straight towards Star Emperor Mountain. After Yi Shiyun left, the starship slowed down and began to descend at a leisurely pace. Since he had to wait for Yi Shiyun to deal with everything, Yang Kai naturally wasn't in a hurry and simply entered retreat. There were too many things he had to deal with now. The benefits he obtained from the Emperor Garden last time had yet to be fully digested. Whether it was comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture or the golden blood thread secret technique, both required a lot of time, not something he could achieve overnight. Moreover, Yang Kai also needed to take the life-revitalizing jade cream every day to accumulate the pure golden blood in his body in hopes that one day he would be able to replace all the blood in his body with pure golden blood. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art also required this. One thing after another, Yang Kai was extremely busy, so now that he had some free time, he naturally wouldn't waste it. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, because he had absorbed a large amount of pure spirit chi, his cultivation had reached the peak of the First Order Origin Returning Realm and could break through at any time. Yang Kai didn't dare to break through too frequently as that would cause his foundation to become unstable, so he had been suppressing it and not accumulating his Saint Chi, instead focusing on comprehending various secret techniques and alchemy knowledge. In this way, without breaking through, Yang Kai could still enhance his strength. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the sun's true essence and the other 5 elements' supreme treasures, arranged a spirit array, and began absorbing the pure energy from these 5 elements' supreme treasures to temper his physique. At the same time, he condensed his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, and began comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. While multitasking, Yang Kai didn't find it troublesome at all, and was instead extremely efficient. Time passed slowly, and it seemed like more than 10 days had passed, but also like a flash. Just as Yang Kai was immersed in his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, he suddenly noticed that someone was calling out to him with their divine sense. His brow furrowed. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his consciousness, put away his 5 elements supreme treasures, and walked out of his room. In a certain hall of the starship, many masters had gathered. Yi Shiyun also returned, but the atmosphere was slightly strange. Not only were there Qian Tong and the others in the hall, but there were also a few unfamiliar faces. One of them was a dignified and beautiful woman with a dignified look on her face. To her left was a middle-aged scholar who looked gentle and refined, while to her other side was an old man who was thin but hale and hearty. All 3 of them were top masters in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, and judging from the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from them, they seemed to be stronger than ordinary Origin Returning Realm masters. Even Qian Tong couldn't help showing a look of dread when he looked at these 3. Chapter 1521. When Yang Kai walked into the hall, all 3 cast their gazes towards him with a sense of scrutiny. Although none of them deliberately released any kind of power, the auras naturally exuded from these 3 were quite strong. If an ordinary Origin Returning Realm master were to come here, they would likely find it difficult to even move. Yang Kai's footsteps also paused slightly, but soon he calmed down and walked in, treating this invisible pressure as nothing more than a gentle breeze. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of the 3's eyes as they clicked their tongues in wonder. They had followed Yi Shiyun here this time because they wanted to see what kind of person had the ability to make Yi Shiyun work for him. Now that they saw him, they immediately knew that Yang Kai was no small matter. This boy was a promising talent, the 3 secretly thought to themselves, but this alone was not enough to convince them. There were many young people with aptitude and talent, only those who could grow up would be considered capable. Yang Kai, on the other hand, glanced at Yi Shiyun suspiciously, not quite understanding what these 3 people were doing here. However, where they came from, Yang Kai could guess. Since they were able to come with Yi Shiyun, it seemed that this matter was quite promising. Sit down. Yang Kai smiled lightly, walked straight to the head of the table, and sat down before calmly cupping his fists to the 3. Junior Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. May I ask how to address 3 seniors? This old master is Yang Xiaozhu. This mistress is Lin Yu Rao. This one is Chu Han-yi. The three introduced themselves. These three are all cornerstones of the sect and have a wide network of connections, Yi Shiyun interjected. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and his smile became even brighter. Having a wide network of connections meant that as long as he could deal with these three, he would be able to deal with many of Star Emperor Mountain's masters. Yi Shiyun's words had a deep meaning, something Yang Kai understood. Senior Yang and this junior actually share the same surname. No wonder this junior felt so close to senior even though it was the first time we met, as if you were my own senior. I hope senior will take care of me in the future, Yang Kai said with a smile. Yang Xiaozhu didn't have the slightest intention of agreeing with him. Even the beautiful woman Lin Yu Rao and the middle-aged scholar Chu Han-yi stared at him solemnly. Yang Kai was extremely embarrassed. Knowing that these three people were probably not people he could win over with just words, he immediately put away this thought and said with a serious expression, "Since the three seniors came with the great elder, then you must know what this sect master will do next. What do the three seniors think?" What Sect Master Yang intends to do next, these three old masters have already heard from Sect Master, but to be blunt, although Sect Master Yang has a tyrannical starship, he may not be able to defeat our sect. I wonder how Sect Master Yang plans to guard against the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Yang Xiaozhu asked in a deep voice. Probably not. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although the attitude of this old man was not friendly, his vision was extremely sharp, and his words were sharp. The Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack was exactly what Yang Kai was worried about. Although he had some confidence he could avoid it, the starship couldn't. The starship was simply too large, so once it was hit by the Annihilation Thunder Bead, it would likely cause unimaginable damage. It was even possible it would be directly destroyed. This was the biggest trump card Yang Kai had relied on in the battle against Heaven Battling Union, but once he arrived at Star Emperor Mountain, it would be useless. Unless Yang Kai forced Star Emperor Mountain to use up the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the starship would not be able to reach Star Emperor Mountain. Since you can't defend against it, does Sect Master Yang think you can defeat our sect with the strength of your group? Our sect has stood on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years and is not so easy to deal with. Isn't Sect Master Yang looking down on our sect too much? Yang Xiaozhu coldly snorted, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Haha. Yang Kai didn't take this insult seriously and instead chuckled. Since Senior is so straightforward, let's not beat around the bush. This sect master just heard Senior refer to Great Elder as sect master, but as far as I know, the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain is someone else. It seems that in the minds of several seniors, our sect's Great Elder is the one everyone supports. Yang Xiaozhu nodded readily. Indeed. Ever since that bastard took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has been wantonly suppressing those who disobeyed him. Those who disobeyed him were all targeted. These past few years, the three of us have not been happy. We even have to go out and search for our own supplies, wasting a lot of time. Before, we thought Sect Master had already fallen, but now that we know Sect Master is still alive, we naturally have to follow Sect Master's lead. Your sincerity is commendable. This junior deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly. There's no need for pompous words. The reason why these three old men came here is because of Sect Master. It has nothing to do with you. I'll say the ugly words first. Even if you manage to convince these three old men, we won't help you directly. After all, no matter what their character is, they are all fellow sect masters. These three old men have not fought for a long time and are unwilling to be stained with blood, especially the blood of fellow sect masters. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han-yi also nodded in agreement. Then why did you come here? Yang Kai was stunned and his expression became unhappy. If Sect Master Yang can convince the three of us, out of respect for the Sect Master's face, we can help you to the best of our ability. Best of our ability? Yang Kai frowned. For example, convince some of our fellow Sect Masters not to become enemies with you. How many? Yang Kai raised his brow. About half. That's not bad. Yang Kai pondered. If half of these people didn't become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with half of them acting as a deterrent, the rest of them wouldn't dare act rashly. All of you grew up on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and are as close as brothers and sisters. Most of you adhere to the same ideals as sect master, but only a few of you are truly disloyal. So with the help of this old master and others, coupled with sect master's former prestige, sect master Yang may not necessarily have no hope of success this time, Yang Xiuzhu said. And what you say makes sense. What should I do to convince you? Yang Kai looked at the three old men. You'll have to ask sect master Yang himself. The beautiful woman Lin Yurao smiled. Understood. Yang Kai gently nodded, frowning as he pondered. From Yi Shiyun's previous descriptions and this time's contact, Yang Kai could tell that many of the people on Star Emperor Mountain were detached from worldly affairs. They had lived on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and had little contact with the outside world. Because they had been instilled with the ideals and environment they grew up in, such people didn't have much greed. So, if Yang Kai wanted to convince them wealth was probably useless, he had to cater to their tastes. Moreover, his proposal couldn't endanger the others on Star Emperor Mountain. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse their disgust. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled and his eyes filled with confidence. Perceiving the change in Yang Kai's demeanor, Yang Xiuzhu and the others couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they immediately focused their attention on him. The three of you are already masters at the peak of the origin returning realm, so have you not thought about advancing further on the martial Tao? Yang Kai looked at the three with a smile. Advancing further. Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked at Yang Kai in amazement and eagerly asked, do you have a way? There was no cultivator who didn't want to rise on the martial Tao. Since they had chosen this path, they would continue to move forward and enjoy better scenery. No one was willing to remain stagnant. Haha. Junior naturally doesn't have the ability to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star's world principles. But as three seniors can see, Junior has an Origin King grade starship. I won't hide it from three seniors. After this matter is over, Junior is preparing to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai said unhurriedly. A long voyage? Yang Xiuzhu and the others' eyes lit up as they immediately understood. You mean, since Shadowed Star's world principles have shackles, Junior can simply leave this place. This Junior isn't being arrogant, but I think that with the quality of an Origin King grade starship, a long voyage shouldn't be a problem. And I have also invited Elder Qian and City Lord Fei of Shadow Moon Hall, as well as the people from Clear Sky Sect. If three seniors are interested, they can accompany me. Yang Xiuzhu and the others all looked excited and seemed to be on the verge of agreeing. Success! Yang Kai grinned, but soon he found that something was wrong. The emotions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others calmed down extremely quickly as they secretly frowned and wore somewhat guilty looks. Are three seniors not satisfied with this proposal? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Yang Xiuzhu glanced at him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Such a good thing, presumably no third-order origin returning realm cultivator would refuse, so this offer is naturally unimaginable to this old master. However, if this old master and the others really agreed to Sect Master Yang's request because of this condition, we would become sinners who sold out our sect for glory. I hope Sect Master Yang can understand that we cannot agree to help you with this proposal. Stubborn old fools. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. At this time, this old fogey was actually still thinking about his fellow sect members. To some extent, Yang Kai admired this old man's character, but from the perspective of his own interests and goals, this old man was a bit unreasonable. Fortunately, he had prepared more than one proposal. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai quickly said, I heard Great Elder say before that Star Emperor Mountain is a branch of Supreme Profound Sect. I won't hide it from the three of you. The place where my High Heaven sect is now located is none other than the ruins of Supreme Profound Sect. Hearing this, Yang Xiuzhu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed heavily. He didn't have the ability to take back the foundation of his ancestors, and now that it was occupied by others, he naturally had nothing to say, nor was he in any position to criticize Yang Kai. What does Sect Master Yang mean by saying this? Chu Hanyi frowned. What if I say that after this matter is settled, all of Star Emperor Mountain's people can return to Supreme Profound Sect? Yang Kai grinned. Since you have adhered to the teachings of your ancestors for tens of thousands of years, you must also want to return to your ancestral land to take a look, right? I can satisfy this wish of yours, and not only that, you can all live there in the future, in the place where your ancestors lived tens of thousands of years ago. Breathe the air your ancestors once breathed, and enjoy the scenery your ancestors once saw. That place is where Great Elder Lien once lived, so perhaps there are other mysteries to it. Chapter 1522. Inside the hall, Yang Kai's expression was calm while Yang Xiuzhu and the others looked excited. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when the remnants of Supreme Profound Sect had been forced to move out of the Lu Yen sandfield, every generation dreamed of returning to their ancestral land one day, but the natural barrier of Lu Yen sandfield made them feel helpless. Now Yang Kai's proposal had scratched the itch of Yang Xiuzhu and the others. If it were someone from another great force, perhaps they would not be interested in such a proposal. The foundation of their ancestors was their ancestors, and after tens of thousands of years, their sect had developed well and even changed its name, so why bother returning to their ancestral land? But for the people of Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was somewhat different. Because of their beliefs, they all worshipped the great emperors. Supreme Profound Sect was a sect supported by the great emperors, a place where the great emperors once resided. Star Emperor Mountain, which was later established, could not be compared to Supreme Profound Sect at all. The ancestral land represented not only respect for their ancestors, but also worship of the great emperors. There was no Star Emperor Mountain cultivator who did not want to return to their ancestral land and pay homage to the former home of the great emperors. Yang Kai's proposal was exactly what Yang Xiuzhu and the others wanted. It could be said that this proposal was even more attractive than the first one. The first one was only aimed at the three of them, but this one was aimed at everyone. The three looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Good, now that Senior Yi is also my High Heaven Sect's great elder, and since you are all remnants of Supreme Profound Sect, it is not a problem for you to enter and live there. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Aren't you afraid the guests will force their way in and lead a wolf into the house? Yang Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai with sharp eyes and asked sharply. Senior must be joking, not to mention that great elder is there, so you won't do such a thing. Just the character of several seniors is something this junior believes in. None of you are people who pursue fame and fortune, so I have nothing to worry about. Boy, you're quite straightforward. Yang Xiuzhu shouted. Good, this old man and the others agree to your conditions and help you succeed. However, we must agree in advance that if my Star Emperor Mountain fellow disciples really head to the ancestral land, I must ask Sect Master Yang to allocate a separate territory for us to live in. We will not join High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master Yang understands. You're not joining? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he secretly cursed this old man. He had tried so hard to win over Star Emperor Mountain's ancestral land in order to merge the many masters of Star Emperor Mountain into High Heaven Sect, but he had not expected the other party to see through it at a glance and even state his conditions in advance. This made him very unhappy. A single mountain could not accommodate two tigers, so although Yang Kai was not worried that they would really harm High Heaven Sect, there were so many origin-returning realm masters on Star Emperor Mountain that they could not use for their own purposes. This was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. If that were the case, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be friction and conflict between them over time. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Good, since Senior has said so, Junior naturally has no reason to refuse. But, it's a pity. What's a pity? Yang Xiuzhu knew that Yang Kai was probably playing hard to get, but he was still intrigued and looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. Yang Kai chuckled. I was just thinking that if you can join High Heaven Sect in time, you may have a chance to meet the great emperors, but if it's just a separate territory for you, that's what? Yang Xiuzhu was shocked while Lin Yu Rao and Chu Hanyi's eyes also lit up. Sect Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu Rao leaned forward slightly. Didn't Great Elder tell you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Shiyun, deliberately mystifying her. Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, understanding Yang Kai's intentions, but she didn't try to undermine him, simply smiling and saying, it's a matter of great importance, this queen didn't dare mention it. And that's true, this kind of thing really can't be said casually, the fewer people who know the better. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Sect Master Yang, what you just said. What did you mean? Yang Xiuzhu asked eagerly, a look of anxiety on his face. Why does it sound like you're saying that the great emperors, are currently in High Heaven sect? When he said this, even he was taken aback and quickly shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Senior is right. The great emperors are indeed in High Heaven sect today. Yang Kai grinned. How is that possible? Yang Xiaozhu and the others suddenly stood up, their bodies trembling, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Junior has no need to deceive the three of you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Great Elder. Yang Kai gestured. The three of them turned their eyes to Yi Shiyun, the latter nodding gently. Yang Xiaozhu was stunned. This news was so shocking that it felt like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer had slammed into his head, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to recover for a long time. After all, the great emperors were powerful masters that only existed in legends. Although Yang Xiaozhu and the others had always believed that the great emperors were still alive and were simply sleeping in some secret place, in the end this was only a belief. When a belief became a reality, even if one believed in it, there would still be moments of doubt. It was a kind of fear that one's hopes would turn into disappointment. Do you have proof? Lin Yu Rao asked, what evidence do you have to prove this? Even with Great Elder's guarantee, we don't dare believe it so easily. Please show us proof, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiaozhu and Chu Hanyi also recovered and nodded. What kind of proof do you want? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Anything is fine as long as you can prove this matter if it is true. This old master and the others agreed to join High Heaven sect. Yang Xiaozhu shouted ferociously, a look of determination on his face that if Yang Kai didn't show him proof, he wouldn't give up. Was joining High Heaven sect a grievance for them? If this was the case, not to mention Yang Kai not trying to win them over, even if they had to beg their grandparents they would still join. Not to mention whether I have proof or not, even if I did, would you be able to recognize it if I took it out? Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Whether we can recognize it or not, this old master and the others can judge for themselves. But if Sect Master Yang is just spouting nonsense, this old master will not forgive you. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hadn't expected things to develop like this. At this moment, even if he was asked to take out proof, he was powerless to do so. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind and he laughed loudly. Since that's the case, please watch carefully. As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly appeared in his palm and he raised it high. A monarch aura was unleashed. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at it. A moment later, Yang Xiaozhu exclaimed, Star Emperor token. It's actually a Star Emperor token. It wasn't that he had never seen a Star Emperor token before. Star Emperor Mountain used to have 2 Star Emperor tokens. One was a symbol of the great emperors and was enshrined on Sky Transcendence Peak, where it was worshipped by all of Star Emperor Mountain. The other was a symbol of the identity of the Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain, and was held by the Sect Master. But now, Star Emperor Mountain only had 1 Star Emperor token left. The second one had been taken away by Yi Shiyun and had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Xiaozhu had visited Sky Transcendence Peak many times to worship the great emperors, so he was naturally no stranger to Star Emperor tokens. However, the Star Emperor tokens he had seen were all existences that had already released their power. The one in Yang Kai's hands, however, was completely intact. In other words, it still contained a divine technique of the great emperors, a legendary divine technique that could easily kill an origin king. Yang Xiaozhu's trio's eyes trembled violently. Even Yi Shiyun wore a dignified expression. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too both stared at this scene with wide eyes. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually possess such a heaven-defying treasure. With this token, he could easily wipe out the entire Star Emperor Mountain and even unify Shadowed Star without a problem. Shocked, the expressions of Yang Xiaozhu and the others became extremely frightened. All of them worried that if they forced Yang Kai into a corner and he really used this thing to deal with Star Emperor Mountain, none of their 200 fellow sect members would be able to survive. This Star Emperor token was personally handed to me by the great emperors. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. It was you who insisted on seeing proof before I took it out. Right, in addition to this thing, there is also a secret the great emperors told me. I don't know if it can prove my previous words. Please speak, Sect Master Yang. Yang Xiaozhu no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even his demeanor becoming much more respectful. The great emperor said that the current Luyan sandfield is just an emperor artifact, the 3 blazing flame rings. Everyone here is old, And some of the younger generation have probably been to the Luoyuan sandfield before and know that there are 3 flame zones inside. And these 3 flame zones are the 3 flame rings of an emperor artifact. As for the disappearance of the first flame ring a few days ago, it was because the great emperors took action to collect it. Everyone's jaws dropped. How could they have ever heard of such a sensational secret? Even Yi Shiyun did not know that the Luoyuan sandfield was actually an emperor artifact, causing her beautiful eyes to shine brilliantly. However, the 3 blazing flame rings were indeed recorded in the ancient records of the sect. It was rumored that they were the most important artifacts of the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not impossible for an artifact to transform into a restricted area on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Sect Master Yang said. The disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone was because the great emperors personally collected one of the flame rings? Yang Xiaozhu asked in a trembling voice. And this sect master saw it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone present understood how terrifying the flame layer flame zone was. Before the opening of the Luoyuan sand field, anyone who dared to venture into it would die without a complete corpse, even if they were a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The disappearance of the first flame layer flame zone had caused an uproar on Shadowed Star, but no one knew what had happened to cause such a change in the Luoyuan sand field. Immediately afterwards, High Heaven sect entered it. Now with Yang Kai here they had obtained an answer. It was difficult not to believe. Throughout the entire territory of Shadowed Star, besides the great emperors, who else had such ability? For a time Yang Xiaozhu and the others believed about 80% of Yang Kai's words, while the remaining 20% was due to their own cautiousness. Dare I ask, Sect Master Yang's relationship with the great emperors is? Lin Yusu's eyes flashed brilliantly as she asked cautiously. If I said we were close friends, would you believe me? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Haha. Yang Xiaozhu's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. Chapter 1523. Yang Kai observed their expressions and knew that he had given them enough information. If he continued, these people would likely go crazy on the spot, so he put away the Star Emperor token and slowly said, Several seniors, I think I have proven myself, so several seniors should also make a choice. Yang Xiaozhu and the others glanced at each other for a moment before seemingly reaching some kind of consensus and cupping their fists. Subordinates greet Sect Master. Yang Kai had indeed proven himself. Whether it was the Star Emperor token that sealed the Great Emperor's divine technique or the secrets of the 3 blazing flame rings and Luoyuan sand field, none of these were things that ordinary people could obtain or know, especially the secrets of the Star Emperor token. Only the Great Emperors could know about them. After all, even Yi Shiyun didn't know about them. Moreover, Yang Xiaozhu and the others were convinced that with Yi Shiyun's character, she wouldn't deceive them. When Yi Shiyun made her guarantee, they had already begun to believe her, but this was a matter of great importance, so they had no choice but to be cautious. Now that they knew that the great emperors were in High Heaven sect, how could they refuse to join? Being able to stay in the same sect as the great emperors and live in the same world as them was an honor they could not ask for more. Good. Yang Kai laughed happily before waving his hand and shouting heroically, Who brought good wine? Bring out a few jars. This sect master wants to have a drink with these 3 seniors. Yang Xiaozhu's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand slightly. We appreciate sect master's kindness, but we are not good at drinking, so we hope sect master will forgive us. Moreover, this matter has not yet been accomplished, so if you really want to drink, we might as well wait until the day we succeed. Sect Master, these 3 are all cultivators and are not good at drinking, Yi Shiyun also said from the side. Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. If that's the case, then forget it. 3 seniors are not only indifferent to fame and fortune, but are also not greedy for food. Junior admires you greatly. Sect Master is too kind. Yang Xiaozhu smiled modestly. However, there is one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Sect Master, please speak. The 3 of us will tell you everything we know. Yang Xiaozhu gestured with his hand. I want to know why the Star King Mountain suddenly attacked me. Is it because of my sect's battleship? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Since the three of you are from Star King Mountain, you must have heard some rumors. If you can clear this little one's doubts, this little one will be eternally grateful. Yongkai could understand why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had attacked him. After all, whether it was the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain or the opening of the Emperor Garden, High Heaven Sect had some disagreements with these two sects. Moreover, the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect had indeed threatened their status. If they really wanted to make a move, there was a reason behind it. Why did the Star King Mountain do this? He had no relationship with Star King Mountain at all, so Yongkai could only think of the saying, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Sect Master is right, it is indeed because of this Origin King grade battleship. This Origin King grade battleship carries great hope, so no great force would not want to take it for themselves. Star King Mountain is naturally no exception. Having said so, Yang Xiuzhu glanced at Yi Shiyun and continued, if the sect master continued to be in charge of the sect, I'm afraid this would not have happened, but that thief is different. However what? Yongkai raised his brow. This battleship is just one of the reasons. And the second? According to the news this old master has occasionally heard, the second reason is the great emperors and the ancestral land. Yang Xiuzhu said solemnly, the great emperors and the ancestral land? Yongkai frowned. Indeed, the supreme profound sect ruins occupied by High Heaven Sect are where the great emperors once stayed. As sect master said before, perhaps there is another mystery there. That thief who is now in charge of the sect naturally wants to take a look, but he doesn't know how to enter the Luyan Sandfield. But since High Heaven Sect can enter, you must have a way. That thief must be scheming to do so. So that's how it is. Yongkai nodded in understanding. It seemed that the words he had casually spoken just now in order to win them over had really hit the nail on the head. No wonder Yang Xiuzhu and the others had agreed so readily. It seemed that not only did that thief suspect there was another mystery in the ancestral land, but even Yang Xiuzhu and the others also thought so. It was just a pity. There was indeed a mystery, but that was the place where the great emperors slept. Besides Yi Shiyun and Yongkai, it was likely no one could approach it. Whether it was because of the starship or the groundless mystery, in the final analysis it was because of the Origin King realm. The suppression and restraint of world principles caused people to have an infinite desire for a higher realm, but the starship and the groundless mystery provided hope, so Star Emperor Mountain naturally coveted it. Now that this old master and the others are helping Sect Master, I presume that the thief is powerless to reverse the situation. However, Sect Master, you must also be careful of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Us conservatives aren't very important in the sect, so we can't come into contact with the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Otherwise, we would have taken it for Sect Master, so Sect Master wouldn't have to worry about it, Yang Xiuzhu said with an ashamed expression. Senior is too kind. It's just an artifact. This Sect Master has his own countermeasures. Yongkai smiled brightly. Good. Yang Xiuzhu gently nodded, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said, right? There is one more thing Sect Master must keep in mind. Please speak, Senior. That thief seems to have been cultivating some kind of secret technique for the past several dozen years. Subordinates are incompetent and do not know what he is cultivating for the time being, but for him to spend so much time on it, it must be an extraordinary secret technique. If you really encounter him, Sect Master must protect himself first, Yang Xiuzhu said seriously. I'll remember, Yongkai said solemnly. Good, since that's the case, the three of us will take our leave and return to the sect to help Sect Master plan. Sect Master can wait here for news from us before taking action. Many thanks. Yongkai cupped his fist solemnly. After Yang Xiuzhu and the others returned the courtesy, they quickly left. Inside the hall, Yongkai was overjoyed, secretly feeling that with Yang Xiuzhu and the others cooperating with him, success was in sight. However, he didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. It was difficult to guarantee that Star Emperor Mountain wouldn't play some tricks at a critical moment. Sect Master, this queen will also take her leave, Yi Shiyun said before taking her leave. Immediately, only Yongkai, Qiantong and Fei Jitu remained in the hall. Elder Qian and City Lord Fei both stared at Yongkai with strange looks on their faces. What do the two of you want to say? Yongkai glanced at them. Ahem. Qian Tong coughed lightly and asked earnestly, Yang Kai, just now you said that the great emperors are in High Heaven sect. Is this news true or false? Qian Tong still couldn't believe this shocking news. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yang Kai, but this was simply too shocking. What does Elder Qian think? Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked mysteriously, how should I know? It's precisely because I don't know that I'm asking you. Qian Tong was speechless. Haha, Yang Kai laughed heartily. Fei Jitu said, if that's the case, then this old master will also join High Heaven sect. Oh Fei, Qian Tong looked at him in amazement. What about me? In any case, this old master is just an idle city lord. Shadow Moon Hall doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. If I can really join the sect of the great emperors, it will be this old Fei's honor. Fei Jitu snorted. City Lord Fei is too kind. Please don't mention this matter again, otherwise, this junior is afraid the old temple master will go all out against this junior. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Seeing that Qian Tong was also interested, Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. He would be happy to win over Yang Xiuzhu and the others, but he didn't want to poach them from Shadow Moon Hall. Not only did High Heaven sect have few disciples now, but it also lacked high-end combat power. There were only a few origin returning realm masters, and 90% of them were in the First Order. Even Yang Kai himself was in this realm. Only Yi Shiyun was able to shoulder the burden of this situation. If he could win over Star Emperor Mountain's people, the situation would be different. At that time, High Heaven sect would likely become a top force on Shadowed Star. Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union were no more. So only Star Emperor Mountain stood in front of High Heaven sect. After wiping it out, High Heaven sect's position as leader would be indisputable. This would be of great benefit to High Heaven sect's future development. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to throw out the Star Emperor token and expose the existence of the great emperors. He was very envious of Yang Xiuzhu and the others. This group of people were all hard-working cultivators who did not seek fame or fortune, and their hearts were pure and without too much intrigue. Once they joined High Heaven sect, they would become the cornerstone of the entire sect. Oh, the actions of Yang Xiuzhu and the others were extremely fast and efficient. In just 2 days, Yi Shiyun had received a message from them. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately ordered the starship to set sail for Star Emperor Mountain. Star Emperor Mountain Range was a majestic mountain range with a rich world energy aura that was shrouded in fog all year round. Looking at it from a distance, it was as if it did not belong to this world. Supreme Profound Sect's descendant had chosen this place to recuperate, so their vision was quite good. The people of Star Emperor Mountain did not often act outside and did not intervene in the outside world's grievances, instead focusing on self-development, but no one dared to underestimate it. Among the lowest cultivator, perhaps not many people knew of its existence. Those who were familiar with it were Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect, Colored Glass sect, Shadow Moon Hall and other first-class sects. However, among these first-class sects, there was still Star Emperor Mountain that they had to look up to. For tens of thousands of years, Star Emperor Mountain had been the symbol of the highest force on Shadowed Star, and no outsider had ever dared to set foot within 100,000 kilometers of it. But today, High Heaven sect's starship had arrived valiantly and without the slightest pause, rushed straight into the heart of the mountain. At the same time on Open Cloud's peak, a crowd had gathered. 80% of the cultivator population of Star Emperor Mountain had gathered here. Except for some who were in secluded retreat or cultivating some kind of secret technique that should not be disturbed, all the other cultivator were present. There weren't many, only 200. But if one looked carefully, the lineup of these 200 people was enough to shock anyone. Of these 200 people, more than 150 were Origin Returning Realm Masters, with 40 of them being Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters. As for those below the Origin Returning Realm, there were only a few dozen. Chapter 1524. No great force would ever have such a disparity in numbers. Although low-end cultivators were not strong, they were the future hope of every sect, so whether it was Heaven Battling Union Thunder Typhoon sect, or Shadow Moon Hall's Colored Glass sect, they had always had a large number of low-level cultivators and few high-level cultivators. But here on Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was reversed. The reason for this was because of the strict recruitment requirements. The threshold to enter the Star King Mountain was so high that it was hard to imagine. One had to have the most outstanding aptitude, and there was also a limit to one's age. The majority of people were brought to the Star King Mountain when they were under the age of 10. This age was the most suitable for instilling some ideas, which was why the people of the Star King Mountain respected the great emperors. Because in the process of growing up, they were taught this concept by the older generation. But once they joined Star Emperor Mountain, they would enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation resources. Star Emperor Mountain would use all the resources of the sect to pave the way for their disciples' cultivation. They had to break through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40. If they failed to do so, their cultivation would be abolished and they would be expelled from Star Emperor Mountain. The rules were cruel, but the effect was remarkable. As a result, the cultivation speed of the cultivator who entered Star Emperor Mountain was extremely fast, which was why so many origin returning realm masters had emerged. Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, these rising stars of Shadowed Star, which one of them did not break through at around this age? Even Yang Kai was the same. However, after a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, their appearance would age extremely slowly, so everyone looked younger. Yang Kai joined High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, and looking back now, it had been 20 or 30 years. Today, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. It could be said that any cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain was in existence comparable to Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, and the others. Moreover, because Star Emperor Mountain had existed since ancient times, it had countless top-grade secret arts and secret techniques, so among cultivators in the same realm, the combat power of Star Emperor Mountain's disciples was generally higher. Once a disciple broke through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40, they would be able to leave the mountain to temper their mental state. Of course, they would also have to remain incognito. The reason why the ancient Yang sect was destroyed by Star Emperor Mountain 1,000 years ago was because the disciples who had left the sect for life experience were killed by the ancient Yang sect. Due to various reasons, the number of middle and high-level cultivators in Star King Mountain was unusually high. On the contrary, the number of lower-level disciples was low. Among these low-level disciples, their cultivations were uneven, but each one of them looked young and immature. The youngest one had just joined Star King Mountain 2 years ago, and was only about 11 years old, but he was already a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, just one step away from Yuanqi boundary. This was unimaginable in any other sect. Perhaps Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect could cultivate such a talent, but in the end such a talent was extremely rare. Star Emperor Mountain, on the other hand, was a common occurrence. When Yang Kai was at this age, he hadn't even started martial arts. Now these 200 people had gathered at Caching Cloud's peak. Although there were many of them, it was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something quietly, their expressions solemn. At the head of this group was Yang Xiuzhu and his 2 companions. While waiting, the 3 of them exchanged glances and exchanged divine sense messages, as if they were discussing something. After a long time, someone in the crowd asked, "Brother Yang, didn't you say Sect Master had something important to announce? Why have we been waiting here for so long yet we still haven't seen Sect Master? This old master still has to go back into retreat to cultivate his shocking wave secret art. There is no time to waste." "That's right, Brother Yang, you said Sect Master had something important to tell us. This old woman just came out of her secluded home, and her furnace of blue dragon pills is almost ready. If we delay any longer, can you compensate this old woman for her losses?" Another old woman shouted impatiently. With these 2 taking the lead, the others also began to clamor. Most of these people were in closed-door cultivation in their own abodes all year round. They either cultivated cultivation techniques or studied the Tao of equipment refinement and pill refinement. They usually didn't leave the abode, and it was even rarer for so many people to gather together. 2 days ago, Yang Xiuzhu, Lin Yurao, and Chu Hanyi had sent a message saying the sect master had summoned them and had something to discuss. Although the 3 of them were not in any important positions in the sect, their reputation was still there, so now that they had sent a message together, naturally not many people dared to ignore them. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the sect master. so it was no wonder they were complaining. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Just wait a moment. Yang Xiaozhu shouted and looked up at the horizon, but he still didn't see what he was waiting for. How long do we have to wait? The old woman looked displeased as she coldly snorted, slamming the cane in her hand into the ground. I'll say this first, this old woman will give you face and wait a stick of incense worth of time. After that time, if sect master does not appear, this old woman will leave. Don't blame this old woman for not notifying you in advance. Someone echoed, but soon they became puzzled. Brother Yang, when did your relationship with the sect master become so good? Why do you even need to convey his orders? Isn't this kind of thing always done by Elder Bai? He vaguely remembered that Yang Xiaozhu and the sect master weren't on good terms. Yang Xiaozhu, you're quite bold. An angry shout suddenly came from the distance, and along with it, a red light shot out. A moment later, this red light landed in front of everyone, revealing 3 figures. Bai Shi. Yang Xiaozhu narrowed his eyes as he stared at this newcomer, a faint trace of fear flashing across his eyes. This was an old man with white hair wearing a brown robe. His expression was dignified, and the powerful aura and Saint Qi fluctuations radiating from his body clearly indicated that he was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person. This old man was the one who had attacked him with the Annihilation Thunder Bead in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Elder Bai. Seeing this old man appear, many people in the crowd bowed and saluted. Bai Shi held the position of Great Elder in Star Emperor Mountain, and although many people here had the same cultivation as him in the end, he had a much higher status and was a trusted aide of the sect master, so naturally they had to take the initiative to greet him. However, seeing Bai Shi's overbearing appearance, everyone was puzzled. They did not know why Bai Shi was angry. Yang Xiaozhu, I haven't seen you for a few months yet your courage has grown. You actually dare to falsify the sect master's orders? How should I punish you? Bai Shi glared fiercely at Yang Xiaozhu and shouted, What? Falsifying the sect master's orders? Exclamations came from the crowd and for a time, countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Xiaozhu and the other 2, their faces filled with disbelief. This kind of thing had never happened in Star Emperor Mountain before. Every disciple of Star Emperor Mountain was like a brother or sister to each other, so there were very few disputes and grievances between them. But now, why was Yang Xiaozhu willing to risk universal condemnation and falsify the sect master's orders? What did he want to do? Bai Shi was a trusted aide of the sect master, so since he said it was false, it couldn't be wrong. This old master falsified the sect master's orders? Yang Xiaozhu looked at the menacing Bai Shi and sneered. This old master isn't so bold as to disregard the ancestors' teachings. Throughout Star Emperor Mountain, the sect master reigns supreme. This old master is aware of this, but if anyone dares to offend him, the entire mountain's disciples will join hands to kill them. It's good that you know. Bai Shi also sneered. This Bai met the sect master just a cup of tea's time ago and rushed here from his place. If he had issued such an order, how could this Bai not know? Because you don't need to know. Before Yang Xiaozhu could answer, a tender shout suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman wearing a palace robe suddenly appeared, standing proudly in the air, her pair of phoenix eyes as cold as ice as she looked down at the group below. Bai Shi turned around abruptly and after seeing who it was, his face turned pale with fright as he called out, Sect Master Yi. Senior Sister Yi. It's actually Senior Sister Yi. Impossible, didn't Senior Sister Yi die a long time ago? Could it be that this old master's eyes are blurred due to his old age? Is it Senior Sister Yi? It's you, right? The old woman who had been talking to Yang Xiaozhu before suddenly stepped forward, her body trembling slightly as she stared at Yi Shiyun in a daze, a look of surprise and confusion appearing on her face. Yi Shiyun looked over at her and smiled. After not seeing you for 100 years, Junior Sister Xian Lan seems to have aged a lot. Su Xian Lan shuddered as tears filled her eyes, but she still let out a joyful laugh. Senior Sister Ye's style is even more magnificent than before. Junior Sister never expected that in her lifetime, she would be fortunate enough to see Senior Sister's graceful bearing. I was harmed by someone and had to live in seclusion for 100 years. Junior Sister must be worried, Yi Shiyun said softly. Harmed by someone? Who would dare harm you? Su Xianlong suddenly roared, like a poisonous snake that was hissing viciously. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and said with a gloomy expression, "Could it be, N?" Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "This queen has returned to settle old accounts and clean up the sect." "Good." Su Xianlong grit her teeth and shouted, "Count junior sister in. Even if junior sister dies, she must bite off a piece of that beast's flesh." While the two were talking, the more than 200 cultivators on Open Cloud's Peak had already begun to think. Most of these people had been in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain all year round and had never heard of Yi Shiyun's return, her participation in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, or her joining High Heaven sect, but now that the situation had become clear, none of them were fools. After thinking about it for a while, they somewhat understood the cause and effect of the matter. Even if they couldn't understand everything, it wasn't a problem for them to guess most of it. Plotting against the former sect master, forcing her to leave Star Emperor Mountain and usurping the throne was a heinous crime. This was unforgivable on Star Emperor Mountain. What's more, many of these 200 cultivators had been informed in advance by Yang Xiuzhu that there would be such a big show today. Now that Yi Shiyun had returned, they were naturally overjoyed. All of them had more or less received Yi Shiyun's kindness in the past. When Yi Shiyun was in charge of Star Emperor Mountain, their living and cultivation environment was much better than it was now, but since Yi Shiyun's disappearance, the treatment they received had been reduced. Comparing the two, everyone naturally hoped that Yi Shiyun would return to power. Moreover, this was perfectly justifiable. 100 years ago, Yi Shiyun was already the strongest master on Shadowed Star. And now that 100 years had passed, her strength had only grown, so if she didn't take power, who would? Even Yang Xiuzhu and the others were inferior in front of Yi Shiyun. Chapter 1525. On Opening Cloud's Peak, Yi Shiyun stood proudly as more than 200 Star Emperor Mountain disciples looked up at her. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two exchanged a glance and felt that the time was right, so they quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Subordinates welcome Sect Master back to the mountain. Subordinates welcome Sect Master back to the mountain." Those who had been greeted by Yang Xiuzhu and the others in advance also shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear. The rest of the people glanced around for a moment before quickly bowing. Most of these people had no opinion on who became Sect Master, neither favoring Yi Shiyun nor the current Sect Master. They were the kind of people who didn't want to cause trouble, so now that the general trend was irresistible, they naturally had to go with the flow. Bai Shi and the other two who had rushed over earlier were now in a panic. Their faces were ashen, and they had never looked so ugly before. "Bai Shi," Yang Xiuzhu shouted, "Sect Master is here, why haven't you knelt yet?" "She is not the Sect Master. The Sect Master is someone else now. Why should this old master kowtow to her?" Bai Shi coldly snorted. He was also a wise old man and knew that the current Sect Master, who had worked hard for over 100 years, still didn't have much of a foundation. On the contrary, Yi Shiyun, who had only reappeared after 100 years, had completely destroyed the current Sect Master's foundation. The current Sect Master's prestige seemed laughable at this moment. On one hand, it was naturally because Yi Shiyun herself was a person of virtue and prestige, but on the other hand, it was because the current Sect Master's position had been usurped, a despicable act of betrayal. Whether it was in terms of righteousness or ancestral teachings, the current Sect Master could not stand firm. Bai Shi sized up the situation and knew that even if he surrendered now, it would be useless. He was afraid that after Yi Shiyun dealt with the current Sect Master, he would be the next one to be killed. That was why he refused to surrender. Stubborn fool. Yang Xiuzhu slowly got up, his eyes as cold as a blade as he stared at Bai Shi, a cold murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Hani also moved at this moment, but before anyone could see what they were doing, they suddenly appeared on either side of Bai Shi, surrounding him in a pincer attack, not giving him a chance to escape. Bai Shi, cripple your own cultivation. According to the ancestral teachings, Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Since you and I have been fellow disciples for so many years, I will give you a chance to end your own life. Yang Xiuzhu coldly looked at Bai Shi. You want this Bai to cripple his own cultivation? Bai Shi laughed. Yang Xiuzhu, are you still dreaming? Since our ancestors have instructed us not to kill each other, I want to see what you can do to me." He had a fearless look on his face and was immensely proud of himself. Yang Xiaozhu frowned and his expression turned cold. A few days ago, the reason why he had agreed to help Yang Kai, but he would not participate in the battle, and would not stain his hands with the blood of his fellow disciples, was precisely because of this restriction. Now that Bai Shi was behaving like a rascal, it really put him in a difficult position. Star Emperor Mountain's disciples are indeed not allowed to kill each other, but this queen is now High Heaven Sect's great elder, so dealing with you shouldn't be a problem. Yi Shiyun coldly snorted as she stretched out her jade white palm and gently pressed it downwards. This palm strike was light and ethereal, as if it had never existed before. However, Bai Shi reacted as if he was facing a great enemy, his eyes instantly bulging as he pushed his Saint Chi madly, his sure bursting forth as he raised his hands to meet this palm strike. Kacha. A silent explosion rang out in the depths of Bai Shi's soul as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook as he staggered back a few steps, coughing out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Yi Shiyun in disbelief. Sure has reached the grand accomplishment stage. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at Yi Shiyun in shock. Only when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm would they comprehend the power of Sure, and only when they cultivated their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage would they be eligible to break through to the origin king realm. This was a necessary condition, otherwise, no matter how hard an origin returning realm cultivator cultivated, it would be impossible to touch the threshold of the origin king realm. On Shadowed Star, there were as many origin returning realm cultivators as there were hairs on an ox. Even on this open cloud's peak, there were more than 150 such cultivators, but none of them had cultivated their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage. Even Yang Xiaozhu and the other two felt that their Sure was still lacking. This was a place they could not reach. But now they were witnessing the true grand accomplishment of Sure. When Yi Shiyun's blow was launched, it was silent and invisible, but it was mixed with Sure. Everyone could clearly feel that this power had directly destroyed Bai Shi's defenses and wounded him. Both were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, so the gap between Yi Shiyun and Bai Shi was obvious at a glance. However, Yang Xiaozhu and the others felt that Yi Shiyun's Sure was somewhat different from what they had experienced. "Idiot, do you think this queen is using Sure?" Yi Shiyun snorted lightly. After this blow, she did not attack again, instead just looking down coldly with a sarcastic expression. "It's not Sure." Bai Shi's thoughts turned sharply, but he soon turned pale with fright as he pointed at Yi Shiyun in shock. "Could it be territory?" Yang Xiaozhu shouted in a low voice. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a terrifying light, and his body trembled with excitement. He finally understood why he felt that Yi Shiyun's Sure was somewhat different from what he knew. He recalled some of the secrets recorded in the ancient records. It was rumored that when one cultivated their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of territory, a power that only origin kings could master, and was countless times more powerful than Sure. A territory. This was a height that no cultivator on Shadowed Star could ever hope to reach. Could it be that Sect Master had already reached this realm? But looking around, Yi Shiyun was clearly only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, which could only mean one thing. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit and was qualified to break through to the origin king realm, but due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, she was unable to break through. What kind of tragedy was this? Yang Xiaozhu sighed. Although he lived on Shadowed Star, Yang Xiaozhu knew that even on other cultivation stars in the star field, there were very few origin king realm masters, each one of them a famous existence. Sect Master originally had such an opportunity and such talent, but unfortunately, Shadowed Star had become a cage for her to spread her wings and soar. Former Sect Master is worthy of being a once-in-10,000 years genius. This Bai is impressed. Bai Shi clutched his chest as he grit his teeth and shouted, "But so what? Although this Bai's strength is not as good as yours, if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price." As soon as his voice fell, Bai Shi flicked his wrist and a longan-sized bead suddenly appeared in his hand. A powerful emperor pressure filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Annihilation Thunder Bead. Yi Shiyun also narrowed her phoenix eyes. "Is this what you're relying on? So what if it is?" Bai Shi laughed. This Bai knows that former sect masters' means are amazing, but do you think you can block the blow of an emperor artifact? If this Bai dies, you'll be buried with him. Why don't we sit down and talk about it, and come up with a way to get the best of both worlds and resolve this war? How about it? I don't think so. An indifferent voice called out from not far away. This voice was very strange, and almost no one present had heard it before. Turning their heads to look at the source of the voice, they were surprised to see a young man in a tight suit, with a mocking smile on his face, walking over unhurriedly. Young Kai. Bai Shi's eyes narrowed as he shouted. Many cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain wore strange expressions. Most of them did not know who Yang Kai was. After all, they had not even heard of Yi Shiyun's comeback before, so how could they know of the existence of Yang Kai? Now that they saw this young man swaggering over to Star Emperor Mountain with only a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, they were naturally puzzled. However, the current situation was tense and these people were not foolish. They knew that Yang Kai must have followed Yi Shiyun here, so they did not say anything and just stared at him curiously, not understanding why he was not afraid of even an emperor artifact. One had to know that this was an artifact that even Yi Shiyun might not be able to block. Trying to scare people with this thing again? Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. Old dog, if you really have guts, release the power of that thunder bead and fight to the death. Perhaps you'll be able to kill me or Great Elder. At that time you won't suffer a loss, but do you have any guts? Bai Shi's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai ferociously and roared, "Boy, don't go too far." "I'm going too far." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he rubbed his nose. "Old dog. It's you who doesn't know how to adapt to the situation, right? This sect master is standing right there, so if you have the guts, release the power of that thunder bead and see if I can avoid it. If I can't, I'll die and you'll die. If I can avoid it, I'll live and you'll die. What choice do you have?" Bai Shi's face alternated between blue and white as he held the Emperor artifact in his hand, not daring to act rashly. No matter what choice he made, he would definitely not have a good end, which made him feel very conflicted. Of course, there is a third option. Yang Kai grinned brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "What is it?" Bai Shi asked curiously. "Give me the Emperor artifact and I'll spare your life." Wishful thinking. Bai Shi shouted. On Shadowed Star there were very few Origin King grade artifacts, and each one was a hallowed treasure of a great sect, let alone an Emperor artifact. After experiencing the power of an Emperor artifact, how could Bai Shi be willing to give it up? What's more, he did not believe Yang Kai's flowery words. He was afraid that as soon as he handed over the Emperor artifact, he would die. In that case, don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. Yang Kai looked impatient as he shouted coldly, "Come out." Following his shout, the clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and a moment later, a pitch-black battleship over 100 meters long strangely appeared there. It was as if this starship had always been there, but no one had noticed it. Many cultivator on Open Cloud's peak were in an uproar, all of them showing looks of disbelief. There were so many cultivator here, most of them Origin returning realm masters, but no one had noticed where this starship was hiding, which was shocking enough. If it had not taken the initiative to appear, everyone would likely still be in the dark. Moreover, this starship seemed to be very unusual, far from being comparable to an ordinary starship. It seemed to be an Origin King grade starship. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1526. As soon as the Origin King grade starship appeared, everyone was stunned. Without any pause, it brought out its crystal cannon. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out as the crystal cannon aimed directly at Bai Shi's location. "Yang Kai, you dare!" Bai Shi paled in horror, never having expected Yang Kai to be so decisive and ruthless. Because he had failed to negotiate with Yang Kai had decided to kill him, leaving no room for negotiation. Was Yang Kai not afraid he would really fight to the death? "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted coldly. Bai Shi looked flustered as he watched the energy fluctuations from the crystal cannon, aimed at him, grow stronger and stronger. A faint white beam of light was about to shoot out from it, causing Bai Shi to roar, "Little brat, you forced me to do this. Even if this old master dies, he won't let you live as you please." Saying so, Bai Shi madly poured his Saint Chi into the Annihilation Thunder bead. The emperor pressure grew stronger and stronger, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while Yi Shiyun's expression became solemn, as they stared at the annihilation thunder bead in Bai Shi's hand. Runes the size of grains of rice emerged from the annihilation thunder bead one after another, and as Bai Shi poured his Saint Qi into it, tiny arcs of lightning suddenly appeared on its surface. Although the electric arcs were inconspicuous, they fluctuated with energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. It was as if any small electric arc could destroy one's soul. The next moment Bai Shi threw the annihilation thunder bead upwards, causing it to split into 2 into 4 into 8 in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with annihilation thunder beads, each of which pulsed with arcs of lightning as if they were alive. Then, these arcs of lightning shot out towards the Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai could tear space and Yi Shiyun was incredibly strong. No matter who it was, Bai Shi wasn't confident he could kill them in a single blow, so he set his sights on the Origin King grade starship. If he could destroy this starship, his goal would have been achieved. At that time, Yang Kai would likely cry himself to death. After summoning the annihilation lightning bead, Bai Shi's aura became extremely weak. Although an emperor artifact was extremely powerful, a trivial third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to pay a huge price to use it. This was the price Bai Shi had to pay in order to use it. Although he knew that he was going to die, he still laughed wildly. After laughing for a while though, Bai Shi couldn't laugh anymore because he found that whether it was Yang Kai or Yi Shiyun, both of them were looking at him with pity, not showing the slightest concern for the Origin King grade starship. What did that mean? Bai Shi's heart clenched as he suddenly realized something was wrong, his eyes widening as he stared towards the Origin King grade starship. The Origin King grade starship was completely surrounded by arcs of lightning, each of which contained a shocking amount of power. The awe-inspiring Origin King grade starship was unable to withstand a single blow, and was shattered in an instant, disappearing into the sky. Just like when it first appeared, it was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it had never been there. Bai Shi was dumbstruck, his face turning pale as he cried out, "An illusion? Old dog, you're not that stupid after all." Yang Kai laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, another Origin King grade starship appeared mid-air, one identical to the previous one, but it was completely unscathed, as if the annihilation lightning bead had not left a mark on it at all. Bai Shi's face went ashen. At this moment, how could he not realize that he had fallen into the other party's trap? The blow he had placed high hopes on had not hit the real thing at all, it was just an illusory starship. That was why it had been destroyed so easily. Yi Shiyun's coercion and Yang Kai's aggressiveness were all designed to interfere with his judgment, and make him unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. However, how had such a large illusory starship been formed? It was simply too inconceivable for it to be able to deceive his divine sense. "Old dog, it's time to send you on your way," Yang Kai shouted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a golden blood thread appeared in front of him and shot forward like an arrow. "Let me do it. This queen came here this time to clean up the sect," Yi Shiyun shouted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before nodding lightly, no longer insisting. He also knew that Yi Shiyun was thinking about him. Regardless of whether Bai Shi had taken the side of the evildoer or not, he was still a disciple of Star Emperor Mountain. If an outsider like him were to kill him, others would likely have some ideas. However, Yi Shiyun was different. Cleaning up the sect was perfectly justified. Without his Saint Qi, Bai Shi was like a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out, unable to summon any ordinary artifacts. So how could he be Yi Shiyun's opponent? A moment later, Bai Shi died at Yi Shiyun's hands. What about the two of you? Do you want to cripple your own cultivations? Or do you want this queen to take action? Yi Shiyun looked coldly at the two people who had come with Bai Shi. The two of them didn't have the courage to resist and immediately shouted, "Sect Master, please forgive us. We did not know Sect Master was still alive. We were simply deceived by those evildoers. Please show mercy, Sect Master." At this point, do you think this queen will believe your words? Yi Shiyun remained unmoved. Since these two had come with Bai Shi, they must have known about the outside world. Since they knew she had returned and still wanted to oppose her, they had to pay the price. However, Bai Shi was already dead, so Yi Shiyun didn't want to kill them. "This matter is absolutely true. Please investigate thoroughly, Sect Master. The two men shouted in fear. Good, since you insist on being stubborn. This queen will personally send you to meet Bai Shi. Yi Shiyun's expression became cold as she pushed her Saint Qi. No. I'll cripple my own cultivation. I'll cripple my own cultivation. Seeing that Yi Shiyun was really about to kill them and wouldn't listen to their explanations, the two of them no longer had the mood to try and persuade her. A bad life was better than a good death. And although the fate of crippling their own cultivation was extremely miserable, it was still better than losing their lives. With Yang Xiuzhu and the others glaring at them, the two men didn't dare to play any tricks and obediently shattered their own meridians, dissipating their Saint Qi and becoming ordinary people who could no longer step onto the martial Tao. Scram! Yi Shiyun shouted coldly. The two of them hurriedly supported each other and left in a hurry. After these two left, Yi Shiyun turned her head to look at the crowd and pondered for a moment before saying, "This queen knows that some of you may have colluded with that person and worked for him, but in any case, none of you have damaged the honor of the sect or ruined its foundation, so this queen can let bygones be bygones. Now this queen has returned here only to clean up the sect for her ancestors, so please wait here. After this queen has dealt with that person, she will speak with you again. We are grateful for Sect Master's magnanimity. We wish Sect Master success and victory." Yang Xiuzhu bowed and shouted. "We wish Sect Master success and victory." Everyone shouted. Now was the time to express their sincerity. So how could anyone not be tactful enough to sing a different tune? Even if some of these people had indeed worked for the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain, none of them were as close as Bai Shi. The law couldn't punish the majority. So Yi Shiyun didn't want to go too far. These people were happy to oblige. After all, there weren't many of them, so there was no way they could resist Yi Shiyun. "Sect Master, let's go." Yi Shiyun looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before sweeping his eyes over the 200 people and sighing slightly. If they could help, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. With so many masters swarming up, even if the current Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain had heaven-defying methods, he wouldn't be able to survive. Unfortunately, these people were all disciples of Star Emperor Mountain and couldn't act against their fellow sect members, otherwise, they would all be executed. This was an ancestral rule that everyone had to abide by. Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun's figures gradually drifted away, while the Origin King Great Starship followed behind at a leisurely pace. Lingju Peak was the tallest peak in the Star King Mountain. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. White clouds dotted the mountainside, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. This was a place where the great emperors and Star Emperor Mountain's ancestors were worshipped. At the top of the peak was an altar that listed the positions of the Sect Master and Elders of Star Emperor Mountain. At the top of this altar was a Star Emperor token. A Star Emperor token that had already released its power. This was the symbol of the great emperors. Every year on a certain day, everyone from Star Emperor Mountain would gather here to offer sacrifices. At this moment on this Star Emperor Mountain, two people stood in the wind. One was a hale and hearty old man who, although he looked quite old, had skin as tender as a baby's and a ruddy complexion. The other person was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man had an anxious look on his face while the old man's expression was relaxed. A few dozen meters away from these two, a young man stood with his head down. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize two of these three people. The middle-aged man was Thunder Typhoon Sect Master Fong Peng. He had come to Star Emperor Mountain to seek protection. As for the young man, he was Lung Qing, who Yang Kai had met once before. Back in the fourth layer of the Luyen Sandfield, outside of what was now High Heaven Sect, the two of them had met once. At that time, both of them were Saint Kings, and now Yang Kai had reached the Origin Returning Realm while Lung Qing had also reached this realm. Their cultivation speeds could not be described as slow. At this moment, this young man stood there motionless like a fossil, his expression cold and resolute. Not far away, Fong Peng's anxious voice called out, "Brother Tianche. They seem to have arrived at Star Emperor Mountain. Don't we need to do something?" The old man chuckled. "What does Brother Fong think we need to do?" Fong Peng frowned. This Fong does not know what Brother Tianche is planning. But if we do nothing, I'm afraid the situation will change. Haha, Brother Fong worries too much. It is still unknown who will win, so there is no need to worry. This Fong is foolish. Please enlighten me, Brother Tianche. It's not that Brother Fong is foolish, it's just that, before this king and senior sister Yi have a clear winner, everything will be in vain. What really matters is who survives. No matter what they do, this king only wants to fight with senior sister Yi. Fong Peng frowned, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something and hesitantly asked, "What does Brother Tianche think his chances of winning are?" The old man smiled but said nothing, his expression mysterious. Seeing this expression, Fong Peng's eyes lit up and he immediately relaxed. Although he did not know what this old man was relying on, judging from his expression, it seemed he was quite confident. Chapter 1527. Star Emperor Mountain's sky-severing peak was tens of thousands of meters high and was covered in layers of spirit arrays. As one of Star Emperor Mountain's restricted areas, it was naturally well protected. If one wanted to reach this place, they could only travel on foot as it was impossible to fly. The flight-restricting array was more than enough to make anyone who tried to fly up suffer. On a small path between the peaks, Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun quickly climbed towards the summit. The Origin King grade starship was docked halfway up the mountain, ready to receive them at a moment's notice. The tens of thousands of meters high peak was actually nothing to the two of them, so it only took them half an hour to reach it. A strong wind blew past, causing the two's robes to flap loudly. "Great Elder, someone is greeting us." Yang Kai's eyes instantly focused on the old man and middle-aged man in front of him and grinned. Yi Shiyun's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the old man with a complicated expression and called out, "Qi Tianche. Senior sister Yi." The old man smiled slightly, his smile giving off a warm feeling like a spring breeze. "Junior brother, I didn't expect that with your temperament. There would be a day when you would return to Star Emperor Mountain. There are many things you didn't expect. Junior brother Qi, are you prepared? I wonder what junior brother is preparing." Qi Tianche smiled lightly. "Preparing to die here. I hope you've already made arrangements for your funeral." Yi Shiyun coldly snorted. "Senior sister doesn't need to mention such things. Junior brother has already made arrangements. My disciple is over there, and whether you die or I die today, he will give us a proper burial." Qi Tianche gestured to the side, where Lung Qing looked over with an indifferent expression and gently nodded. "Since that's the case, as senior sister, I will send junior brother on his way." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "Haha, junior brother feels that senior sister's chances of losing are higher." As soon as this senior sister and junior brother met, they began a war of words and began a psychological attack. After this exchange of words, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn and the expressions of the two became extremely serious as they stared at each other, seemingly regarding each other as mortal enemies. Suddenly, the two figures flashed and disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, the two of them were already 30 meters away from each other. An indescribable power burst out from their bodies and enveloped the other party. In an instant, the space in that area became distorted. That invisible force almost condensed into a substance that could be seen with the naked eye. In that area, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, going back and forth. The spiritual chi of the senior sister and junior brother fused and converged, colliding with each other. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, Fong Peng's mouth twitched, and Lung Qing, who was standing far away, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The three of them were dumbstruck. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and even touched the threshold of territory. In their first clash, they were actually evenly matched. Whether it was Yi Shiyun or Qi Tianche, both showed looks of surprise. Neither of them had expected the other to have such achievements. But soon the two of them moved again. The bone-incinerating flame lamp was summoned by Yi Shiyun, and with a wave of her hand, a series of flames containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth shot towards Qi Tianche, mixed in with a series of profound secret techniques. Qi Tianche naturally didn't dare to show weakness and summoned a golden wheel-like artifact above his head, like a small sun. As it rotated, dazzling golden light shot out from this artifact and actually managed to match the bone-incinerating flame lamp. Qi Tianche was also chanting as he formed a series of complicated seals with his hands. He was also using everything he had learned in his life to exchange blows with Yi Shiyun. Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Yang Kai looked at the artifact summoned by Qi Tianche and his eyes lit up. He was able to recognize this artifact because of Yi Shiyun's previous explanation. This was also one of the 2 remaining Origin King grade artifacts on Star Emperor Mountain. It was of extremely high grade and seemed to have been refined by the great emperors in the past. It could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and release it when used against an enemy. The Sun and Moon Golden Wheel had 2 forms. Right now it was only displaying the first form, which was the blazing yang divine light it released. When it transformed into the second form, it would transform into a crescent moon and release an extremely cold aura capable of freezing one's soul. In terms of power alone, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was superior to the bone-incinerating flame lamp, but when it came to artifacts, the stronger they were, the more Saint Qi they required to use them. Both Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche stood at the top of the power pyramid of Shadowed Star's cultivator, so even if there was a slight gap in power between the artifacts they used, it would still take some time to determine the victor. Yang Kai, who was observing attentively, suddenly frowned, stretched out his hand, and summoned his purple shield. Hong. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook slightly as his expression became gloomy. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Feng Peng standing there and sneering at him. Sect Master Feng, isn't it inappropriate to launch a sneak attack? If you want to fight, just say the word. This sect master will accompany you to the end. Yang Kai snorted. Enough nonsense, boy, since you've come to Star Emperor Mountain, don't even think about returning safely. Today this place will be your burial ground. Feng Peng shouted. Because of Yang Kai, he had no choice but to give up the 10,000-year-old foundation of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and even tamper with it in an attempt to drag Yang Kai down with him. But now, Yang Kai had appeared here intact, which meant all his previous preparations had been in vain. Not only had he lost his headquarters in Thunder Typhoon Canyon, but he had also lost the lives of his 4 martial uncles. If Yang Kai didn't die, Thunder Typhoon Sect would never exist. Only by killing him would Thunder Typhoon Sect be able to reappear. Old dog, your tone is quite bold. If you want my life, come and take it yourself. I wonder if you have the ability. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand, and summoned his Firebird artifact spirit. A dragon roar rang out as the dragon bone sword released an emerald green light, and in the next moment, a giant dark green dragon soared into the sky. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk a series of space blades appeared around Yang Kai, and under the control of his divine sense, they shot towards Feng Peng as soon as they were formed. Feng Peng's complexion changed greatly. Although his words were arrogant, he didn't underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Seeing Yang Kai display so many methods, he naturally didn't dare act carelessly. With a burst of light, a majestic and beautiful artifact armor appeared around Feng Peng's body. Feng Peng was on the defensive before attacking. The moment they exchanged blows, Feng Peng's actions showed his lack of confidence. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a long whip appeared in his hand. The unique aura of an Origin King grade artifact pulsed from this long whip. Thunder Typhoon Sect, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, naturally had an artifact of this grade as its sect hallowed treasure. This Thunderfire 7 Birds whip was Thunder Typhoon Sect's supreme treasure that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Feng Peng had taken it with him when he withdrew from Thunder Typhoon Sect, but now that he was facing Yang Kai, he didn't hesitate to take it out. This long whip was obtained by one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's ancestors in an ancient ruin while out for life experience. It was said to have been quite famous in ancient times. Refining it required countless rare materials, and at the same time, the souls of 7 powerful monster beasts were sealed inside it, allowing it to take the form of these monster beasts. Finally, it was tempered in the 10,000-year Thunder Fire Pond to absorb the power of the Thunder Fire. Any artifact below Origin King grade would not be able to withstand this whip, and once it was contaminated by the Thunder Fire, it would lose a great deal of its spirituality. As the long whip lashed out, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At that moment, the Firebird arrived above Feng Peng's head, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a fireball larger than a wash basin towards Feng Peng's head. Feng Peng held an Origin King grade artifact in his hand, but he didn't show any fear, simply waving his Thunderfire 7 Birds whip fiercely towards the Firebird. A shrill cry rang out from the Firebird's mouth as it was too late to dodge and was struck by the whip, causing the flames on its body to dim slightly, as if it had suffered some kind of injury. Yang Kai's complexion changed, but he quickly calmed down. From what he could sense, although the firebird had suffered some injuries, they weren't serious. On the contrary, this only served to increase its ferocity. The space blade arrived in front of Fang Peng at that moment, but facing this strange power, even Fang Peng didn't dare meet it head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged, and when he reappeared, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The Thunderfire Seven Birds whip drew a beautiful and tricky arc as it lashed towards Yang Kai. Worthy of a third-order origin returning realm master, worthy of being the sect master of a great sect, whether it was strength or experience, he was much better than an ordinary cultivator. In particular, the purity and richness of his Saint Chi seemed to have already surpassed that of a third-order cultivator. The other party's attack was so tricky that Yang Kai could only use his purple shield to defend himself. However, the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip actually changed direction mid-air, and avoided the purple shield as if it had a mind of its own. Fang Peng flicked his wrist and the long whip straightened up like a spear and stabbed straight towards Yang Kai's heart. Atop the long whip, the phantom of a monster bird appeared and vaguely let out a cry. It was like an eagle, but not an eagle, with sharp talons and a wingspan of several dozen meters, blotting out the sky and light. Tianpeng. Yang Kai just stared at it indifferently, seemingly unaware of the impending disaster, and not showing any intention of dodging. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the side. The dark green giant dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, intercepting the heavenly rock's shadow. In the next moment the two collided. Dragon roars and bird cries rang out incessantly, and intense energy fluctuations fluctuated in the air. The Tianpeng phantom dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye while the giant dark green dragon became more and more ferocious as it fought, causing its opponent to throw away his armor and cry out repeatedly. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked as he stared at the giant dark green dragon in a daze, unable to believe what he was seeing. He knew that the dark green sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely a good artifact, but he had never imagined it was actually an Origin King grade artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible to compete with the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip. Moreover, the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip, which could corrode the spirituality of an artifact, had no effect on the giant dark green dragon. On the contrary, Fang Peng's Thunderfire Seven Birds whip seemed to have suffered some damage. The other party's giant dark green dragon was actually extremely poisonous. Fang Peng's face changed drastically as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and divine sense. The Tianpeng phantom immediately disappeared and transformed back into a long whip, breaking free from the entanglement of the giant dark green dragon like a snake and returning to Fang Peng's hand. Chapter 1528. Although the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip was of high grade, it was still inferior to the Dragon Bone sword. The Dragon Bone sword was refined from a piece of true dragon bone supplemented with a dragon bead and a wisp of true dragon soul. It could be said that it was the highest grade of material. No matter how good the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip was, it could not compare to the Dragon Bone sword. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Dragon Bone sword could not display its full power. However, this long sword could devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow on its own, so it would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it, so if it couldn't even resist the Thunderfire Seven Birds whip, it would be a real joke. Even though his artifact had been suppressed, Fang Peng wasn't discouraged. In a battle between cultivators, although artifacts were a major factor in their victory, the secret techniques they had mastered and their cultivation base also played a large part in their victory. Fang Peng's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, and he had cultivated for so many years, so even if he was at a disadvantage in this artifact battle, he did not show the slightest intention of retreating. The long whip continued to swing back and forth, the angles it chose were extremely tricky, and the timing of its attacks were also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the giant dark green dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blades were easily deflected by the long whip. For a time on Sky-Severing Peak, the two battlefields were in full swing. Each one a life or death battle, each one a thrilling battle. Only Lung Qing stood in the distance, observing with divine light shining in his eyes. He did not watch the battle between Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche. Such a battle was a bit too high level for him, so even if he watched, he would not be able to comprehend much. Instead, he was watching the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fang Peng. As an elite of Star Emperor Mountain's younger generation, Ling Qing had his own pride, which could be seen from how he did not put Chu Chongfeng and his eyes back in the Luyan sand field. However, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Since he encountered Yang Kai by chance at the 4th level of the Luyan Desert all those years ago, he'd taken Yang Kai to be an opponent of the same level as himself, and he looked forward to the day when he would be able to exchange blows with such a person and kill or be killed by such a person. But now Ling Qing discovered that this potential opponent was actually more than just a little bit stronger than him. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against someone like Fang Peng. He even relied on various external forces to completely suppress Fang Peng's aura. Ling Qing was shocked. He had never thought that someone would be able to do this with the cultivation base of a first-order origin returning realm. He admitted that he didn't have the ability to do so. He was a genius, but wasn't Fang Peng the same? Being able to become the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, standing out from the tens of thousands of cultivator in the sect, and commanding Thunder Typhoon Sect, his aptitude was definitely not bad. However, such a person was unable to gain any advantage over Yang Kai at this moment. He used all kinds of methods, but all of them were dispelled. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to last half an incense stick of time against Fang Peng. At this moment, Ling Qing felt a little depressed, a little lost, but even more excited. He saw a target he could pursue, which inexplicably made his blood boil. Clenching his fists, Ling Qing stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, secretly cheering for his every counterattack. More often than not, even the slightest inadvertent action of the other party would cause his eyes to light up. Fang Peng, if you had fled far away earlier, you may not have died, but since you chose to come to Star Emperor Mountain, there's no way for you to survive. Yang Kai controlled the Dragon Bone Sword and joined forces with the Firebird Artifact Spirit to attack Fang Peng as he laughed heartily. Fang Peng's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to refute, but now that he was at a disadvantage, he was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai. After this bitter battle, Fang Peng had realized that it was impossible to kill Yang Kai with his own strength, but it would not be easy for the other party to kill him either. He could only pin his hopes on Qi Tianche. He felt that Qi Tianche must still have some kind of trump card, otherwise he would not have been so confident before. Thinking up to this point, Fang Peng took the time to look at the other side of the battlefield. He was surprised to find that the other side was also in deep water, but unlike his side, the two people there were actually neck and neck, and neither could do anything to the other. This discovery made Fang Peng's heart clench as he inexplicably felt like he had been betrayed. If Qi Tianche could not do anything to Yi Shiyun, what should he do? Qi Tianche's methods were amazing and he could definitely escape from here, but Fang Peng had no way to do so. In front of a master who was proficient in the Tao of space, running away was a laughable act. While thinking so, Fang Peng's eyes suddenly shrank. He found that on the other battlefield, Qi Tianche had actually used a feint to escape from Yi Shiyun before transforming into a streak of light and shooting towards him. In midair, Qi Tianche reached out and grabbed towards the ground. Yang Kai, who was originally agile, suddenly felt an inexplicable resistance under this grab and could not help pausing. Fang Peng was overjoyed and immediately understood what Qi Tianche was planning. He clearly wanted to create a diversion, pretending to be a life-or-death battle with Yi Shiyun on the surface, but in fact he had always been targeting Yang Kai. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Yi Shiyun would be useless no matter how strong she was. In a flash, Fang Peng understood Qi Tianche's plan. Now he and Qi Tianche were bound together for glory and glory, like grasshoppers tied to a rope, so naturally, Fang Peng did not want to see him fail at the last moment. So he quickly used a secret technique to delay Yang Kai's movements and distract Yang Kai. Do you think joining forces is enough? Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. You won't give up until you see the coffin. Capture me first. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved it forward, immediately forming a void crack. Space Force is really mysterious, but with this old master here, I'm afraid your method is useless. Qi Tianche laughed as he flicked his finger and summoned a bead. This bead looked extremely ordinary and did not give off the slightest energy fluctuation, but when this bead appeared, Yi Shiyun's complexion changed drastically and she called out in shock, "You've actually refined it." Sect Master quickly dodged. Young Kai's heart clenched. Although he did not know what mysteries this bead contained, it was definitely something extraordinary to be able to shock Yi Shiyun so much. Not daring to neglect, Young Kai stepped into the void crack and prepared to escape. But what shocked him though was that the bead burst at the same moment and a mysterious aura swept out. Under the influence of this aura, the void crack he had torn apart disappeared. It was as if it had been flattened by a giant invisible hand. Young Kai stepped on empty air. The next moment, the scenery around him suddenly changed. When Young Kai came back to his senses, he found himself in another space. As far as the eye could see, this space was extremely narrow. It was only about 300 feet in radius, but in this narrow space, it was lush green. Young Kai showed a look of surprise, not understanding what this place was. What surprised him even more though was that this space was obviously incomplete. Because only half of the vegetation growing at the edges of this space was visible, the other half was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this space had been cut off from somewhere else. Not far in front of him, Qi Tianche was looking at him with a smile while Feng Peng also wore a confused look. Looking around, Yi Shiyun was nowhere to be seen. The Firebird artifact spirit hovered overhead, chirping anxiously. It had also been brought in, but the verdant dragon bone sword had been left outside. Young Kai tried to communicate with it with his divine sense, but he couldn't connect at all. This discovery made his heart sink. After a while, Feng Peng frowned and asked Brother Tianche, "What is this place?" He was obviously also in the dark, not knowing what Qi Tianche wanted to do. "A small sealed world." Qi Tianche chuckled. "A small sealed world?" Feng Peng's eyes widened, almost thinking he had misheard. Young Kai's face also sank as he stared at Qi Tianche coldly. "Has Brother Feng never seen such a small sealed world before?" Qi Tianche asked. "In." Feng Peng nodded honestly. "I have been in and out of several small sealed worlds, but even the smallest small sealed world couldn't be this small." What puzzled him even more was why the three of them had suddenly arrived in this small sealed world. Small sealed worlds were generally connected by void corridors, and only by passing through void corridors could one step into a small sealed world. However, Qi Tianche had clearly only thrown out a single bead, and after that bead burst, the three of them had appeared here. Could it be that this small sealed world was related to that bead? Feng Peng frowned secretly. Young Kai was also surprised. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had been to a few small sealed worlds, but since setting foot on the star territory, he had never seen such a strange place again. He had never expected to see it again today. Sect Master Yang, right? Qi Tianche looked at Young Kai with a smile, a calm and composed look on his face. "Speaking of which, you and I haven't greeted each other yet. This king is Qi Tianche, the Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain." Sect Master Qi's name resounds like thunder. Junior has long heard of it. Young Kai grinned, not showing much fear. "But this Junior would like to ask Senior, why did you bring me to this place? Could it be that you want to use me to threaten my sect's great elder?" Sect Master Yang is mistaken. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. Qi Tianche slowly shook his head. "This king brought you here not to deal with senior apprentice Sister Yi. This king just wants to make friends with you." Haha. Young Kai chuckled, rubbed his nose and said, "Senior must be joking." Qi Tianche slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "This king really has such intentions, I'm not joking. But this junior doesn't want to make friends with you." Young Kai curled his lips. Qi Tianche couldn't help laughing. "If Sect Master Yang says so, this old master won't force you. However, this old master would like to consult Sect Master Yang about something." "Consult me?" Young Kai looked surprised. "Indeed." Qi Tianche nodded seriously. "What is it? Usurping power, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? If it's about this junior has no comment. Senior has already reached the peak." Young Kai looked at Qi Tianche sarcastically. The other party didn't show any signs of anger though and simply smiled naturally. It's not about such trivial matters. What this king wants to consult about is the Tao of space. Young Kai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1529. The Tao of Space is obscure and extremely difficult to cultivate. This king is untalented and has comprehended some things over the years, but no matter how hard he tries, he is unable to condense space force into a blade like Sect Master Yang, or even tear space apart with one hand. This king admires Sect Master Yang's magical methods. This king hopes Sect Master Yang can enlighten this king and resolve the many doubts in his heart. You also understand the Tao of Space? Yang Kai frowned. I know a little. Qi Tian nodded humbly. This king has been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of Space and has made some gains, but Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that this old man had been in retreat for several dozen years to study the Tao of Space. Yang Xiaozhu had reminded Yi Shiyun to be careful before, saying that Qi Tianche had been in retreat for several dozen years to cultivate a secret technique, so it was likely he had done something extraordinary. So it was to cultivate the Tao of Space. But why was this old man doing this? Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Looking at Qi Tianche with a faint smile, he said lightly, "Senior, if this junior is not mistaken, you are studying the Tao of Space because of this mysterious small world and that bead, right?" "Oh, why do you say so?" Qi Tianche's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, seemingly interested. "Haha." Yang Kai chuckled. "I didn't see the void corridor before I was inexplicably brought here by Senior. Thinking about it, that bead should be the key to open this mysterious small world, and in order to use that bead, I'm afraid one needs to understand the Tao of Space, which is why you want to cultivate it. Is this junior correct?" "Indeed." Qi Tianche looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded. "What else does Sect Master Yang see?" "I also see that this mysterious small world is not complete, probably because your comprehension of the Tao of Space is insufficient. If you want it to become complete, you need to become more proficient in the Tao of Space." As he spoke, Yang Kai frowned, suddenly feeling confused, not knowing how Qi Tianche's proficiency in the Tao of Space had anything to do with this mysterious small world. A mysterious small world was a mysterious small world, a world of its own. It should have nothing to do with anyone. Sect Master Yang's vision is like a torch. This old master admires. Qi Tianche nodded slightly, however, although Sect Master Yang is mostly correct, there is one thing he is wrong about. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "That bead is not the key to open that mysterious small world." Qi Tianche smiled lightly. "That bead itself is a mysterious small world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. "Let's put it this way. There is a mysterious small world sealed inside that bead." Qi Tianche added. "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically while Feng Peng was also dumbfounded. "There's a small sealed world sealed inside that bead? Is that even possible?" Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly, a look of disbelief on his face, but soon, his expression became dignified as he stared at Qi Tianche gloomily and hesitantly asked, "Could it be that bead is an emperor artifact?" Qi Tianche laughed, gently clapped his hands and nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly intelligent, understanding the key point so quickly. And that bead is indeed an emperor artifact. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary artifact to have such a magical function, but emperor artifacts are different. The mysteries of emperor artifacts are not something we can fathom. That bead is indeed one of the two emperor artifacts, the sealed world bead. Two emperor artifacts. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Then the other one is the annihilation thunder bead. These two things were passed down from the great emperors, and are the two most important treasures of my Star Emperor Mountain. Qi Tianche nodded and admitted before suddenly smiling. "Sect Master Yang, don't blame Senior Sister Yi for not warning you. It's because even Senior Sister Yi did not know that this old master could refine the sealed world bead. This thing has been passed down in my Star Emperor Mountain for tens of thousands of years, but no one from the past Sect Master of Star Emperor Mountain was able to refine it. As time passed, no one even knew the specific function of the sealed world bead. This old master was only able to refine it by chance and understand its mysteries." Yang Kai's face paled as his expression became ugly. The sealed world bead, if it weren't for the fact that he was in this incomplete small sealed world, Yang Kai would not have believed that there was such a bizarre artifact in this world that could actually seal a world inside it. Now that he was trapped inside this mysterious small world without his dragon bone sword, How could he resist? This old man had the sun and moon golden wheel, an Origin King grade artifact. Sect Master Yang, don't even think about tearing space. This mysterious small world is an independent world with its own world principles. It is useless for you to tear space here, Qi Tianche reminded him kindly. Whether it is useful or not, we'll know once we try. Senior doesn't mind, right? Yang Kai looked up at Qi Tianche. Please, Sect Master Yang. This king also wants to carefully experience Sect Master Yang's use of the Tao of space. Qi Tianche gestured, showing no intention of stopping him. Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand in front of him, creating a void crack. However, before he could step into it, Qi Tianche suddenly waved his hand and the void crack disappeared. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly with a look of displeasure. Qi Tianche smiled and said, "The world principles of this mysterious small world are now in this old master's hands. So please give up, Sect Master Yang." Old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Sect Master Yang is young and impetuous, so this old master won't bicker with you too much. This old master has already spoken frankly. Now it's time for Sect Master Yang to make a choice. If you can work for this old master will treat you as a friend in the future. But if Sect Master Yang is stubborn, and this old master will have to use some means. I have given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your actions. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think you can do whatever you want by trapping me in this place? Senior shouldn't even dream of cooperating with you. If you want to cultivate the Tao of space, you'll have to wait until your next life. At the same time, as if receiving some kind of order, the Firebird artifact spirit hovering above Yang Kai's head let out a loud cry, transformed into a ball of flames, and rushed towards Qi Tianche. Ha! Qi Tianche sighed deeply. If Sect Master Yang insists, then this old master can only use force. If I offend you in any way, I hope Sect Master Yang will forgive me. As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the Firebird artifact spirit that was rushing towards him. A bizarre scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and as it rotated, it seemed to produce an infinite suction force that sucked in the Firebird. No matter how the artifact spirit struggled, it was unable to escape. In just 3 breaths of time, the Firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mental connection between Yang Kai and the Firebird was also severed at the same time, causing his face to pale. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This old master simply banished it outside so as not to interfere with our battle. Qi Tianche smiled faintly. Qi Tianche smiled faintly, but after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely solemn. With a loud shout, he stomped the ground with 1 foot. The earth seemed to tremble slightly and the sound of cloth tearing rang out as Qi Tianche's clothes instantly burst apart, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at him with a look of amazement. This old man didn't look young and had a thin figure, but in fact, he was extremely well built. The layers of muscles were clearly defined, and they stood tall, filled with explosive power. It wasn't surprising for such a physique to appear on a young man, but for it to appear on an old man with white hair and 3 strands of long beard was somewhat inconceivable. His fleshly body was actually this strong. The explosive power contained in each of those muscles made people raise their eyebrows. Saint Qi surged as Qi Tianche's momentum surged and his exposed skin glowed faintly. Both Yang Kai and Feng Peng were dumbfounded. Sect Master Yang, this old master will give you one last chance. It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise this old master won't hold back. If Sect Master Yang is injured, this old master will feel very apologetic. Qi Tianche stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and shouted, "Enough nonsense, you brought me to this cramped place just to highlight the advantages of your physique, right?" Yang Kai smiled strangely. "If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try and see if you can succeed?" Seeing Yang Kai refuse his good intentions again and again, Qi Tianche's expression became gloomy as he nodded. "Good. Since that's the case, don't blame this old master for being impolite." As soon as his voice fell, Qi Tianche's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Yang Kai's head, but he did not use any secret technique or summon any artifact. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards Yang Kai. In such a cramped place, any artifact or secret technique would be greatly limited. so those with powerful physiques would undoubtedly have an advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Yang stood in place, not knowing if he was dead or alive, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Qi Tianche frowned, not knowing what kind of trick he was playing. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" A small figure suddenly and strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly grew and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stone giant several meters tall. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao. The dragon bone sword had been left outside and the firebird artifact spirit had been banished by Qi Tianche. But Yang Kai still had the stone mongoose. The stone puppet carried the heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder, and the stick-like artifact also grew in size as it did so. Clenching the heaven-shaking pillar tightly, Yang Kai swung it forward. Qi Tianche's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. He felt a fatal threat from this stick, and it seemed that even with the strength of his physique, he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Kong. Even space seemed to be smashed apart and Qi Tianche felt his abdomen go numb. He had not been hit by the black stick and had only been swept away by the wind, but even so, the blood in his chest was roiling and his breathing was somewhat labored. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit by this stick. Qi Tianche's face changed dramatically as he retreated quickly, and without hesitation, reached out and pointed towards the stone mongoose. He wanted to banish the stone mongoose from this space. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.